Hachette Audio presents Rome and Persia, The 700-Year Rivalry. Written by Adrian Goldsworthy. Read by Mark Elstob.
Kings and Emperors. House of Arsaces. Arsaces I, circa 247 to 211 BC. Arsaces II, circa 211 to 191 BC. Friar Parthian, circa 191 to 176 BC, followed by several short-lived king or kings. Euphrates I, circa 168 to 164 BC. Mithridates I, circa 165 or 64 to 132 BC. Euphrates II, circa 132 to 127 BC, followed by some short-lived king or kings. Artabanus I, circa 127 to 124 BC. Mithridates II, circa 121 to 91 BC. Gotarzes, circa 91 to 87 BC. Orodes I, circa 90 to 80 BC. Unknown, circa 80 BC. Unknown, circa 80 to 70 BC. Sinatraces, circa 93 or 92 to 69 or 68 BC. Euphrates III, circa 70 to 57 BC. Mithridates III, circa 57 to 54 BC. Orodes II, circa 57 to 38 BC. Euphrates IV, circa 38 to 2 BC. Tiridates I, circa 29 to 26 BC, as rival. Phraataces Mus, circa 2 BC to AD 4. Orodes III, circa 6. Vonones I, circa 8 to 12. Artabanus II, circa 10 to 38. Tiridates II, circa 35 to 36, as rival. Vardanes I, circa 40 to 47. Gotarzes II, circa 40 to 51. Vonones II, circa 51. Vologases I, circa 50 to 79. A son of Vardanes, circa 55 to 58, as rival. Pacorus II, circa 75 to 110. Artabanus III, circa 80 to 82. Vologases III, circa 105 to 147. Osroes I, circa 109 to 129, as rival or colleague. Parthamaspates, circa 116, crowned by Trajan. Mithridates IV, circa 129 to 140, as rival. Vologases IV, circa 147 to 191. Vologases V, circa 191 to 208. Vologases VI, circa 208 to 228. Artabanus IV, circa 213 to 224. House of Cezanne. Ardashir I, 224 to 240. Shapur I, 240 to 270. Hormizd I, 270 to 271. Bahram I, 271 to 274. Bahram II, 274 to 293. Bahram III, 293. Narses I, 293 to 302. Hormizd II, 302 to 309. Shapur II, 309 to 379. Ardashir II, 379 to 383. Shapur III, 383 to 388. Bahram IV, 388 to 399. Yazdgird I, 399 to 420. Bahram V, 420 to 438. Yazdgird II, 438 to 457. Hormizd III, 457 to 459. Peroz, 459 to 484. Balash, 484 to 488. Kavad I, 488 to 496. Zamasp, 496 to 498. Kavad I, 498 to 531, returned from exile. Khusro I, 531 to 579. Hormizd IV, 579 to 590. Khusro II, 590. Bahram Chobin, 590 to 591. Khusro II, 591 to 628, returned from exile. Kavad II, 628. Ardashir III, 628 to 630. Shabaraz, 630. Khusro III, 630. Queen Boran, 630 to 631. Yazdgird III, 632 to 651. Emperors. 31 BC to AD 14, Augustus. 14 to 37, Tiberius. 37 to 41, Caligula. 41 to 54, Claudius. 54 to 68, Nero. 68 to 69, Galba. 69, Otho. 69, Vitellius. 70 to 79, Vespasian. 79 to 81, Titus. 81 to 96, Domitian. 96 to 98, Nerva. 98 to 117, Trajan. 117 to 138, Hadrian. 138 to 161, Antoninus Pius. 161 to 180, Marcus Aurelius. 161 to 167, Lucius Verus, as colleague. 180 to 192, Commodus. 193, Pertinax. 193 to 211, Septimius Severus. 211 to 217, Caracalla. 211, Geta, as colleague. 217 to 218, Macrinus. 218 to 222, Elagabalus. 222 to 235, Severus Alexander. 235 to 238, Maximinus Thrax. 238 to 244, Gordian III. 244 to 249, Philip the Arab. 249 to 251, Decius. 251 to 253, Gallus. 253 to 260, Valerian. 253 to 268, Gallienus, as colleague. 268 to 270, Claudius II. 270 to 275, Aurelian. 275 to 276, Tacitus. 276 to 282, Probus. 282 to 283, Carus. 283 to 284, Carinus and Numerian. 284 to 305, Diocletian. 286 to 305, Maximian, as colleague. 293 to 305, Constantius and Galerius, as junior colleagues. 306 to 337, Constantine. 337 to 340, Constantine II. 337 to 350, Constans, as colleague. 337 to 361, Constantius II, as colleague. 351 to 353, Gallus, as colleague. 355 to 363, Julian, initially as colleague. 363 to 364, Jovian. 364 to 375, Valentinian. 364 to 378, Valens, as colleague. 375 to 383, Gratian. 379 to 395, Theodosius. 395 to 408, Arcadius in East. 395 to 423, Honorius in West. 408 to 450, Theodosius II in East. 425 to 455, Valentinian III in West. 450 to 457, Marcian in East. 455, Petronius Maximus in West. 455 to 457, Avitus in West. 457 to 474, Leo in East. 457 to 461, Majorian in West. 461 to 465, Libius Severus in West. 467 to 472, Anthemius in West. 473 to 474, Glycerius in West. 474 to 491, Zeno in East. 475 to 476, Romulus Augustulus in West. 491 to 518, Anastasius in East. 518 to 527, Justin in East. 527 to 565, Justinian in East. 565 to 578, Justin II in East. 574 to 582, Tiberius II in East. 582 to 602, Maurice in East. 602 to 610, Phocas in East. 610 to 641, Heraclius in East. 641, Constantine III in East. 641 to 668, Constans II in East. Chronology. 323 BC. Death of Alexander the Great. 305 BC. Seleucus I creates the Seleucid Empire. 280s BC. Parnae raid Seleucid province of Margiana, but are defeated by Seleucids. 264 to 241 BC. First Punic War between Rome and Carthage. Circa 250 BC. Rebellions by satraps create independent regimes in Seleucid provinces of Bactria and Parthia. 248 to 247 BC. Arsaces I gains power among the Parnae. 239 or 238 BC, Arsaces I attacks Parthia and overthrows its ruler, Andragoras. He begins to conquer Hyrcania and names himself ruler. Circa 235 BC. Seleucus II confronts Arsaces I and is defeated. 218 to 201 BC, Second Punic War between Rome and Carthage. 192 to 189 BC, War between Romans and Seleucids under Antiochus III. 189 BC. Romans defeat Antiochus III at Battle of Magnesia. 187 BC. Antiochus III prepares expedition to restore control in the east of his empire, but dies before it can begin. Circa 158 to 155 BC. Mithridates I of Parthia conquers Media. 149 to 146 BC. Third Punic War between Rome and Carthage. 146 BC. Carthage is razed to the ground and Corinth sacked by the Romans. Circa 141 BC. Mithridates I's armies overrun Mesopotamia. 133 BC. King Attalus III of Pergamum dies and bequeaths his kingdom to the Roman people. Political violence in Rome leads to killing of the tribune Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus and some supporters. 130 BC. The Seleucid Antiochus VII reconquers Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Media, and Elmaeus. 129 BC. Roman province of Asia is created. Euphrates II of Parthia defeats Antiochus VII. Circa 128 to 127 BC. Euphrates II is defeated and killed by the Saka and other nomads. Circa 123 BC. Artabanus I of Parthia is mortally wounded by nomads. 121 BC. Caius Sempronius Gracchus, brother of Tiberius, is killed along with many allies in major outbreak of violence in Rome. Circa 115 BC. Chinese envoys visit Parthia for the first time. 104 to 100 BC. Caius Marius is elected consul for 5 consecutive years, violating all precedent. 96, 94 or 92 BC, Sulla meets Mithridates II's envoy in Cappadocia. 91 to 88 BC. Social war between Italian allies and the Romans. 88 to 85 BC. First Mithridatic war between Mithridates VI of Pontus and the Romans. 88 BC. Sulla and his legions seize Rome by force. Marius returns and storms Rome later in the year. 83 to 82 BC. Second Mithridatic war between Mithridates VI of Pontus and the Romans. Roman civil war is won by Sulla, although it continues for several years, notably in Spain, under the leadership of Sertorius. 74 to 66 BC. Third Mithridatic war between Mithridates VI of Pontus and the Romans. 73 to 71 BC. Spartacus leads slave army in rebellion and ravages Italy. 72 BC. Assassination of Sertorius leads to conclusion of Roman civil war in Spain. 70 BC. Crassus and Pompey hold first consulship. 69 BC. Lucullus defeats Tigranes II of Armenia at Tigranocerta. 67 BC. Mithridates VI of Pontus defeats Lucullus's subordinate commander at Zela. Pompey holds command against the pirates. 66 to 63 BC. Pompey holds extraordinary command in the eastern Mediterranean. He defeats Mithridates VI. 63 to 62 BC. Attempted coup led by Catiline leads to Roman civil war. Circa 58 to 57 BC. Euphrates III of Parthia is murdered in conspiracy, led by 2 of his sons, Mithridates III and Orodes II. The brothers soon begin to fight each other. 55 BC. Pompey and Crassus hold second consulship. Pompey is given all of the Spanish provinces with their armies, while Crassus is allocated Syria and sets out from Rome later in the year. 54 BC. Orodes II defeats and executes his brother Mithridates III. Crassus begins expedition against Orodes II and crosses the Euphrates. Several cities surrender or are captured. Local satrap is defeated. 53 BC. Crassus is defeated at Carrhae by the Parthian army commanded by the Surena. Crassus is killed in the aftermath, and most of his men are killed or captured. His quaestor, Cassius, escapes to Syria. Armenia pulls out of the war and allies with Parthia. Surena is executed by Orodes II. Political violence prevents elections in Rome. 52 BC. Pompey holds third consulship, initially without a colleague. He restores order in Rome by force. Small groups of Parthians and allies raid Syria. 51 to 50 BC. Cicero serves as proconsul of Cilicia. His troops encounter Parthian detachments or allies. Cassius wins a victory over the Parthians in Syria. 49 to 45 BC. Roman civil war between Caesar and his enemies, including Pompey. 44 BC. Assassination of Julius Caesar by conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius. 44 to 31 BC. Succession of Roman civil wars culminating in the defeat of Antony by Octavian, Augustus. 41 BC. Antony and Octavian defeat Brutus and Cassius at Philippi. 41 to 40. Parthians with Roman allies under Quintus Labienus overrun Syria and Judea. Labienus advances into Asia Minor. 39 BC. Publius Ventidius Bassus is sent to Asia Minor to take command. He swiftly drives out Labienus, who flees but is eventually caught and killed. Ventidius defeats the Parthians. 38 BC. Ventidius defeats a Parthian army near Mount Gindarus and kills Pacorus, the favoured son of Orodes II. Antony returns to the east late in the year. Ventidius returns to Rome and celebrates triumph over Parthians. Orodes II is dethroned by Euphrates IV, who murders most of his brothers to secure himself from potential rivals. 37 BC. Antony goes to Italy to negotiate with Octavian. 36 BC. Antony leads a major expedition through Armenia into Media. After initial success, his siege and baggage train is destroyed. He fails to capture Phrespa or draw the Parthians and Medians into a decisive encounter. During the retreat, his army is harassed and suffers heavy losses. 34 BC. Antony marches into Armenia and deposes and arrests its king. He returns to Alexandria and stages the donations, awarding much of the east to his children by Cleopatra. 31 to 30 BC. Antony and Octavian fall out, leading to civil war. Antony is defeated at Actium. He and Cleopatra take their own lives. Circa 31 BC. Euphrates IV challenged by Tiridates, but manages to defeat him. Tiridates seeks refuge within the Roman Empire and is sheltered by Augustus. Circa 26 to 25 BC, Tiridates makes another attempt to overthrow Euphrates IV. He mints coins in Seleucia calling himself friend of the Romans, but is eventually defeated. 20 BC. Augustus visits Syria. Negotiations with Parthians lead to a declaration of peace. As part of this, the Parthians agree to return Roman prisoners of war and the eagles and other standards. Among the gifts given to Euphrates IV at this point or later was the slave girl Musa, who becomes a favourite and then a wife. 19 BC. Parthian Arch is begun, or an existing arch is modified to celebrate Augustus's victory over the Parthians. 11 to 10 BC. Euphrates IV sends some of his sons and their families to Rome. 2 BC. Euphrates IV dies, perhaps murdered. Musa's son, Euphrates, becomes king of kings, and she is publicly involved with his government, appearing on coins. AD 1. Temple of Mars Ultor in Augustan Forum is inaugurated, and the returned eagles are ceremonially installed in it. Caius Caesar is sent to the east with extraordinary command. 2. Caius and Euphrates meet at the Euphrates and confirm peace. 3 to 4. Caius Caesar intervenes in Armenia. He is wounded and his health degenerates, leading to his death. 4. Euphrates and Musa are overthrown and flee to the Roman Empire. 8. Faction of Parthian nobles appeal to Augustus to send them Vonones I, son of Euphrates IV. He returns and is crowned King of Kings. He defeats Artabanus II. 12. Artabanus II returns and overthrows the now unpopular Vonones I, who flees to Roman Empire. 19. Tension over Armenia. Germanicus is sent to the east on extraordinary command. Vonones I tries to escape Roman supervision and is killed. Germanicus dies. 35. Artabanus II intervenes in Armenia. Another faction of Parthian nobles asks that Tiberius send another of Euphrates IV's sons to them. The first choice dies before he gets there. Tiridates II is sent in his place and escorted to the border by the governor of Syria, Vitellius. 36. Tiridates II drives out Artabanus II. However, he alienates many supporters, and Artabanus II is able to return and expel him. Vitellius and Artabanus II meet at the Euphrates and confirm peace between Rome and Parthia. Circa 40 to 51. Division and civil wars in Parthia. 43. Claudius invades Britain. 52 to 53. Vonones II of Parthia invades Armenia to make his brother Tiridates its king. 55. Corbulo appointed to Eastern Command. 58. Corbulo invades Armenia and expels Tiridates. 59. Corbulo captures Tigranocerta. 60. Romans appoint Tigranes as king of Armenia. 61. Tigranes of Armenia invades Adiabene. Vonones II threatens Syria. 62. Lucius Caesenius Paetus is given command in Cappadocia and advances into Armenia, where he is defeated at Randeia. The war is eventually resolved by negotiation. 66. Tigranes, brother of Vonones II, travels to Rome, where he is crowned as king of Armenia by Nero. 66 to 74. The Jewish Rebellion. 68 to 69. Civil War, the year of 4 emperors. Galba, Otho, and Vitellius seize the throne in rapid succession, but the war is eventually won by Vespasian. 72. Paetus is governor of Syria and annexes Cappadocia. Circa 75. Alans raid Parthian territory. Vonones II appeals for Roman support, which is declined. 101 to 102. Trajan's First Dacian War. 105 to 106. Trajan's Second Dacian War. Circa 110 to 113. Pliny the Younger governs Bithynia. 114 to 117. Trajan's Parthian War. Romans annex Armenia and advance into Media and Mesopotamia. Ctesiphon is captured. However, widespread rebellion breaks out in much of the captured territory. 115 to 117. Rebellion by Jewish population of Egypt, Cyrenaica, and Cyprus. 117. Hadrian becomes emperor after the death of Trajan and abandons almost all of the conquered territory. 131 to 135. Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea. 151. Vologases IV of Parthia subdues Characani. 161. Vologases IV appoints a king in Armenia. Tension with Rome leads to Parthian attacks against Cappadocia and Syria. 162 to 166. Lucius Verus is appointed to overall command of war with Parthia. Roman armies drive into Parthian territory, eventually taking Seleucia and Ctesiphon. Some territory in Mesopotamia is annexed and peace is imposed on Roman terms. Outbreak of plague follows the army as it returns home, beginning a series of terrible epidemics. 194 to 195. Septimius Severus's first campaign in the east. After his departure, Vologases V of Parthia counterattacks. 197 to 202. Septimius Severus's second campaign in the east. The Romans once again march to the royal cities and take Ctesiphon. A new province of Mesopotamia is created. 208 to 213. Parthian Civil War. 215 to 217. Caracalla wages war against the Parthians. 217 to 218. Caracalla is murdered and Macrinus becomes emperor and continues war with Parthians. He fails to defeat them and may have suffered defeat himself, and he ends the war by making concessions. He is killed and Elagabalus is proclaimed emperor. 224. Ardashir I defeats the Parthian king of kings Artabanus IV and founds the Sasanian dynasty. 226. Ardashir I is crowned king of kings at Ctesiphon. 227 to 230. Ardashir I launches a series of attacks on Roman provinces. He eventually overruns much of Mesopotamia. 231 to 232. Severus Alexander campaigns against Ardashir I with mixed fortunes, but proclaims success and returns to Rome. 235 to 237. Ardashir I makes further attacks on Roman provinces. 239. Sasanian attack on Dura Europos. Circa 240 to 241. Shapur I succeeds Ardashir. He captures Hatra and launches attacks on Roman territory. 242 to 244. Gordian III leads expedition against Persians. After initial successes, he achieves little and dies. Philip becomes emperor and buys peace from Shapur I. 252. Tension over Armenia. Shapur I resumes attacks on Roman provinces, plundering many cities, including Antioch. 254. Shapur I captures Nisibis. 256. Sasanians besiege and capture Dura Europos. 258. Septimius Odenathus of Palmyra awarded consular rank. 260. Valerian leads major attack on Persians only to be captured and held prisoner by Shapur I for the rest of his life. Shapur I raids Roman territory. 261. Odenathus of Palmyra given extraordinary command. 262. Odenathus wins victory over Persians and advances close to Ctesiphon. Circa 266. Odenathus raids towards Ctesiphon again. Circa 266 to 267. Odenathus murdered. Zenobia assumes command in name of their son, Septimius Vabalethus. 269 to 270. Zenobia's armies gain control of much of the Roman East, including Egypt. 271. Vabalethus openly proclaimed as emperor. 272. Aurelian attacks and defeats Zenobia's regime. Circa 272. Death of Shapur I. 273. Revolt in Palmyra is quickly suppressed by Romans. 282 to 283. Carus attacks Bahram II of Persia and may have taken Ctesiphon, but dies or is murdered, and the campaign comes to nothing. 296. Narses of Persia intervenes in Armenia and drives out its king. 297. The Caesar Galerius is sent against the Sasanians but is defeated by them in Mesopotamia. 298. Galerius defeats Narses in Armenia, capturing his harem. 299. Treaty restores peace with the terms heavily favouring the Romans. Circa 336. Tension and some fighting on the eastern frontier. Constantine prepares for a major expedition against the Persians. 337. Death of Constantine and seizure of power by his sons. Circa 377 to 338. Sasanians try and fail to take Nisibis. Circa 339. Constantius II campaigns against Sasanians. Circa 343. Constantius II attacks Persian territory. 344. Indecisive battle is fought near Singara. 346. Sasanians try and fail to take Nisibis. 353 to 358. Uneasy peace between the empires. 359. Shapur II leads major expedition into Roman territory. Amida is besieged and captured. 360. Shapur II leads new expedition and captures Singara and Bezabde. Constantius II counterattacks, but achieves very little. 361. Julian's proclamation as Augustus forces Constantius II to refrain from further offensives against the Sasanians. 363. Julian leads a major expedition to Ctesiphon, but does not try to besiege it. His army begins to withdraw, and he is killed in a skirmish. Jovian becomes emperor and negotiates a peace treaty favouring the Sasanians. Circa 367 to 370. Tension between the empires. Circa 376. Queen Mavia attacks Roman territory until peace is concluded. 381 to 387. Tension and skirmishing but prolonged negotiation leads to a peace treaty between the empires, partitioning Armenia. 395. Bands of Huns raid Roman provinces and parts of the Sasanian Empire. 410. Goths sack Rome. 420 to 421. Conflict between Romans and Persians. 429. Vandals cross to Africa and over subsequent years overrun Roman provinces there. 440 to 441. Conflict between Romans and Persians. 445. Vandals sack Rome. Circa 469. Pyrrhos defeated by Hephthalite Huns. Circa 484. Pyrrhos defeated and killed by Hephthalite Huns. 502. Kavad I attacks Roman Armenia and Mesopotamia. 503. Kavad I captures Amida. Romans fail to take Nisibis. Sasanians ravage Roman territory, extorting money from cities. 504. Romans negotiate surrender of Amida. 506. A general peace is agreed. 513. Rebellion in Persian held Armenia. Circa 519. Arab leader allied to Sasanians raids Roman territory. 521 to 522. King of Lazica defects to Romans. 524 to 525. King of Iberia appeals to Justin for aid against Sasanians. Circa 525. There are abortive negotiations for adoption of Khusro I by Justin. 526. War breaks out between Romans and Persians. Romans raid Persian-held Armenia. 527. Roman raids meet with mixed fortunes. An attempt to take Nisibis fails. 528. Heavy fighting with several Roman defeats. 529. Raids and counter-raids. 530. Belisarius wins pitched battle in front of Dara. 531. Sasanians raid Roman territory but are driven back and pursued by Belisarius. However, he then fights a battle at Callinicum and is defeated. Belisarius is sacked by Justinian. 532. Prolonged negotiations lead to declaration of eternal peace. 538. First contact between Romans and Avars. 540. Khusro I leads grand expedition into Roman Syria and sacks Antioch. 541. Romans raid Persian territory but achieve little. Justinianic plague has first outbreak which rapidly spreads. 542. Khusro I again leads expedition through Roman territory. 543. Khusro I attacks again. He fails to capture Edessa but extorts money before leaving. 545. 5-year truce declared. 547 to 549. War in Lazica with both Romans and Persians taking part. This does not lead to a full resumption of war elsewhere. 551. The truce is extended but fighting continues in Lazica for next decade. Circa 552. Monks smuggle silkworms into Roman Empire. 562. Romans and Persians agree to 50-year peace. 568. Embassy from Western Turks arrives at Constantinople as this group becomes a major force on Persia's frontier. 569. Justin II refuses to pay Persians the next installment of the subsidy agreed in the treaty. Circa 570. Khusro I at war with Western Turks. Circa 570. Birth of Mohammed, although an earlier date is possible. 571. Rebellion in Persian-held Armenia. 572. Justin II openly makes war on Persians. 573. Persians capture Dara. Justin II has mental breakdown. 574. Truce between Romans and Persians, initially for 1 year, then extended for 4 years. It does not include Armenia. 576. Khusro I suffers bad defeat in Armenia. 578. Attempts to turn truce into a treaty fail. War resumes in Mesopotamia and continues with attacks and counter-attacks from both sides and their allies. 586. Avars besiege Thessalonica. 589 to 590. Rebellion against Khusro II by his commander, Bahram Chobin. Khusro II flees to Roman territory. Morisset gives him military aid to regain power. 591. Khusro II, having dealt with the challenger, negotiates a peace treaty with Morisset, bringing the long war to an end. Circa 595 to 601, Khusro II is faced with rebellion by former ally. He eventually wins. 602. Morisset and family are murdered, and Phocas becomes emperor. 603. Khusro II begins his war against the Romans. 604. Persians capture Dara and win victories in Armenia. 605. More Persian victories. 607. Persian successes in Armenia. 608. Heraclius rebels against Phocas. 609. More Persian successes. Heraclius's forces take Egypt. 610. Heraclius takes Constantinople. Phocas is executed. Persians take Antioch and win other victories. Mohammed begins to preach at Mecca. 611. Persians take Caesarea in Asia Minor. 613. Heraclius leads army against Persians and is defeated. Persians take Damascus. 614. Persians take Jerusalem. 615. Persians reach Bosporus. Roman Senate sends letter to Khusro II asking for peace negotiations. He rejects this approach. 616 to 617. More Persian victories. 619. Persians overrun Egypt and take Alexandria. 622. Heraclius leads small-scale offensive in Asia Minor and wins a victory. Mohammed and followers are expelled from Mecca and travel to Medina. 623. Heraclius barely escapes ambush when Avars attack during negotiation. Nevertheless, he buys peace from them. 624. Heraclius launches larger-scale offensive through Armenia into Atropatene, destroying Fire Temple at Thebameus. 624 to 625. Heraclius winters in Caucasus. Persians hold negotiations with Western Turks. 625. Heraclius raids more widely in Persian territory. He defeats 3 Sasanian armies in succession. 626. Heraclius withdraws to Roman territory. A major Persian offensive to the Bosporus is coordinated with an Avar attack on Constantinople. The siege of the city fails, and the Avars withdraw. Western Turks begin to attack Persians. 627. Heraclius launches another major offensive beginning in Lazika and meets Turkish army led by their Khan, king. Roman-Turkish alliance is confirmed. Siege of Tiflis. 627 to 628. Late in year, Heraclius defeats Persian army and drives towards Ctesiphon. Khusro II retreats. Palace coup overthrows Khusro II and names Kavad II in his place. Peace negotiations begin. 629. Roman troops defeat Muslim Arab band. 629 to 630. Rebellion of Shabaraz against Khusro II. Romans support the rebels. Although Shabaraz's reign proves short, the peace between Romans and Persians is confirmed, and Persian armies withdraw from the lands they have occupied. 630. Heraclius takes fragment of true cross and other relics back to Jerusalem. Mohammed and followers take Mecca. Many cities defect to them or are captured. Circa 632. Death of Mohammed. 632 to 633. Growing number of Arab raids strike Roman territory. Heraclius orders troops moved from Africa to the eastern frontier, but local authorities refuse to obey. 634. Raids into Roman and Persian territory by followers of Mohammed. 636. Arabs win decisive victory over the Romans in the Yarmouk campaign. 638. Muslims win huge victory over Sasanians at Qadisiyah. Jerusalem surrenders to Arabs. 640 to 642. Arab armies overrun Egypt and take Alexandria. 641. Arabs storm Caesarea Maritima. Other forces take Tripolitania in North Africa. 645. Attempt by Roman fleet to retake Alexandria is defeated by Arabs. Circa 650 to 653. Constans II is unable to repulse Arab raids from Syria and has to pay them to secure peace. 651. Yazdgerd III is killed in civil war. 654. Arab fleet attacks Constantinople. 656 to 661. Muslim internal disputes lead to civil war. 663. Arabs attack Asia Minor. 665 to 666. Major Arab raid on Roman Africa inflicts damage and forces Romans to agree to pay a subsidy. Peace is short-lived, and over the following decades the Arabs overrun the rest of Roman Africa. 711. Arab armies launch invasion of Spain. Forward. History fascinates me, and while I can readily get excited by almost any era or topic, the Romans have always had a particular draw for me, as those familiar with my writing will know. In one sense, this is another book about the Romans because there is so much to learn and understand about their story, piecing together the surviving literature, the fragments of texts and the inscriptions, coins and archaeological remains of this lost era. I have been studying the Romans for all my adult life, and I'm still learning, and not simply because new discoveries are made all the time. This is also a book about another empire, that of the Parthians and Sasanian Persians, and for a change, some of the story can be told from a different point of view from the Roman sources. The Parthians appeared in the 3rd century BC, carving out a great kingdom that included what is now Iran and Iraq, most of Syria, and at times some of Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan and Georgia, as well as wielding influence beyond, notably in the Arabian Peninsula. For more than 300 years, the Parthians were neighbours and rivals of the Roman Empire, and when the Parthian dynasty fell in 224, they were supplanted by the Sasanians, who ruled for 4 more centuries over what was for all intents and purposes the same empire. Neither the Parthians nor Persians were ever conquered by Rome, and both inflicted some devastating defeats on Roman armies. Although this is a story of imperial competition, which often led to war, it is also a story of coexistence and peace between these two empires. At its height, the Roman Empire was far larger than the Parthian-Persian Empire, not only in sheer size, but in population and wealth. Yet the Parthian-Persian Empire was still bigger by a considerable order of magnitude than any other state or people nearby. China was an exception, but it was too distant from Parthia-Persia for substantial contact, and even further away from Rome. Parthia-Persia was also more sophisticated than any other neighbour when it came to government, economy, and military efficiency. Fairly early on, the Romans realised that the Parthians had to be treated differently from other states, and granted them more respect as a result. The Parthians, and later the Persians, realised the same about the Romans. For more than 7 centuries, the rival empires lived side by side, and it is vital to understand what happened from the Parthian-Sasanians' point of view as well as the Romans. As important is the part played by all the other states caught up in the competition between the empires. All were active players. Even small states often did their best to turn the rivalry between the great powers to their own advantage. For all their might, neither the Romans nor the Parthians-Sasanians were ever in full control of their allies, let alone other leaders and groups beyond the frontiers. 7 centuries represents an immense span of time. If 30 years is taken to represent a generation, then some 24 generations passed from the first encounter between Roman and Parthian representatives to the sudden fall of the Sasanian Empire and the shrinking of Roman power in the face of the Arab conquests. Going back a similar period from today would take us to the medieval world before it was ravaged by the Black Death. Inevitably, one book cannot recount in detail everything that happened in 7 centuries, or even all the encounters between the two empires. Sometimes it is necessary to summarize, sometimes to simplify, unless the subject is critical to our understanding. On the whole, I have omitted names of people and places, as well as technical terms, whenever these are not essential. The works cited in the references will help the interested reader to explore some of these topics in more detail and discover more about the structures of the Roman and Parthian-Persian states and armies. The aim has been to make the story clear and simple, while still understanding what happened and why. Narrative history is important, and I've done my best to cover as much as possible and have gone into considerable detail for certain key events. Narrative history is not fashionable in academic circles, but it acts as a check on any thematic approach to a subject, let alone any theoretical analysis. Any idea, any theory, any insight can only be valid if it fits with what the evidence suggests is most likely to have happened. A test that many elegant academic theories fail, which is why so few of their advocates embrace it. Only once the story is fully understood is it valid to search for lessons. Understanding this story, or any other episode in human history, requires an appreciation of the human beings, both the individuals and the groups who played their parts in all that happened. There is a good deal of warfare in the pages that follow. The Romans and the Parthians, Sasanians, spent far more time at peace than fighting each other, but inevitably sources tell us far more about the great and dramatic events, including wars, than the quiet times when no stirring or terrible deeds were done. Yet there were still plenty of wars, and some periods of prolonged warfare. With a handful of possible exceptions, neither empire ever brought all its resources to bear in a life-and-death struggle against the other. Although they fought on many occasions, this was always in the expectation that the other would still exist at the end of hostilities. In the past, the Romans in particular were inclined to persist in a war until the enemy was absorbed or permanently neutralized, becoming a loyal ally or ceasing to exist as a political entity. This did not happen with Parthia or Persia, and there is little sign that the Romans ever tried to make it happen. This does not mean that the Romans or their opponents did not fight these wars with immense determination. Victory remained important, but the ambitions for what victory meant were more modest than the total and permanent defeat of the other side. The striking thing about these wars is their limited nature, in scale, duration, and consequences. In the West, there is now a tendency to expect warfare to be decisive. Partly this is a legacy of society becoming less and less military, so that few commentators or leaders seem to have much idea of what armies and military force can and cannot achieve. Even more, it is because of the ongoing fascination with and influence on memory of the world wars, and especially the Second World War. The Great War is often seen as somehow pointless, because it led to another global conflict 21 years later. In the popular mind, not only was the First World War not the war to end war, as proclaimed, but the Allies did not really win, which, ironically enough, is close to what Hitler claimed. National Socialist Germany and Imperial Japan then launched a war which produced savagery, death, and destruction on an unprecedented scale. But this time the Allies did the job properly. Roosevelt declared his intention to fight until the unconditional surrender of the enemy, and that is what the Allies did. Japan and Germany, admittedly only part of Germany at first, were turned into peaceful democracies, in no position to go to war again. Both countries continued to exist, if, in the case of Germany, partitioned for several decades. The extent of change in Germany and Japan was more drastic than the consequences of most wars in human history, just as the world wars were different in their scale and rapidly evolving technology. Sometimes a markedly stronger, more ruthless society has destroyed, or more often absorbed, a weaker community. Peoples have been conquered, sometimes permanently, sometimes only for a few decades. Yet organized states have tended to go to war with the same opponents over many generations, as geography turned them into competitors and rivals. The roots of the European Union came from a desire to make it hard, even impossible, for Germany and France ever to go to war again, by linking key aspects of their economy. Before that, France and various German states had fought each other many times over the centuries. Occasionally there were allies, when they joined forces against other states around them, jockeying for position. A war might destroy a regime, for instance Napoleon's empire in 1814, and again after his return in 1815, but it was not intended to destroy a country. France remained, deprived of some territory, but still largely the same and very powerful. Most wars throughout history have been limited wars, fought not to extinction but to a less permanent outcome, usually in the form of a negotiated settlement. Advantage was sought to make this agreement as favourable as possible and shift the balance of power in the longer or shorter term. Sadly, at the time of writing, the war in Ukraine has been going on for several months, reminding those who preferred not to think of such things that wars still happen in the modern world and can even happen in Europe. One of the many surprising aspects of the initial reaction to the war in Ukraine was how quickly many commentators and politicians seem to have forgotten the conflicts following the breakup of Yugoslavia, which produced a dreadful death toll, even if the terrain and forces involved gave less sense of massed battle. At the moment, Russian forces are making slow but steady progress in eastern Ukraine, in circumstances where they can gain more advantage from the destructive power of their artillery and other supporting arms, and fight in a way that better suits their strengths than the initial operations of the war. The United States and its NATO allies, and to a lesser extent the EU, have imposed economic sanctions on Russia and are assisting the Ukrainian forces with weapons, equipment, money, training and apparently intelligence, while stating that they will not join directly in the fighting. Yet different voices in different countries make various claims about objectives, and if there is more unity than the months before the war suggested was likely, there is also a good deal of division. Russia has responded with economic measures of its own, leading to soaring costs of fuel in Europe, while the consequence of a war involving two of the world's largest grain producers has forced up the price of food and may well lead to shortages, even famine, in countries thousands of miles from the war zone. This is a limited war, most obviously because Russia possesses a large arsenal of nuclear weapons, none of which have been used and hopefully will not be used. It is also a war which Russia had hoped would swiftly be resolved in its favour, with little or no fighting, following on from the 2014 occupation of Crimea and other districts. Western leaders are acting on the basis that they can impose sanctions on both Russia as a country and individual Russians, and give major military assistance to the Ukrainians while remaining spectators, not directly involved, and not suffering too many consequences. The perspective is naturally different for states further away than for those bordering Russia or Ukraine, most of them former Soviet republics. Another major factor in all that is happening is the personality of the various leaders involved, as well as the domestic politics in which each one operates. No one yet knows how well the enthusiastic support for Ukraine will endure in the face of high costs and likely shortages of energy over the coming winter, although by the time this book is released, these months will have become history, and everyone will know what has happened. All of this offers a reminder of how the events of history play out, including those so many centuries ago about which we know far less. History never stops, and human nature has not fundamentally changed since the Stone Age. People are as smart and stupid, kind and callous, generous and mean, courageous and timid, efficient and incompetent as they have always been, just as leaders are capable or not, realistic or not, lucky or not. Other factors remain constant, such as the weather, which determines if the ground is hard enough to permit off-road movement, or the state and extent of the road infrastructure itself. History is valuable because it helps us to understand our own world a little better. It would be absurd to claim that studying the rivalry between Rome and Parthian Persia shows us exactly how to interpret a conflict in the 21st century. Yet it may help a little to understand human nature, and it is certainly a good principle when trying to learn lessons from the past to examine as much history as possible. The fascination with the Second World War tends to mean that at times like this, every leader is labelled as either a Churchill or a Chamberlain. Similarly, talk of the dangers of appeasement is common, if less often accompanied by reasoned proposals of what to do instead. Not every situation is fundamentally the same as the late 1930s, and not every leader perceived to be hostile is a Hitler, let alone one with the military and industrial might of National Socialist Germany behind him. That does not mean that threats need not be taken seriously. It only means that each situation must be looked at as what it actually is, not as a simple replay of one or two familiar episodes in the past. There is much to gain from examining many more eras of history. In the case of the Romans and the Parthians and Sasanians, there are loose parallels in the restrictions placed on warfare by both empires. This was a mixture of respect for, even fear of, the enemy's potential power, and a sense of how broad a conflict was really advantageous, even in the best possible circumstances. These were self-imposed restrictions on ambition and behaviour, including the deterrent created by the acceptance that the enemy might prove very dangerous if pressed too far. These limits worked, most of the time at least, so that conflicts were fought without turning into life-or-death struggles between the rival empires. One of the great uncertainties at the moment is that none of those involved in the conflict in Ukraine are quite sure what the rules are and what limits should be placed on their actions if the war is not to escalate in ways none of them want. There is a particular mental adaptation for those wedded to the idea of a rules-based international system, or similar concepts, to accept that such things work only when everyone understands and accepts the same rules, which is far from guaranteed when there is no means of enforcing them. After all, making murder a crime has never meant that there are no more murders, and it requires other measures, including investigation and punishment, to make the act as rare as possible. Even efficient measures of controlling such crimes reduce rather than eradicate them. The Romans, the Parthians, and the Persians lived long ago and were products of very different societies and cultures from our own. Yet they were still human beings, like us, both flawed and wonderful. To study them is to help understand ourselves and our world. Introduction. This is the story of ancient Rome and its rivalry with the Parthian and Sasanian Persian dynasties that presided over an empire with its heartland in modern Iran. Nowhere else did the Romans share a border with a state anywhere near as large or sophisticated for such a long period of time. Rome's earlier confrontation with Carthage spanned a century or so and ended in the latter's political extinction. In contrast, the Romans first encountered the Parthians at the start of the 1st century BC, and although the Parthian line of kings was eventually overthrown in the 3rd century AD, it was replaced by the Sasanian dynasty that lasted into the 7th century. The ruling family changed, as did some aspects of government, but this was essentially the same Iranian empire, bringing together the same regions and peoples. There was more continuity than change, and if the two dynasties are considered phases in the history of the same entity, then this empire lasted for well over 800 years. For some 7 centuries, the Parthians-Persians were in direct contact with the Romans, sometimes at war and sometimes at peace, always wary of each other and in competition. This book is about that long rivalry, which, with hindsight, seems to have achieved very little, and was brought to an end by the sudden emergence of a new, unexpected factor when Arab warriors appeared under the banners of Islam to challenge both empires. Within a couple of decades, they had conquered the Sasanian Empire as well as most of the remaining provinces of the Eastern Roman Empire. 7 centuries of confrontation were over, and the world had changed, suddenly and profoundly. So much so that the story of the preceding rivalry is rarely told and is unfamiliar to most people today. Yet this is strange, for this was a major episode in Roman history, and Rome and its empire continue to fascinate us in a way that no other ancient culture ever quite manages to match, even those better remembered than the Parthians-Sasanians. Egypt of the pharaohs comes closest in popularity to Rome, judging from the quantities of books, articles, and most of all television documentaries to appear each year. By comparison, there is far less on the Greeks or the other peoples of Europe, unless we move later to the Vikings, and very little indeed on the cultures of the rest of Africa, Asia, and the Americas. The Romans score even better when it comes to drama, largely because the evidence we have for the pharaohs offers far less material for such stories. Cleopatra VII is the exception for a reason, though she was at best tenuously connected with what most people think of as truly ancient Egypt. She lived closer to us in time than she did to the building of the Great Pyramids, and her story was dominated by Rome, and bound up with the stories of famous Romans like Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. For all its drama, Cleopatra's career ended in failure, and neither the Queen nor her Egypt had much of an influence on subsequent history. By contrast, the story of Rome is one of staggering success, and Greco-Roman culture played a central role in shaping the development of the Western world, whether in matters of ideas, government and law, architecture, or simply the symbols of power, eagles and triumphal arches, and the rest. Popular memory portrays the Romans as very advanced, as great engineers who built towering aqueducts, immense monuments, practical things like the extensive network of all-weather roads, and indulgent and expensive luxuries like bathhouses. It is a sign of a society's wealth and stability that it can devote so much ingenuity and resources to things that do no more than make life comfortable or entertaining. All in all, the Romans' achievements were many and impressive, their history filled with larger-than-life characters and deeds both great and terrible. Alongside all the admiration is the sense of a darker side, of the mad and bad emperors, and a world of slavery, gladiatorial games, repression, and crucifixion. The sheer scale of Roman success is undeniable. In 160, all dates are AD unless specifically given as BC, the elderly Antoninus Pius ruled an empire stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Rhine and Danube, from the north of Britain to the Sahara Desert and the Euphrates. Even by a cautious estimate, some 60 million people lived within this territory, making up perhaps a fifth of the entire population of the world at that time. These people were not all alike, for there was a good deal of diversity from region to region and province to province, in terms of language, beliefs and rituals, often based on traditions stretching back before the arrival of Rome. Yet everywhere this was obviously the Roman Empire, with its currency, laws, institutions of government however distant, and many aspects of a common culture which extended even to fashion in art, food, clothes, and hairstyles. This was a vast state, all the more so in an age of slow communication, and it lasted a very long time before it declined and fell. At the end of the 4th century, the greater part of the lands ruled by Antoninus Pius remained under Roman rule, if in some cases only just, and it was now an empire divided into eastern and western halves. 100 years later, the Western Roman Empire was gone. The Eastern Empire survived for another 1,000 years, albeit eventually much reduced in size. Understanding how and why the Roman Empire eventually fell is an important question because it had been so successful for so very long. Roman success meant the destruction or absorption of many other states and regimes. Some, like the Carthaginian Empire or the Hellenistic kingdoms, were large, and many were far smaller. Because the Romans won, we will never know how the world might have developed had things been different. For instance, if Hannibal had broken the Roman Republic. The impact of Rome on subsequent history remains so great and so multifaceted that we can never get any real sense of what might have happened if it had failed early in its rise. The Romans left their mark on Western Europe, North Africa, and the Near East, not necessarily making everyone Roman in any strict sense, but changing them nonetheless. Greek culture morphed into Greco-Roman culture, while the Christian Church, most of all in its Catholic and Orthodox forms, was shaped by Roman society. The Roman Empire that did all this was created and maintained by military might. That did not mean that everyone who ended up under the Romans' rule had first fought against them. Many leaders saw the growing power of Rome as something they could harness and employ against closer rivals who were perceived as much more threatening. Cleopatra's family, the Ptolemies, allied with Rome's republic at an early stage and never fought against the Romans. Her bad luck was to end up on the losing side in a Roman civil war. There were plenty of other communities and leaders who saw the encroachment of the Romans as an opportunity to strengthen their own position, and more who were pragmatic and judged that they could not hope to protect themselves from an aggressor as strong as the Romans, and so had better accept their dominance. In each case, some would change their mind when faced with the reality of a permanent Roman presence, while others from the start were determined to resist whatever the cost. Julius Caesar, who conquered Gaul in 8 years of bloody warfare, saw this as entirely justified for the good of the Republic and himself. At the same time, he accepted that it was natural for the Gauls to fight for their freedom against him. The Romans were usually at war somewhere, although as the empire expanded, campaigns were fought far away from Rome itself. The Pax Romana was a reality for much of the empire, especially in the 1st and 2nd centuries, in the sense that Italy and most of the provinces were almost free from warfare for generations at a time. Yet there was nearly always fighting somewhere on or beyond the frontiers. Years when the Roman people were not formally at war with anyone, anywhere in the world, were so rare that they were marked by the ceremonial closing of the doors of the Temple of Janus in Rome. Janus was depicted with 2 faces, one looking to the front and one behind. The month of January was named after him, since it was the beginning of the political and religious year. This ritual was only performed on a handful of occasions, but with such a vast empire, one or several conflicts could rage without directly touching the lives of the overwhelming majority of the population. Wars were common, but tended to be local affairs, and the enemies were tribes, states, or kingdoms whose resources were dwarfed by those of the empire. These were not wars between well-matched powers in the wider sense, which did not mean that they were necessarily easy or foregone conclusions, since one tribe never had to fight against the entire might of Rome. Antoninus Pius had, in theory, some 350,000 military personnel at his command, so that soldiers and sailors represented around 1 in 170 of the overall population, if the estimate for the empire's population is more or less right. Conflicts requiring even 1/10 of this force to be committed to the theatre of operations were rare indeed, and larger-scale operations truly exceptional. Most campaigns involved far smaller numbers of troops. In 60, a major rebellion in Britain was defeated in a battle where the Roman commander had barely 10,000 men in his army, although admittedly he had hoped to gather more. The Romans were good at fighting, which combined with a talent for dominating and controlling others made their empire possible. They did not always win every war, let alone every battle, but they did win most battles and the vast majority of wars. The Romans were conquerors, but after the death of the Emperor Augustus in 14, new conquests were rare. Although Britain, which Augustus had decided was not worth taking, was invaded in 43, and most of the island subsequently occupied, the Romans never established a permanent presence in the very north over much of what became Scotland. The tribes of Ireland were left unmolested altogether. Augustus had created a German province stretching as far east as the river Elbe, and then lost it when 3 legions and their commander were ambushed and slaughtered in 9. It was never recovered, and centuries later tribes from this area were among the German-speaking peoples who broke into the Western Roman Empire and dismembered it. Greco-Roman literature and history dominated education in the modern West until very recently, and plenty of powers have liked to see themselves as successors to all that they felt was best about the Roman Empire and Roman civilization. Connections with the Romans were greatly prized, which was one of the driving forces behind the growth of archaeology in the 19th century. Alongside this pride in the distant past, some found particular pleasure in the thought that they had stood up to the might of Rome, whether the Scots, because the Romans had never conquered all of what became Scotland, or the Irish, because the Romans did not even try to conquer them. In an ugly form, the claim that Germans were different from other Europeans because they had thrown off the Roman yoke was a common theme for the leaders pressing for German unification in the second half of the 19th century, carrying with it a sense of racial uniqueness and superiority that would bear ghastly fruit under the Nazis. The narrative relied heavily on Roman perceptions of the Germanic tribes as distinct from the Gauls and other peoples, and on their stereotypes of simple, virtuous barbarians, exaggerated for political and literary reasons, if they reflected reality at all. It was also the Romans looking from the outside who saw these tribes as related to each other, developing the idea of the Germans, or for that matter, the Gauls, or the Britons. Unity in any sense, let alone political, was not a feature of Iron Age peoples at this level. Thus, most of the time, the neighbours in contact with the Roman Empire were divided into many different tribes and communities, with many individual leaders. The Parthians and Sasanians were different. Their ruler was called the King of Kings, because within his empire there were distinct kingdoms ruled by lesser regional kings. Sometimes these local leaders resisted central authority, fueling civil war, but this was always the exception rather than the rule. For most of the period of contact with Rome, the Parthian-Sasanian Empire covered essentially the same area, stretching from the Caspian Sea in the north to the Arabian Gulf in the south, from what is now Afghanistan in the east to the Tigris and Euphrates in the west. Much of it was defined by mountain ranges, with the Caucasus in the very north, the Elburz and Zagros ranges to the east, the edge of the Hindu Kush in the far east, and the Taurus range in the west. These mountains were not all the same. Some blocked communication, some not, while others channeled it along particular routes. Trade, and especially campaigning armies, had to go with the grain of the landscape, a constant factor in all that follows. Within this wider area were extensive stretches of desert, high plateaus, mountain valleys, and wide areas of steppe land where cultivation was easier. To the north and east it touched the great steppes of Eurasia, reaching all the way to China. At the time of Antoninus Pius, the Han Emperor of China may well have presided over territory as populous and extensive as his Roman counterpart. The Parthian-Sasanian Empire was smaller, although still far, far larger than any other state in contact with Rome. There was some distant diplomatic contact between Parthians-Sasanians and the Chinese, although it was limited and varied as the fortunes of Chinese emperors waxed and waned, and the distance between their lands widened or shrank. The Romans and Chinese were aware of each other's existence, but too far away for any significant political contact. Unlike the Roman Empire, which grew around the Mediterranean, a central sea was not a feature of the Parthian-Sasanian state. For all the variety of landscapes and climate encompassed in the Roman provinces, there were greater, more extreme contrasts in the lands subject to the King of Kings. Populations can only grow in proportion to their capacity to generate food, which in turn depends on availability of water to grow plants, whether as fodder for animals or food for people. In the desert areas this was extremely limited. Pastoralism tends to be more practical in arid conditions than farming, but it is the latter that allows communities to grow in size. Agriculture was easiest where there was sufficient natural rainfall, although this put farmers at the mercy of the weather, as too little or too much rain at the wrong times had a drastic impact on the harvest. Greater effort, organisation and resources were required to draw water from the rivers to irrigate as wide an area of land as possible, Although more expensive and difficult, this had the advantage of creating a predictable water supply, making it easier to support a larger population in the long term. Cultivating the soil, like civilization, organized government, and indeed empire, had far more ancient roots in many of the lands ruled by the King of Kings than it did in most of the Roman provinces, with the exception of Egypt and some other lands in the east. Under the Parthians, and especially the Sasanians, irrigation systems were extended over wider areas than ever before, while the relative stability created by these regimes, as with earlier empires like the Achaemenid Persians, helped to foster population growth. There were many cities, some very old indeed, some new foundations, and some very big. Yet they tended to concentrate in particular regions, and large swathes of the Parthian-Sasanian Empire could not support and feed such densely inhabited communities. In contrast, the Roman Empire was a world of cities, for it controlled far more land where climate and other conditions helped agricultural production. To put it simply, more of their provinces had plenty of rainfall and less extreme heat in summer and cold in winter. If the Roman Empire at its height was double the size of its Parthian-Sasanian neighbour, the difference in population was significantly greater, although even rough precision is impossible. The estimate of 60 million for the age of Antoninus Pius reflects scholarly consensus and a good deal of guesswork which may or may not be correct. There is even less evidence for the Parthians and Sasanians, but the same sort of estimation might suggest a range of 9 to 14 million, with the possibility that it was somewhat less or more, and may have varied considerably over the period. The Roman Empire was larger than the Parthian-Sasanian Empire, and its wealth and resources of manpower and most raw materials was much greater. When the Western Empire collapsed in the 5th century, this advantage was reduced to a smaller margin, although still not to parity. Resources and size were never the whole story, since by their nature each empire had many other commitments and ambitions, and could not devote everything to competition with the other. The two powers would fight many wars, but with a few possible exceptions, these were not wars to the death, intended to destroy the enemy. At no point was there the remotest possibility of a Parthian or Persian army driving deep enough into Roman territory to reach Italy or Rome. Only at the very end of our period did a Sasanian-Persian army come within sight of Constantinople, and it proved unable to cross the Bosporus into Europe in any strength. In contrast, successive Roman armies went down the Euphrates and Tigris valleys to sack the great Parthian and Sasanian royal cities of the region. Yet the Romans never stayed there for long, and the eastern Iranian heartlands of the rival empire never saw a legion under arms. Rome was larger and stronger, an aggressive imperial power which had conquered a large part of the 3 continents known to the Greeks and Romans. Yet it did not conquer the Parthian-Sasanian Empire, or destroy it as it had destroyed Carthage, and alongside some much-trumpeted Roman victories came humiliating defeats. The Parthians killed Caesar's associate, Marcus Licinius Crassus, and humbled Mark Antony. The Sasanians captured the Emperor Valerian in 260, the only time a Roman emperor was ever taken prisoner by a foreign enemy. They also sacked Antioch in Syria, after Rome and Alexandria, the largest city in the empire, on multiple occasions, as well as many other cities, large and small. There was glory and humiliation on both sides, without either securing a big enough advantage to dominate the other permanently, let alone to conquer or destroy it. There was also a good deal of peaceful coexistence between these rival, aggressive empires, even if this figures less prominently in our sources than the inherently more dramatic disputes and conflicts. This book is about the contact and rivalry between the two empires, but it must also be about the many leaders and communities of the wider region caught up in their competition. These were no mere pawns in the greater struggle, nor simply pro- or anti-Roman or Parthian-Sasanian, but active participants with ambitions of their own. Both empires relied heavily on allies, even though they could prove difficult to control, and at times were willing to play the Romans and Parthians-Sasanians against each other for their own advantage. There is much more to this story than simply the competition between the great powers. 7 centuries of imperial competition and its context is a big topic. Inevitably, as with any aspect of the ancient world, the surviving sources of information are limited and often inadequate. As already noted, there are no truly reliable figures for populations, and in the same way there are no reliable statistics to reveal the economies of either empire or the impact of epidemics, natural disasters and other phenomena mentioned in the literary accounts. All literary evidence reflects the author's knowledge, which might be faulty, and to a greater or lesser extent their prejudices, as well as what they felt their readers wanted to know. For most aspects of classical history, there are only Greco-Roman voices to tell the story, since the peoples who fought against the Romans left no accounts at all. For a change, this is less true for the Parthians-Sasanians. While written narratives from the Roman side still provide the vast majority of the sources, there are other traditions. For instance, from Armenia and Arabic histories written much later under the Muslim dynasties, but covering earlier periods. The fullest narratives are medieval, making it difficult to judge how much reliable information was still available. One interesting feature is that the Sasanians had managed to suppress memory of their Parthian predecessors so effectively that much less was known about them, while the list of their rulers was reduced in the literary tradition, and the 4.5 centuries of their dominance shortened to barely a third of this time. There is some sense of the Parthian-Sasanian perspective, but even so this remains a story told predominantly through Roman evidence, because otherwise it could not be told at all. It helps that the Parthians and Sasanians produced coins, which helped to trace the rule of successive monarchs, and that some monuments and inscriptions survive, giving glimpses of how rulers wished to present recent events to their subjects. More generally, archaeology provides information about settlements, fortifications, trade and industry, while the names and titles on clay seals that once held official documents provide glimpses into Sasanian administration. Over time, more will be learned, and more data gathered to give at least a little more confidence to the reconstruction of settlement patterns and population levels from period to period and region to region. Yet all this evidence is patchy, reflecting the chance of discovery and the levels of work possible given the physical and political environments in different countries. As an example, far more is known about the Roman civilization and military settlements in Israel than in Turkey or Syria, simply because more survey and excavation has occurred there. This means that even on the Roman side there are substantial gaps in our knowledge, whether because of lack of field work in a region or because the literary accounts are few and unreliable. Much remains unknown, and it can be difficult to judge how far information from an inscription or literary account can be seen to reflect a wider experience. There will be places where it is impossible to be sure just what happened, and most of the story must be told from Roman sources, which, to a greater or lesser extent, saw the Parthians and Sasanians as foreign and often as enemies. It is not difficult to find dismissive comments and generalizations about Asians or Easterners in Greek and Roman literature, or similar stereotyping in art. Yet it would be dangerous to see everything as part of the wider history of rivalry between East and West, which invariably focuses on the last few centuries and projects back assumptions according to an individual's preconceptions and politics. Greeks and Romans alike were equally disparaging about all other outsiders, such as the barbarians to the west, north and south, and about each other. This changed only a little as the empire grew, and an ever higher proportion of the population became legally Roman citizens, or more generally identified themselves as Romans. Stereotypes of Gauls, Germans, Syrians, Egyptians, former slaves and their descendants, rural peasants and urban poor all remained strong, even when people from all these groups rose to high office. There is no reason to believe that the Parthians and the Sasanians did not have a similar sense of their own superiority over all foreigners, and plenty of groups within the empire. They certainly did not think of themselves as Easterners, any more than Romans thought of themselves as Westerners in any strong sense. Zoroastrian religion encouraged the Sasanians in particular to see themselves as at the centre of the world, physically as well as spiritually and morally. Once again, this is the natural belief of most peoples, not least great empires. The Romans and the Parthians-Sasanians were imperialist, aggressive powers who cherished military glory and conquered and controlled many other peoples, suppressing by force, often brutal force, any challenges to their rule. They also both brought stability, peace, the rule of law, and prosperity over wide areas for long periods. The historian must aim to understand the past, to piece together as well as possible what happened and why. Rushing to judge an era, a state or a leader, and to depict them as good or evil, as victims or oppressors, rarely helps in this process. If it must be done, then it must follow analysis of what actually took place. This requires examining all of the available evidence, treating it with care and weighing as carefully as possible its likely accuracy. Admitting what is not known is as important as stating what is known, and making clear the likely levels of doubt or certainty in each case. Some may not care for a narrative that at times is tentative, even cautious, but anything else would be dishonest and likely to lead to conclusions that are dubious at best. The aim is to treat both sides in the same way, to view these empires as equals, asking the same questions about their intentions, capacity, strengths and weaknesses, and treating evidence from either side with matching care. These questions are worth asking even when there cannot be a definitive answer, because they show the issues at stake. Since the focus is on the rivalry between two great empires, this book cannot hope to be a full history of either the Roman or Parthian-Sasanian Empire. It would be possible to write a book of this length on the theme of any single chapter, and in some cases such works exist and are listed in the notes. Also, for reasons of space, not all of the story can be described in the same detail, even when fuller accounts exist, and anything that is not central to the theme can receive no more than cursory treatment. For instance, religion when it did not impinge directly on foreign relations. Far more could be written about Zoroastrianism and the difficulties of understanding its development and role under the Parthians and greater prominence under the Sasanians than is possible here. Similarly, the theological disputes and schisms within the Christian Church after Constantine made it the faith of the empire, and in particular the bitter disagreements over how to define the Trinity and Christ's specific nature, are mentioned only when they affected the politics of an era. Such topics are highly complex. The Latin craving for legal precision collided with Greek enthusiasm for the abstract and tradition of philosophical debate, all fueled by a sense of urgency, since getting to the truth was seen as essential to proper worship, faith, and hence eternal life. Describing these developments would have required considerable space, while adding nothing to the overall theme, hence it is better to be as brief as possible. The same is true of political, administrative, and military structures, where only the essential points can be covered. Yet one of the advantages of taking such a long perspective and following the competition between the two empires over so many centuries is that some of the great debates between scholars working closely on aspects of the period soon fade in importance. The Romans encountered the Parthians when both were well-established expansionist powers. Thus, there is less need to explain the development and reasons behind either side's imperialism, something discussed with great passion in the case of the Romans. Leading on from this is an equally heated debate over the question of how the Romans viewed their frontiers, whether their intentions were predominantly or ever defensive, and whether they were more concerned with future aggression or maintaining control of the existing provinces. Official pronouncements and the more enthusiastic poets spoke of empire without limit or end, and of Rome's right and destiny to rule. Certainly, conquest could often be seen by many Romans as an unambiguously good and desirable thing. Stepping back and studying what happened over such a long period immediately encourages caution about assuming that attitudes were simple and unchanging. A major weakness of these debates is that they have tended to speak of Roman imperialism and Roman frontiers, while ignoring the part played by other states. The Romans were often aggressors, but sometimes they were not, and wars began when they were attacked. Nor was their aggression constant, or always of the same nature. There were plenty of occasions, even during the great periods of expansion, when they chose not to seize territory, or even to wage war when a pretext existed. Most of all, despite so many centuries of competition, they made very little effort to conquer the Parthians and the Sasanians. Some territory was taken and held for a long period, but this stopped far short of the Romans' ruthless determination to destroy Carthage as a rival, a conflict which only gathered momentum in the build-up to the final clash in 149 BC, and reflected Roman insecurity rather than Carthage's actual power at the time. If the Romans are viewed as determined to dominate and expand wherever possible, always seeking empire without limit, then the central question becomes, why did they fail in the East? Explanations are sought on the political and especially the military side, ranging from low-level tactics to strategy. Yet is the question the right one to ask? Once again, it is focused solely on the Romans and assumes firstly that they were driven to conquer at every opportunity, and secondly that they were only prevented from doing this by their own limitations. From the start, the Parthians and Sasanians are reduced to a passive role, simply resisting Rome rather than having aims of their own. Beginning with such fixed assumptions about what should have happened is never wise. Instead, the aim is to trace what actually occurred, and only at the end return to such big issues. As importantly, every situation must be viewed from the Parthian-Sasanian standpoint as well as the Roman one, as well as from the point of view of everyone else involved, while bearing in mind the simple, yet all too easily forgotten truth that no one knew what was going to happen. More than 7 centuries of contact, confrontation and negotiation makes for a long and complex story, involving many actors, places and regions. Detail is needed at many points, since it is essential to understand the narrative on which any conclusion is based and the doubts that surround it. Therefore, there is a lot of information and qualifications based on the strengths and weaknesses of our sources. I have done my best to make the chapters as easy to follow as possible, avoiding too many names of individuals or places and of details that are not essential. Unfortunately, that does mean passing over many remarkable characters and incidents. Some may find certain passages repetitive, as the rival empires wage yet another limited war in much the same area. In the later chapters, cities like Nisibis, Amida and Dara will feature again and again. The very repetition of contest after contest for the same key locations is at the heart of the story, and needs to be done in order to understand the nature of most of the rivalry, and especially the warfare. This is a book about Rome's empire, and the only power large and strong enough to be a serious rival over many centuries. Throughout the book I will refer to Rome and the Roman Empire, extending this to include the Eastern Empire with its capital at Constantinople, which continued after the fall of the Western Empire in the 5th century. Although it has been conventional to describe this entity as the Byzantine Empire, its leaders and inhabitants thought of themselves as Roman, as did neighbours, including the Sasanians. The Parthians and the Sasanians were among the most successful dynasties in antiquity, and the scale of their power and longevity is too often forgotten. The story of their encounters with Rome helps to give some sense of their success, while presenting the Romans in a different manner from more familiar studies of the empire. Two great powers, one stronger than the other, but not to such an extent that the encounter was unbalanced, lived alongside each other for an immensely long time. How this happened, how the balance was maintained, and how the experience changed each side and those around them, is our theme. To understand all this means tracing the entire history of contact, something not done in any detail before, and following a path through some unfamiliar territory and leading to more than a few surprising conclusions. Chapter 1. Felix, 90s BC. Romans loved spectacle. The same was true of most societies in the ancient world, and whatever else Hollywood has got wrong, the fondness of historical epics for grand processions, parades, and casts of thousands reflects something of this reality. Important events in the life of a community or leader were marked publicly and choreographed with great care, usually following well-established traditions. Thus, when for the first time a representative of the Parthian king met a representative of the Roman Republic, the occasion had to be marked by a ceremony where discussions were held in plain view, even if some or most of the real negotiation happened behind the scenes. A willingness to bargain in public was seen as a sign of good faith. The Parthian envoy was called Orobazus, and other than this incident and its aftermath, nothing else is known of him. He came across the Euphrates because he had heard that a Roman governor was in the closest part of Cappadocia, in today's eastern Turkey. Orobazus sought to make contact with the Romans as they came closer to the lands ruled by the Parthian king. His purpose was to weigh up the newcomers and establish a more or less formal friendship between Rome and Parthia. As yet, the lands directly ruled by each power stood at a considerable distance from each other, but the reasons in which they took some interest were just starting to coincide. Both sides knew of the other by report, and formal contact was the next logical step. Presumably, Orobazus had an entourage, but there is no suggestion that he was accompanied by any significant number of soldiers. In contrast, the Roman was at the head of an army, and had marched into Cappadocia to restore to power a king whose claim to rule had been supported over his rivals by Rome's Senate. The favoured Cappadocian king, as an interested party, as well as an important man, was present at the meeting. So was the army, for the Roman convention was to mark such occasions with a parade, ideally with serried ranks of legionaries providing a backdrop, as well as a reminder of Rome's might. Armour was cleaned and polished, shields uncovered to show their brightly painted decoration, crests mounted on helmets, and at the front, massed standards held high and surrounded by trumpeters. The aim was to display Roman power, and how the visitors were treated was an important part of the whole process of diplomacy, for it reflected each side's status in relation to the other. Defeated enemies suing for peace, and even the representatives of minor kingdoms, cities, or tribes might well be brought before a Roman commander sitting on a high podium, and thus looking down at them. In this case, there was no such crude assertion of superiority. Instead, 3 chairs were placed on the same level. Yet when the Roman took his seat in the middle, with the Parthian on one side and the king on the other, this was seen as a slight to the ambassador, and an assertion of Rome's superiority over Parthia. Perhaps something of this tone extended into the negotiations and whatever was agreed, for when the ambassador returned to report to his own king, the latter was displeased and had Orobazus executed. At least, that is the story told by Plutarch, a Greek, and also a Roman citizen who wrote some 200 years after the event. Otherwise, this first formal encounter between Roman and Parthian is barely mentioned in the surviving sources, and none of the other accounts name Orobazus or his supposed fate. There is a reasonable chance that the story of the ambassador's execution is untrue, whether invented to demonstrate the supposed, from a Greek or Roman perspective, inherent despotism of Eastern monarchs, and the Parthians in particular, or as part of an attack on the Roman commander by one of his many personal enemies. Plutarch claims that the governor was subsequently criticized for his poor manners and arrogance, while noting that others felt the seating arrangement was only appropriate and the best way to treat foreigners. Some of the details Plutarch records may have come from the Roman commander's own memoirs, which were obviously highly favourable to him. Equally, if Orobazus was executed, this may have had far less to do with his alleged mistakes on his mission than with the politics and personal relationships of the Parthian royal court, about which next to nothing is known. This first formal diplomatic encounter between Rome and Parthia assumed far greater significance in hindsight than it deserved. Plutarch thought it notable because he knew of the events and conflicts to follow, some of which he wrote about in great detail elsewhere. More generally, his account and the other sources for the meeting illustrate many of the problems faced in understanding the history of the two powers, not least that the only surviving records come from the Roman side, and there is nothing directly from the Parthian perspective. Incidents such as Orobazus' execution are based on what Greco-Roman sources thought had happened in Parthia and why, based on information that may not have been wholly reliable. Where detailed narrative histories survive in Greek or Latin, and that is always the exception rather than the rule, first encounters of this sort between Romans and foreign ambassadors tend to get mentioned, especially if the delegation came from a reasonably powerful ruler or people. Meeting another people for the first time and establishing a relationship in keeping with Rome's dignity and majesty was a worthy accomplishment for a Roman governor. If it could be portrayed as a formidable, barbarous tribe acknowledging the superior might and moral worth of the Romans, then it reached something of the prestige, if not the full martial glory, of defeating them in war. Apart from being so overwhelmingly Greco-Roman, the surviving record is influenced by another important factor. Plutarch describes the incident in his biography of the Roman governor Lucius Cornelius Sulla, which means that compared to Orobazus, far more is known about him. The incident occurs early in Plutarch's life of Sulla as a minor episode, and if Sulla had not gone on to play such a pivotal role in Roman history, then he would not have been chosen as a subject by Plutarch, and the details in his account would not have been preserved. A postscript to the diplomatic meeting is the claim that a Chaldean accompanied Orobazus, and using ancient Babylonian lore to assess Sulla's appearance and character, predicted that the Roman commander would become the greatest man in the world. In this way, the episode allowed Plutarch to highlight Sulla's talent in resolving the situation in Cappadocia, his good fortune in being the first Roman approached by a Parthian embassy, his arrogance in insulting the envoy, and this prophecy of a grand future. The author does not bother to record the details of what was discussed or the type of friendship agreed, for his focus was on the character and fortunes of his subject, not history in general. On balance, it seems most likely that no formal treaty was agreed beyond some expressions of mutual goodwill between the Roman people and the Parthian monarch. Naturally enough, famous and important figures attracted the attention of authors, so that whenever they were involved in diplomacy or contact with Parthia or Persia, there is a far greater chance that this is recorded in our sources than when the less famous were involved. This is not infallible. A lot was written at the time and subsequently about the Parthian wars of Trajan and Lucius Verus in the 2nd century, for instance, but all that has survived is brief, fragmentary, and confused or distorted. So much of the literature of the Roman era has been lost that many major events are very hard for us to reconstruct, even at a rudimentary level. Yet there is a greater chance that at least something has been preserved if an important man, and it was almost always a man, was involved. Even then, there are likely to be gaps, and no firm date is preserved for the meeting between Orobazes and Sulla. It may have happened in 96, 94, or 92 BC. Only hindsight made the encounter appear important because of what Sulla was to do in just a few years. It is easy to forget that when it occurred, he was not yet one of the Republic's leading men. Family mattered in Roman public life, almost to the exclusion of everything else. Once ruled by kings, Rome had become a republic at the very end of the 6th century BC, and developed a constitution designed to prevent one section of society, let alone one individual, from gaining permanent supreme power. Rome's magistrates, the men who led the state in peace and war, were elected and held office for a set period, usually a year, and were barred from re-election to the same post before a 10-year interval had passed. The two most important magistrates were the annually elected consuls, who gave their name to the year. Individuals rarely held the post more than once, but the same family names appear again and again in the list of consuls, as brothers, sons, nephews, and grandsons followed in due course. These were the aristocratic clans with the fame, influence, connections, and money to sway the voters. Romans tended to expect the latest generation of a family to live up to the great deeds of their ancestors, while the families went to a good deal of trouble to advertise their past achievements and honours. A boy born into one of the well-established families was almost guaranteed the consulship, assuming he lived long enough, for no one was permitted to seek the office before his 42nd year. Sulla was not born into this golden circle. His family was ancient, for the Licinii were patricians, members of the oldest aristocracy which had dominated the early years of the Republic. Over the centuries, some of the patrician clans and many family branches dwindled, dying out or fading into obscurity, while men from the wider population, the far more numerous plebeians, forced their way into high office and created a new aristocracy. By the beginning of the 1st century BC, the important plebeian families dominated public life, and only a few patrician lines remained significant. Success tended to reinforce itself, for it brought high office and distinguished commands in war, which in turn brought glory and great wealth and helped to win election to further offices for the individual and his descendants. There were some 300 senators, members of the permanent council, where affairs of state were discussed. Magistrates, including consuls and praetors, were senators and spent far more of their political career as a member of the Senate than they did in office, although their former rank mattered because it determined their status within the Senate, which in turn dictated how often their opinion was sought in debates and the weight it was given. With only 2 consulships each year, simple arithmetic ensured that the vast majority of senators never held this prestigious post. A man with a consul or consuls among his ancestors was a nobilis, or noble, and the distinction greatly increased his own chances of winning the post, but the value of the status faded over time. The most recent consulship held by anyone in Sulla's family had been in the early 3rd century BC, too long ago to sway any voter. Since then, the family do not appear to have had much success, even with lesser magistracies, and steadily dropped to the fringes of public life. By aristocratic standards, Sulla was poor and obscure. Instead of a grand house in one of the prestigious areas of Rome, best of all on the lower slopes of the Palatine Hill close to the Forum, in his youth Sulla lived in an apartment in a moderately shabby block of flats. Later in life he boasted of his good luck, taking the nickname Felix, or Lucky. One of the earliest examples was when he inherited substantial sums, some from his stepmother and the rest from a wealthy lover. This gave him the funds to embark on a political career, albeit when perhaps a few years older than usual. In 107 BC, he became quaestor, one of 12 of these most junior magistrates. First and foremost financial officials, quaestors, when sent to assist a provincial governor, undertook a wide range of commands, as the only other elected official in the province. Sulla went to Africa, where the consul Caius Marius was waging war against Jugurtha, king of Numidia. Another ruler, up until now an ally of Jugurtha, agreed to switch sides and hand over the Numidian king as a prisoner, and Sulla was sent on this mission, which he managed successfully, bringing the war to an end. This was a great coup and another example of both his talent and luck. A few years later, Sulla served as a senior subordinate in the bitter campaigns which finally ended the threat posed to Italy by the migrating Celtic or Germanic Cimbri and Teutones, who had slaughtered a succession of Roman armies in the last decade. Sulla's record was decent, but plenty of other ambitious senators could boast of such achievements and had far better connections. He tried and failed to win one of the 6 posts as praetor, probably for 98 BC, the first year when he was old enough to be eligible. He succeeded 12 months later and was allocated the prestigious post of praetor urbanus, responsible for many aspects of running the city of Rome itself. During this year, he staged lavish and expensive public entertainments, and promising sized ala of allies to do this may well have eased his election. After this, Sulla was sent abroad. Governing its empire posed considerable problems for the Roman Republic, straining its political and military systems. There were 2 consuls and 6 praetors elected each year, giving 8 magistrates senior enough in rank to govern a province, which in many cases involved command of an army as well as a civil role. Yet consuls sometimes needed to spend weeks or months legislating in Rome before they set out, while several of the praetors, like Sulla, were allocated responsibilities that kept them in the city for all or most of their year of office. In addition, a small but significant minority of magistrates did not want a province or were too infirm for the task, reducing the pool of available governors even more. For the Romans, a province, provincia, originally meant something like sphere of responsibility. For instance, the war with the Jugurtha, which might or might not have an implied or specified geographical component. Only gradually did it acquire a stricter association with a specific region as the Republic established direct rule over territory outside Italy. Each year, the Senate decided which provinces were necessary and allocated military and financial resources as they felt appropriate, and then the specific tasks were assigned by lot. By the early 3rd century BC, Rome had expanded to control all of the Italian peninsula south of the river Po. These conquests had rarely required more than 2 provinces per year, one for each of the consuls, and at that stage there was only a single praetor who remained in Rome. The great struggle with Carthage was fought on a huge scale over an ever-widening theatre of operations. Rome's victory in the First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC, brought the first permanent overseas province in Sicily, and a second praetor was added to provide a governor. Corsica and Sardinia were seized a little later and administered as one province. The Second Punic War, 218 to 201 BC, brought 2 provinces in the Iberian Peninsula, and the Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BC, one in Africa. At the same time, attempts to rule the former Macedonian kingdom were abandoned, and a province of Macedonia created. In addition, the creation of permanent provinces in Cisalpine Gaul, south of the Alps, and Transalpine Gaul, north of the Alps, roughly equivalent to modern-day Provence, formalized a trend that had often seen 2 magistrates and large numbers of troops sent to northern Italy. In 129 BC, the province of Asia was created, bringing the total number of provinces to 9, all more or less based on a well-defined region, and sometimes the total was increased as emergencies occurred elsewhere. As the number of provinces rose, the College of Praetors expanded, eventually to 6, but did not keep pace with the requirements of Rome's empire. Since there were more provinces than the supply of annually elected magistrates could meet, the Senate made increasing use of extended commands, so that a consul or praetor appointed to a province remained in command after his year of office as a proconsul or propraetor. This did not require fresh elections and was at the Senate's discretion, so, like everything else, reflected the influence and concerns of individual members, not least the current magistrates, as much as practical concerns. The same was true when it came to allocating resources to a task. Consuls could expect the most important and prestigious provinces and command in the most important wars, as well as the troops, money, and supplies required for success. Several conflicts occurring at the same time stretched all of these, with praetors getting the lesser tasks and often minimal manpower and funds, because that was all that could be spared. Sulla's provincial command is a good example of this. In the past, the Senate had often adjudicated dynastic squabbles in allied kingdoms by issuing a decree and expecting all those involved to follow it. Sending a governor with an army to enforce the decision was a step taken only with great reluctance, and was not a major task compared to other provincial commands. Sulla was sent to govern Asia, or possibly Cilicia, which may have become a regular province around this time, because he was not especially important, and neither was the posting. No one expected this to turn into a major war, likely to involve substantial forces, or the opportunity for fame and glory. Therefore the Senate gave Sulla little in the way of military strength, and expected him to employ contingents supplied by Rome's allies in Asia Minor. This meant that when he paraded his army to impress Orobazes, the majority of soldiers were locally raised. He is very unlikely to have had more than a few thousand troops from Italy, and even these may well have been contingents from the Latin cities rather than actual legionaries, although admittedly these were unlikely to appear very different to all but the most experienced eye. With this mixed bag, Sulla defeated the Cappadocian faction and its Armenian allies opposed to the king, approved by the Senate, and with this same predominantly Asian army he did his best to impress the Parthian envoy with the might of Rome. On only a handful of occasions has a large, genuinely Roman army gone to Asia Minor. Diplomatic contacts between Rome and many of the monarchs and states bordering the eastern Mediterranean began in the 3rd century BC and became even more numerous in the 2nd century, but a permanent presence of any sort came very late in the day. The struggle with Carthage led to war between Rome and Macedon. This shifted the balance of power in Greece, prompting subsequent intervention there by Antiochus III, the Seleucid king, whose empire covered a large part of the eastern conquests of Alexander the Great. The Romans defeated his expedition to Greece, but a few years later war resumed, and a consul with a large army was sent to Asia Minor, winning victory at the great Battle of Magnesia in 189 BC. By the time the New Year's consul arrived to take over this command, peace had been made. Determined to fight a war and win glory somehow or other, this man, Cnaeus Manlius Vulso, tried and failed to provoke Antiochus to resume hostilities before attacking the 3 Galatian tribes, descendants of migrants from Gaul who had carved out territories in Central Asia Minor from which they preyed on their neighbours. Vulso got his war, his glory, and his rich plunder before leading his legions back home. No province was established, no garrison left behind, and for most of the 2nd century BC, Rome's attention was focused on the west. The Roman Republic was rarely at peace with its neighbours. In northern Italy, Gallic and Ligurian tribes resisted the encroachment of Roman colonists for a generation, so that major armies and in many years both consuls went to the region. The Iberian Peninsula required as great or greater commitment for even longer, with several cycles of major conflict. Even when there was no active campaigning, substantial garrisons were maintained in the provinces there throughout the 2nd century BC and beyond. Similarly, once conquered, Cisalpine Gaul had to be defended, and friction with the tribes of the Alps and Illyricum led to raids and counter-raids, and eventually expansion into Transalpine Gaul. Defeating Macedonia took considerable effort, and when the Senate finally decided to establish a province, this meant another permanent garrison to secure the former kingdom from its traditional enemies among the Balkan peoples. The Roman Republic had defeated the Carthaginian Republic because it had been able and willing to suffer casualties on an appalling scale. More than 100,000 Roman and Italian soldiers and a third of the Roman Senate died in the first 3 seasons of the war against Hannibal. No other ancient community could have coped with losses on this scale and continued to wage war, but the Romans were unique in their capacity for absorbing other peoples. Where other city-states were jealous of their citizenship, the Romans granted it in full to many former enemies in Italy, and suggested to the rest that there was a pathway from the lesser rights of Latin or merely allied status to the full franchise. All male citizens registered as owning sufficient property to equip themselves as soldiers were eligible to serve in the legions whenever called upon by the Republic, and a similar obligation was part of Latin and allied status. In the field, each Roman legion was accompanied by a similarly sized ala of allies from Italy, and sometimes, as was probably the case with Sulla, these non-citizen formations were sent on their own for lesser campaigns. The total military manpower available to the Roman Republic when Hannibal invaded Italy in 218 BC was estimated at more than 700,000, 10 or even 20 times more than the resources of any other city-state, and substantially larger than any kingdom. In addition, these soldiers were highly motivated, willing to subject themselves to harsh discipline, and given competent leadership and time to train, the equals of any opponent. Rome's military manpower was huge, but it was not unlimited. The growth in the number of garrisons being maintained overseas proved a strain, nor was it possible to maintain the level of mobilization needed during the Second Punic War permanently. The typical legionary was a farmer with a small farm, serving the state out of a sense of duty and because it was expected of him by the rest of the community. In the old days, when wars were fought in Italy, campaigns were relatively brief interruptions to normal life and the agricultural cycle, and their purpose was obvious. Spending up to a decade stationed somewhere in Spain or chasing Thracian raids away from Macedonian settlements was a different matter. Separating a man from his home and family for a long time with little chance of glory or lavish plunder and a significant risk of death at the hands of enemies or from disease. At the same time, decades of victories overseas flooded Italy with slaves and brought staggeringly huge profits to the commanders fortunate enough to lead the major campaigns, as well as to the men who profited from state contracts supporting each war. By the second half of the 2nd century BC, there was a widespread belief that the old class of farmer soldiers was in decline. Too many men went off with the legions for too long, so that their families struggled to keep the farm going, while there were plenty of rich men able to buy up land from those falling into debt, either turning the occupants into poor tenants or replacing them with slave labourers. Emergencies were one thing, and no one suggested withdrawal from existing provincial commitments, but there was a general reluctance on the part of the Senate to take on permanent responsibility for garrisoning any more territory. This was the context for Rome's dealings with the Eastern Mediterranean. As far as possible, here and elsewhere, the Senate preferred to protect Roman interests through alliances with local leaders and powers, rather than by direct military intervention. Allies were seldom hard to find, and more often than not sought Roman friendship. There was a long tradition in the Hellenistic world where disputing communities went to a third party and asked them to arbitrate. Usually the third party was stronger, so that it was a mark of respect to approach them, and offered a potentially peaceful means of resolving disputes that honoured all those involved. Like any system, it was open to manipulation, such as by influencing the third party, and there was never a guarantee that any decision would be followed. It was very rare for the arbitrator to attempt to impose its ruling by force. Rome was often asked to act as arbitrator, especially after the creation of the province of Macedonia, since this allowed embassies to approach the governor before travelling all the way to Rome itself. Treaties could only be ratified in Rome after debate in the Senate, but governors could make recommendations, ease the journey and reception given to a request, and deal with lesser matters. The Republic was also seen as a prestigious and useful ally, because of Roman might, not least because it was better to ally with Rome than to let a neighbouring rival become a closer friend of the Romans, letting them receive Roman support in any dispute. The Hasmonean Jewish kingdom, which emerged from the revolt of the Maccabees against Seleucid rule, reached out for and received Roman recognition at a very early stage in its existence. There was little tangible gain from an alliance with Rome, but there was prestige, and the hope that Rome would favour its closest friends in any dispute. Even though no Roman army was likely to appear in Asia Minor or beyond, Roman envoys, individual senators, or most often boards of 3 senators, were far more frequent visitors. They were sent by the Senate, for otherwise no senator was permitted to travel outside Italy save as a governor or a member of his staff, and given a specific task. Sending such a delegation was the next step if simply issuing a ruling had not led to the locals obeying. If the delegation failed, then the Senate might take direct action, as when Sulla was sent to Cappadocia. Roman senators came to view themselves as, at the very least, the equal of any king, and expected to be received in grand style and with great honour. They did not always show much consideration to their hosts. Buoyed by news of Roman victory in the Third Macedonian War, the leader of a board of 3 senators sent to Egypt bluntly demanded that the Seleucid king and his invading army withdraw. When the surprised Seleucid hesitated, the Roman used his staff to draw a circle around the king and told him to make up his mind before he stepped outside the ring. The king backed down and retreated to his own kingdom rather than risk angering Rome. By comparison, Sulla's arrangement of chairs was mild. The Romans could be blunt, even brutal, in their diplomacy, but it is profoundly mistaken to see them as the dominant force in the affairs of the Near East, or to forget that only hindsight makes their eventual expansion into the area seem in any way inevitable. Their envoys were occasional visitors, and most were far more moderate in their behaviour. One former consul was murdered without provoking any reprisals, and while this was an extreme case, the Senate often had plenty of other matters to consider apart from foreign affairs, let alone dealings with just one area, and usually defined Roman interests vaguely. The states and kings of the eastern Mediterranean understood this well, so that Rome's view was rarely more than a minor concern in planning and taking action. Even when the Romans decided against a ruler, there was a decent chance they would never bother to check whether their decision was implemented, and might well come to accept an alternative over time. Competition between the major states and kingdoms of the eastern Mediterranean went on throughout the era. Few kings were safe from assassination or coups, while any doubts about succession tended to spawn rival claimants. Whenever strong enough, leaders were eager to expand their own power and territory, often by backing one of the rivals in a power struggle within a neighbouring kingdom. Sometimes this extended to direct military support, although more often it was a matter of money and covert aid. Rome, preoccupied with more immediate concerns, rarely responded swiftly and might not even respond at all. All major states and leaders in the region were allied with the Roman Republic, but this allegiance did not mean that they could not fight each other, or that the Romans were bound to intervene, or even likely to do so. This changed only a little with the creation of the Asian province, which in itself came as a surprise to everyone, including the Romans. In 133 BC, King Attalus III of Pergamum died and bequeathed his kingdom to Rome. The king was young and had not yet produced an heir, but his death was wholly unexpected, and the clause in his will may well have been temporary and intended to deter anyone from murdering him, since taking his place was likely to be made more complicated by Roman involvement. Had he lived on and fathered a son, he might have altered the terms, something unlikely to irritate the Romans as long as he and his successors continued to be loyal allies. In the event, he died, and the Senate was faced with a problem, which was swiftly complicated when an ambitious young magistrate named Tiberius Gracchus proposed using the wealth of the kingdom to fund his controversial program of land redistribution. Tempers flared, and a mob of other senators, including Gracchus's cousin, clubbed him and numbers of his supporters to death. A power vacuum was never likely to endure long in the fiercely competitive environment of Asia Minor, or for that matter anywhere in the ancient world, and while Rome's elite turned inwards, a popular leader emerged in Pergamum and was soon rallying support from the wider area. Rome's allies were asked to deal with him and failed. In 131 BC, a consul finally went out with an army, only to be defeated and killed. One of the next year's consuls did better, although it took several more years of campaigning to destroy the rising altogether. Substantial parts of the former kingdom were ceded to Cappadocia and Pontus, leaving only a small rump to become the directly governed Roman province, which was expected to manage without a significant garrison. The destruction of Carthage and Corinth in 146 BC had proclaimed Roman dominance throughout the Greek world, and hindsight tells us that Rome's power would continue to grow and that the empire would endure for a very long time. Yet an outside observer of Rome in the early 1st century BC would have been unlikely to predict all of this. The defeat and death of a consul in Asia was part of a wider pattern of battlefield disasters and wars won only after great effort. The series of defeats at the hands of the migrating Cimbri and Teutones inflicted losses on a scale not seen since Hannibal's day, made worse when around the same time another army was massacred by the Thracians. The Romans resorted to extraordinary measures as the migrating tribes appeared poised to invade Italy, ordering a human sacrifice for the last time in their history and electing Marius, the victor over Jugurtha, to 5 successive consulships between 104 and 100 BC. This broke all precedent, and was especially surprising since Marius was a new man, the first of his family to become a senator. What he lacked in ancestry, he made up for with a proven and much trumpeted record of military competence, so that voters wanted him to lead the war against the tribes. He lived up to their expectations, crushing the migrants in 2 battles. A decade later, a widespread sense among the Italian allies that they no longer were treated sufficiently well by Rome prompted a revolt known as the Social War, from socii, or allies, and once again defeats were common and the losses appalling. Both sides were as frightened as they were determined, and since both fought with the same tactics, weapons, and ferocity, battles tended to turn into costly slogging matches. The Romans won as much by the rapid granting of full citizenship to the loyal allies and to rebels once they capitulated as by fighting. Marius, by now in his late 60s, took the field once more, and, if less aggressive and active than in the past, continued his habit of winning. The Social War was good for Sulla. On his return from the east, Perhaps in 92 or 91 BC, he was charged with corruption during his governorship, and although this did not come to a full trial, the accusation damaged his prestige. Celebration of his role in Numidia all those years before helped raise his profile again, while angering Marius. It was unlikely to have been enough to give him a chance of winning the consulship against better-connected opponents. Then he was given a command as a pro-magistrate in the social war and did exceptionally well. Late in 89 BC, he won election as consul for the next year. By this time, war had broken out in Asia Minor against King Mithridates VI of Pontus, who had routed the locally raised armies sent against him. Freed from the dire threat posed by the social war, the Senate decided to send a consul to Asia to deal with the king, and Sulla was allotted the task. Within less than a decade he was due to return to the east, this time with a strong army of 6 legions. After the social war, virtually all Italians became Roman citizens. One consequence was the disappearance of the ala, the legion-size formation composed of allies. Instead, all Italians were formed into legions. In the past, a standard consular army consisted of 2 legions and 2 alae. Now it consisted of 4 legions. Sulla's army was unusually large at 6 legions. Marius was jealous. Historians are trained to look past personal emotions in reconstructing the past, but what followed began with personal rivalry. His own career had broken many of the rules of public life, and was a symptom of the wider strain on a political system once admired by the Greeks for its remarkable stability. The mob violence that had seen senators bludgeoned to death in 133 BC was repeated on a far larger and more organized scale in 121 BC and again in 100 BC, in the last case encouraged and then suppressed by Marius as consul. Now, Marius arranged for a vote in the popular assembly to strip the command from Sulla and transfer it to himself as a pro-magistrate. This was legal in the sense that the assembly could legislate on any matter, but it threw traditional conventions out of the window, with no justification other than Marius's ambition. Sulla refused to accept the decision and went to the army he had already formed for the Asian War. He found that almost all the officers and men resented the change, suspecting that Marius would want to raise his own legions to take to the probably highly lucrative struggle against Pontus. For the first time in history, a Roman consul led Roman legions against the city of Rome, killing anyone who stood in their path. Marius and many of his supporters fled, while others were executed. After a while Sulla left for the east, but the killing did not stop. Within a year Marius returned, and Rome was stormed for a second time, with the fighting and atrocities even more bloody. The old man died within days of assuming a 7th consulship, but once again the violence continued. Leading senators fought for power, and some prepared to defeat Sulla when, or if, he returned. Rome's republic appeared to be on the brink of self-destruction. Chapter 2. King of Kings, 247 to circa 70 BC. As the leaders of the Roman Republic began waging war against each other, it is doubtful that anyone in Parthia followed events closely. Rome was still a long way away, a potential rather than a major concern, and its interests had not yet directly interfered with those of Parthia. More importantly, by one of those strange coincidences of history, at almost the same time the Parthians were also divided among themselves, as rival claimants for the throne fought for power. Political violence, coups and civil wars plagued many communities in the ancient world, not least the city-states of Greece and more recently the kingdoms of Asia Minor. Hence the bequest of King Attalus and Sulla's mission to Cappadocia. Rome had been unusual and much admired by Greek observers for its centuries of internal stability. Up until this point, The Parthians also appear to have avoided the power struggles so common in other kingdoms. Inevitably, while we can trace the Roman Republic's descent into chaos, our sources do not provide the details of how and why stability in Parthia broke down. There is much that remains mysterious about the Parthians and their history, so that any survey of their origins raises far more questions than it can answer. The region named Parthia, Parthava, existed long before the people the Greeks and Romans and subsequent history knew as the Parthians appeared. It was a northern satrapy of the Achaemenid Persian Empire from the 6th century BC onwards, a region of cities and organized cultivation of the land. Parthians answered the call of the Achaemenid kings to invade Greece in 480 BC and to defend against the onslaught of Alexander's Macedonians in the 330s, but these were troops raised from the established population of the area. The Parthians we know had yet to appear. In barely a decade, Alexander the Great overthrew Achaemenid Persia, creating a vast empire stretching from Macedonia to what is now Pakistan. He was about to embark on an Arabian campaign when he fell ill and died at Babylon only a few weeks before his 33rd birthday, in 323 BC. There was no obvious heir, and after acrimonious debate, a compromise was found naming his brother, until now considered mentally incapable of a public role, as joint king, along with the child being carried by one of Alexander's wives. Although the baby was born healthy and most conveniently a boy, neither he nor his uncle were ever more than figureheads, as senior Macedonian officers fought for power. Alexander's funeral games, as they were dubbed, lasted for decades, and were marked by murder, execution, treachery, and warfare on a vast scale. Alexander's empire convulsed and eventually fragmented, and the three biggest successor dynasties to emerge were the Antigonids in Macedonia, the Ptolemies in Egypt, and the Seleucids in Syria and the East, each line named after its founder. While it is doubtful that the entire empire could have remained united even if Alexander had lived longer and left a capable heir, the dream of one great realm persisted. Each dynasty presented itself as the true heirs to Alexander, who had ruled as king of Macedon and by right of conquest. Even if the dynasty's heartlands remained essentially stable for generations, the desire to take more of the old empire remained strong. In that sense, the funeral games ended only with the demise of all the kingdoms, and were simply waged more sporadically and with lesser resources as time passed and the successor kingdoms decayed. At their strongest, the Seleucids ruled from the Mediterranean coast of Syria all the way to the parts of India reached by Alexander. They struggled to control Anatolia, in modern Turkey, where other kingdoms rose and fell and no single state dominated permanently, but long maintained an interest in and some influence on what happened there. Seleucus I was the only one of Alexander's senior officers not to repudiate the Persian wife he had been given at the mass marriage arranged by the conqueror in 324 BC, and he later named several cities Apamea in her memory. This, and his service in Alexander's conquering army, was Seleucus's only connection to the lands that he ruled. Like Ptolemy in Egypt, Seleucus seized by force the territory that he turned into a kingdom, building on Alexander's original and still recent conquest. None of these lands were strangers to empire. Alexander defeated the Persians, who were themselves the most recent in a series of dynasties and empires to rise and fall, ruling for a while, sometimes centuries, over great swathes of this broad area. The Persians had overthrown the Medes, and before them came Babylonians, Assyrians, and others. Even deeper than empire lay a tradition of civilization, of walled cities, strong leaders, organized farming, laws, writing, and record-keeping. In the Fertile Crescent of the Euphrates and Tigris, as in the Nile Valley, the Yellow River in China, and on the Indus, before the end of the 4th millennium BC, communities had organized to irrigate the land by diverting water from the great rivers. The result was a far greater yield, which in turn encouraged prosperity and population growth, coupled with a desire to protect this bounty from predators from outside the community. None of this was to happen in Europe to anything like the same degree or scale until much, much later. Alexander lived closer in time to us than he did to these earliest civilizations, but in many of the lands he conquered there were communities living and farming just as they had done for many, many centuries. In Babylon, temple cults recorded astrological observations and significant events reaching back many generations, and other groups, such as the Jewish community, preserved their own sense of identity and history. Civilization and central authority were deeply rooted in many parts of Asia, in a way that was simply not the case in Europe. Successful empires all began with military might, and often with dynamic leaders, whether Cyrus for the Persians or Philip and Alexander for the Macedonians. Conquest was often brutal. At times the Assyrians appeared to relish savagery in their war-making. By their nature, all of these empires were aggressive, and subsequently ruled their subjects through fear. Imperial expansion did not always involve great waves of population movement, and sometimes the conquerors were never more than a small minority of the population within their empires. Alexander settled some tens of thousands of colonists, most of them former Macedonian or Greek soldiers, in his new empire. There were already some Greeks in the region, and more arrived under the successor dynasties, but added together these still amounted to a tiny fraction of the population, and they were largely concentrated in overtly Greek cities, founded or refounded by Alexander or one of the Seleucids. The overwhelming majority of the people within the Seleucids' empire were descendants of the indigenous peoples, just as they were in Ptolemaic Egypt and the kingdoms of Asia Minor, and languages, cults, and traditions were deeply entrenched. Communications were slow in the ancient world, with news and orders travelling only as fast as a horse could gallop, or, where feasible, a ship could sail. Government officials, let alone the king and his court, or an army of any size, moved much slower than this. The Achaemenid Persian kings ruled more territory than any of the earlier empires, and sheer distance limited the capacity of central authority to govern. This meant a compromise between the king himself, who spent most of his time at one of several royal cities, such as Persepolis in Persis or Susa in Media, and his representatives in each district. The most important of these were satraps appointed to control, govern, and defend each region, backed by local dynasties and other regional elites, including the leaders, priests, and magistrates in cities. The lines between these various groups were often blurred, and their behaviour similar. On the whole, all of them did what the king required most of the time, although refusal was possible, as was outright rebellion. Publicly, most of all in grand ceremonies at Persepolis, representatives came from all over the empire to show submission and bring tribute to the great king. Practically, leaders and communities enjoyed a good deal of local autonomy. Their traditions were respected, and the demands of central government were light. When all these conditions applied, any resentment of rule by a foreign dynasty was far less likely to boil over into rebellion. Alexander had to rely on essentially the same system as he overran Persia, because he was in even less of a position to impose his own administration at all levels. He, too, appointed satraps, and while most were Macedonians or Greeks, quite a few were Persians, or from the aristocracy of the region. Local dynasties and leaders and the nobility in general were allowed to transfer their loyalty to him, as long as they did it in a timely manner and with suitable respect. A fragmentary cuneiform tablet from a Babylonian temple says a good deal about the attitude of one local elite. In early autumn 331 BC, it describes Darius III of Persia as the king of the world. Without apparent emotion, it recounts Darius's defeat at Gaugamela and the desertion of most of his army. Then, a little later, Alexander, the king of the world, entered Babylon. The identity, even nationality of the king was far less important than the respect he showed to local traditions and rights and the scale of his demands. As long as the former was sufficient and the latter not unbearable, then fear of his military might normally deterred any thoughts of open resistance. This is not to pretend that conquest was not often traumatic for the occupied communities. Some formal structures, most of all the Zoroastrian ritual and belief centred around the Achaemenid great king, were not and could not be transferred to a new foreign monarch. Macedonian and Greek ideas of religion, power, and the public symbols of both were different. This meant that some priesthoods, temple cults, and groups associated with them fared badly under the new regime, but there were not enough of them to provoke active military and political resistance. The Seleucids adopted the same approach to ruling their kingdom. Greeks and Macedonians, a distinction increasingly cultural rather than ethnic, were privileged, as were the cities where most lived, but they only owned a small fraction of the land. In most areas, day-to-day life continued as it had always done, communities following their own customs, speaking their own language, following their own laws, and worshipping their own gods. Commands occasionally came from the Seleucid king, demands for tax or tribute more often, and petitions could be taken to him. Plenty of local leaders joined the new regime, and this required a good knowledge of Greek, for this was the language of the court and administration, just as the Persians had employed Aramaic as the lingua franca for their empire. The king needed the collaboration of regional leaders to maintain control, just like the Persians, and indeed most empires in the ancient world. One change was a question of focus. Seleucus I founded Seleucia on the Tigris, a Greek city not far from Babylon, to be his capital, but the ongoing competition with the other successor states tended to draw attention west towards rivals in Egypt, Asia Minor, and Macedonia itself. Later, the effective capital of the Seleucid Empire moved to Antioch in Syria, close to the Mediterranean shore, and another overtly Greek city in Asia. In time, Seleucia, Antioch, and Alexandria in Egypt, or next to Egypt, as it was known and considered separate from the wider country, grew in size to dwarf Athens, or any of the cities of Old Greece, with populations numbering several 100,000. Each was highly cosmopolitan, but remained militantly Greek in appearance, law, and official ritual. A high proportion of revolts against the central authority of the Achaemenid kings had come from regions on the fringes of their empire. Whether this was because the populations, and especially the elites in these areas, felt neglected, preserved their separate identity more strongly, feared the king's might less, or simply felt that independence would offer greater opportunities, is difficult to say. This did mean that trying to rule an Asian empire from close to the Mediterranean coast was always likely to be difficult. Territory in India was lost early on, in part through a deal between Seleucus I and Chandragupta, the charismatic creator of an empire in central and northern India. The Seleucids withdrew voluntarily from the lands around the Indus, and in return were supplied with war elephants to employ in the funeral games. Even so, the dream of reviving Alexander's entire empire remained, and extended to the eastern territories, even when those in the west attracted more attention. Kings sent armies and commanders to the east, or went in person, but no ruler could be everywhere at once, nor were resources of manpower, supplies, and money sufficient to garrison the entire empire in any strength. Ultimately, the ability and wider fortunes of individual Seleucid kings determined how well the empire held together at any time. In the west, fortunes swayed back and forth in the first half of the 3rd century BC. Seleucus I, 305 to 281 BC, more than held his own, and although his older son Antiochus I, 281 to 261 BC, had to face down a series of rebellions to secure his own position, he did much to consolidate the empire carved out by his father. His son, Antiochus II, 261 to 246 BC, did less well, and his divorce from his first wife to marry a Ptolemaic princess and cement an alliance with Egypt provoked a violent power struggle after his death. Around this time, Andragoras, the satrap of Parthia, and Diodotus, the satrap of Bactria to the east, in the area of modern Afghanistan, both declared themselves as independent rulers of their own kingdoms. Andragoras may have been a local man, while Diodotus was of Greek or Macedonian extraction, but in neither case was this in any sense a nationalist or Asian rebellion against Hellenic rule. Both men minted coins inscribed in Greek and used similar symbols of power to the Seleucids, and there is no sign of sudden cultural change. In 248 or 247 BC, to the north of the province of Parthia, beyond the territory claimed by the Seleucids in what is today Turkmenistan, southeast of the Caspian Sea, a leader took power among a people known to outsiders as the Parni. They were nomadic, one of many groups living on the great steppes stretching from Eastern Europe to China, whose lives were poorly understood by the settled peoples of the classical world. Transient herdsmen and hunters, the Parni had a relationship with farming communities that varied from friendly trade and exchange to predation. Greek and Roman sources believed that the Parni were part of a broader people called the Dahe, who, like the neighbouring Saka, had fought for Darius against Alexander in their own right, and also for Alexander in his later campaigns. Their harsh lifestyle made them superb riders and archers and formidable warriors, whether as raiders, allies, or mercenaries. Groups, tribes, and rival leaders within them often fought each other for power and to dominate the best grazing land or give better access to trade and resources. To the Greeks and Romans, they and all the other nomadic peoples of the steppes were often known as Scythians because of their similar lifestyle, another example of outsiders grouping a large and diverse population together as a single ethnic group. In the 280s BC, bands of Parni had attacked the province of Magyarna in modern Turkmenistan until they were driven out by a Seleucid general. Such onslaughts were nothing new, and it is difficult to determine what prompted such bursts of aggression from the nomads, although it is possible that Alexander's and Seleucus I's strengthening of the Bactrian frontier disrupted the established relationship between farmers and herdsmen in the wider region, increasing tension. Yet the rulers did not create the problem, and attacks from steppe nomads had long been a potential or real threat in this region, and were to remain so throughout our period and beyond. The new leader of the Parni was called Arsaces, ruling over heroes, and was to give his name to the dynasty of monarchs subsequently known as the Parthians. Less clear is whether this was at first a personal name or if it was a title from the very start, but every legitimate Parthian king was called Arsaces on his coins and most official documents, which often makes these very hard to date and associate with specific monarchs. Almost nothing is known of the first Arsaces, and a tradition telling of two brothers is almost certainly a later embellishment. There was just one war leader who managed to unite a substantial number of tribesmen under his leadership and ultimately create a new kingdom. He may have been one of the Parni or perhaps an aristocrat from Bactria. Both may be true, since intermarriage between leaders was a common form of diplomacy. He probably led raids and may also have served as a mercenary or ally in the initial struggles to set up the Bactrian and Parthian kingdoms. In 239 or 238 BC, Arsaces led his army into Parthia and overthrew Andragoras. Soon he had also taken Hyrcania to the west on the shores of the Caspian Sea and partly in modern Georgia, carving out a new realm for himself. This was not a plundering raid or the spread of a nomadic band intent on imposing its way of life, but the emergence of a kingdom and a ruling dynasty similar to what had happened in Bactria and was happening in Pergamum and other parts of Asia Minor at much the same time. Just as other strong leaders did, Arsaces and his Pani seized power, but they remained only a small, if privileged, minority among the existing population. Within a generation or so, they had adopted the local language of Parthia and were fostering the repair and expansion of irrigation systems and the growth of cities. Whether or not Arsaces had ever truly lived the nomadic lifestyle, he made the city of Nyssa his capital. Coins minted there and elsewhere conformed to the standard of the drachma and bore his name in Greek characters, sometimes with the title autokrator, or autocrat ruler. Sometimes clean-shaven, Arsaces was always shown wearing a soft, perhaps felt hat of nomadic or Scythian style, and on the reverse of the coin a seated figure holds out, but does not use, a bow. While there are stylistic echoes of pre-Macedonian coins minted by Persian satraps, there is no sign of a sharp break with recent tradition, or any hint of a local rejection or wider Asian resentment of Greco-Macedonian occupation. This was a leader backed by military force who wanted to be acceptable to all elements and communities within the existing population. Parthia and Hyrcania were not a natural state or kingdom, they were simply what Arsaces had managed to take. Although Arsaces had overthrown a rebel satrap, this did not make him any more legitimate in the eyes of the Seleucid kings. Seleucus II, 246 to 225 BC, son of Antiochus II's first, subsequently repudiated wife, had to fight for the throne against a half-brother backed by the Ptolemies before he could restore control over the kingdom. A rebellion in Babylonia was put down, but he had less success confronting Parthia and Bactria. Details are obscure, and it is possible that Arsaces defeated Seleucus II and may even have held him prisoner for a short time. What is clear is that Parthia and Bactria remained independent of the Seleucids, and that Seleucus II turned to deal with problems in the western part of his empire. His oldest son lasted just 3 years before he was murdered, but the younger brother, Antiochus III, 223 to 187 BC, the same man who fought against the Romans, did better when he attacked Arsaces' son, Arsaces II. This time the Seleucids won several victories over Parthian armies and forced the kings of Parthia and Bactria to seek peace. Neither king was deposed, and instead they accepted subordinate status as vassals of Antiochus. Arsaces II appears also to have lost most of Hyrcania and some territory in Parthia itself. He was weakened, but he had survived the severe test of facing the main might of the Seleucid Empire. Antiochus was soon called away to deal with other problems in his great empire, and it is fair to say that Arsaces II and Parthia was a lesser concern to him than threats elsewhere. Antiochus was known in his lifetime as the Great, Megas, and although he suffered battlefield defeats at the hands of the Ptolemies and the Romans, he had done much to reassert central control and return the Seleucid Empire to something like the pinnacle of its power, recovering Syria, restoring his dominance throughout the central and eastern satrapies, and even pushing into India. Yet in the ancient world, power seldom went unchallenged for long, and late in his reign he prepared for another eastern expedition. But he died in 187 BC, and the campaign was abandoned. His son, Seleucus IV, 187 to 175 BC, was more concerned with Asia Minor and the West, giving the Arsacids a chance to recover and pursue an ever more independent policy. The same was true of other dynasts. The Bactrian kingdom lost ground to another part Greek, part Indian dynasty that had emerged as a rival and had little time left to challenge Parthia. The next Seleucid king, Antiochus IV, 175 to 164 BC, was also drawn towards the Mediterranean. He was the one forced to withdraw from Egypt by Roman ambassadors. He was also the king whose drive to Hellenize the population of Judea prompted the rebellion of the Maccabees, which in turn created the Hasmonean dynasty of Jewish kings. This might not have happened had Antiochus IV been able to devote all his resources to suppressing the revolt. But like other Seleucid kings, he often had to act as a firefighter, rushing from one part of his empire to another. A major campaign to restore order in the central and eastern satrapies was planned and once again abandoned when the king unexpectedly died before it could be launched in 164 BC. Arsacid Parthia was already expanding by this time, which was one of the reasons Antiochus IV had grown concerned about the region. The lost territories of Parthia and Hyrcania were once again brought under Parthian control. About 165 or 164 BC, Mithridates I became the Arsacid king, and like all the others, is simply Arsaces on his coins. He exploited the weakening power of Bactria to seize Magyarna and Aria in what is now western Afghanistan. Later, while the Seleucids were busy with a series of civil wars, he took wealthy Media despite stubborn resistance by local Seleucid commanders. The Parthians were not the only ones expanding at the expense of the Seleucids. The king of Elymais, Elam of the Bible, situated around the Arabian Gulf, rebelled and made his territory independent. Another leader may have appeared in Babylonia. Opposition to the Seleucids did not create any fellow feeling between these new regimes. Mithridates I of Parthia seized Babylonia, probably defeating both the Seleucid forces and those of the local leader. The king of Elymais also attacked Babylonia, and the Parthians managed to defeat his army. Mithridates I then attacked Elymais itself, but failed to conquer it. This massive expansion by the Arsacid king presented a serious challenge to the Seleucids. They continued to be divided, and Demetrius II, 145 to 138, and again from 129 to 126 BC, grandson of Seleucus IV, was faced with a rival claimant to the throne. In spite of this direct challenge to his rule, Demetrius II decided that he could not accept the damage to his prestige caused by the success of Mithridates I of Parthia, as well as the serious loss of revenue from the seizure of so much territory. After more than a year of preparation, he advanced into Babylonia in 138 BC. Mithridates I was elsewhere, and the defence in the hands of his brother, who seems to have acted as his governor for this area and Media. The choice proved good, for the Seleucids were badly defeated, and Demetrius II taken prisoner and paraded through the major cities of the area riding on a donkey. After this humiliation, Demetrius II was not otherwise mistreated, and was settled in comfortable confinement and given one of Mithridates' daughters as a bride. The Romans had also held hostages from the Seleucid royal family, including Demetrius's father and namesake, who had managed to escape and return to claim the throne. The son was less successful in his escape attempts and better supervised. Once Demetrius II almost reached the edge of Parthian territory before he was caught, admonished, and sent back to his wife and the several children they had had together. Mithridates I fell ill not long after his defeat of Demetrius II, although he seems to have lingered for several years before finally succumbing. There is little sense that this weakened his kingdom, for the transition towards his successor did not tear the regime apart. There was more conflict with regional rivals, as Elymais once again attacked Babylonia, only to be driven out, and this time conquered by the Parthians. More and more territory was added to the Arsacid kingdom, whether directly or through submission of other kings. By this time the descendants of the original Parni horsemen were a very small minority. They may still have formed an important, probably the most important, component of the army and dominated the court and some senior positions. As landlords they presided over a great deal of territory, especially in the less urbanized eastern regions of the empire, but the kingdom came to an accommodation with the elites and wider population in each region. These, and especially the nobility, accepted Arsacid rule because it meant that they were no longer subject to Parthian attack. The Parthians would protect them from others, and not only impose bearable demands, but even let them share in some of the benefits of belonging to a strong kingdom. In little more than 2 decades, Mithridates I had made the Arsacids the dominant power in the central and eastern districts of what had been the Seleucid Empire, through a combination of near-constant successful warfare and the ability to retain control of conquered territory. The imagery on his coins developed along the way. Early issues have much in common with those of his predecessors, but after a while he is always shown as heavily bearded, like the kings and satraps of Achaemenid Persia, and within a broader and deeper Eastern tradition. Over time, the soft cap of the nomad altered in shape, combining with and then being replaced by a diadem with Hellenistic associations. Coins of Arsaces became of King Arsaces, and then of the great King Arsaces, and sometimes whose father is a god. On coins struck at Seleucia on the Tigris, he is also the Philhellener, and instead of the seated archer there were designs more familiar to Greek eyes, such as a seated Zeus bearing symbols of power. The archer could be conflated with Apollo, and instead of a chair, in some issues, he sat on the omphalos, the navel of the world which Greek tradition claimed lay at the god's shrine in Delphi. Mithridates I did not impose a new uniform culture on the territories he gained, and instead did his best to appeal to all the different communities, convincing them of his might and relative benevolence, so that accepting his rule was more appealing than resisting it. Yet ultimately success rested on military supremacy, just as it had for Alexander and the successors, for the empires of earlier centuries, and for all the other kingdoms emerging and competing to survive and grow. With Demetrius II a prisoner, his younger brother, Antiochus VII, 138 to 129 BC, had become king. After defeating a long-standing challenger for the throne and curbing the growth of the Hasmonean kingdom and other threats in the west, he mustered what was probably the biggest army seen for generations and headed east to deal with the Parthians. Many of the men were mercenaries, and all of them served for pay and had to be fed and supplied, so this was extraordinarily costly, especially for a king who had lost so much territory and the revenue that went with it. Antiochus VII's campaign shows just how critical a threat the Parthians had become, and just how severe the loss of so much territory and so much prestige was to the Seleucid monarchy. Rome had never taken hostage a reigning king, but the Parthians had done just that. In 130 BC, Antiochus VII marched into Mesopotamia. Babylon and Seleucia were retaken, and the advance pressed on into Media and Elymais. 3 major battles were fought, and the Parthians were defeated in all of them. Campaigning then largely halted for the winter months, as was the custom. The Arsacid king, Euphrates II, reeling from this onslaught, sought to hire mercenaries from the steppe nomads, and also decided to send Demetrius II back to Syria. While Antiochus VII had proclaimed his intention of rescuing his brother, his designs for him were unclear, and the generally fractious family relationships among the Seleucids suggested that the older brother was more rival than ally. Over the winter of 130 to 129 BC, the situation changed. Seleucid troops had been dispersed to billets in many of the reoccupied cities, partly as garrisons and even more so to make it easier to feed them. Too many troops misbehaved, and too many demands were made on the communities, a situation encouraged by poor choice of governors and other officers. Seleucia and Babylon had welcomed the attackers, just as the latter had welcomed Alexander the Great. Yet while Alexander had made sure that the occupation was not too bitter, Antiochus VII failed to do this. The result was a nostalgia for gentler Parthian rule and a simultaneous coordinated rebellion in many cities. Antiochus VII responded to the news by gathering all the forces close to him and rushing back to assist his beleaguered garrisons. En route, Euphrates II caught him. The Seleucid king boldly attacked, only to find himself surrounded and isolated when the bulk of his troops failed to support him through a mix of inertia, caution, and in some cases treachery. Antiochus VII died fighting, and the Parthians, who had captured one Seleucid king, now killed a second, while also capturing a son and daughter of the dead man. There was no public humiliation, and Antiochus's corpse was cremated with appropriate ceremony. Euphrates II kept the son as hostage and married the daughter, but was too late repenting his decision to release Demetrius II, who this time made good his escape and re-established himself as king. That was unfortunate, for he understandably showed no love for the Parthians, but it did not matter too much, as the cost of the failed expedition rendered the Seleucids incapable of serious hostility in the immediate future. Euphrates II already had other problems. The northern frontier with the steppe nomads was as much a concern for the Arsacids as it had been for the Seleucids and Persians. Warfare among the bands and tribes drove some groups who had fared badly in these struggles to seek new pastures elsewhere, while ambitious men who managed to unite several groups needed ongoing glory and plunder to maintain and expand their position. One safety valve for all regimes was to hire warriors and bands to fight in their armies. But even so, there was always the danger that someone else would do what Arsaces I and the Pani had done. A contingent of Saka hired for the war against Antiochus VII arrived too late to take part, and their desire to be rewarded and Euphrates II's mishandling of the situation turned into a new war. Euphrates II made use of prisoners from the Seleucid army, especially the mercenaries, to bolster his own forces as he moved against the Saka and other bands eager to exploit his apparent weakness. The former Seleucid troops proved unreliable, and Euphrates II was badly defeated, dying soon afterwards from an arrow wound. Perception of weakness was always likely to attract renewed attacks. This came from nomads and also from other regional powers, notably the kingdom of Caracini on the Arabian Gulf. A few years after Euphrates II's death, another Arsacid king was killed fighting against yet another band of nomadic raiders. Kingdoms rose and fell quickly in this era, with sudden shifts as battles were won or lost, and as gifted leaders died or emerged. Chance played a big role, and the Arsacids were very fortunate to be navigated through the rest of the 2nd century BC by Mithridates II, who became king around 121 BC. Like his earlier namesake, most of his reign was spent in warfare, as the Parthians steadily regained territories they had overrun and then lost in recent decades. Sources are poor, especially for the years spent fighting against the nomadic tribes and other leaders of that region, but he not only recovered all lost regions, but significantly expanded his empire. In time he began to advance in the west, turning Armenia into a subordinate ally around 112 or 111 BC. Around the same time, the title King of Kings began to appear on his coins. This was a revival from the Achaemenid era, although it is unclear how far this was a deliberate invocation, and if so, how the memory of that earlier dynasty was preserved. More directly, it staked a claim for the Arsacid monarch to be the lord of a great empire, with other regional dynasts as his vassals. It was Mithridates II of Parthia who sent Orobaesus to meet Sulla, and subsequently, according to Plutarch, had the ambassador executed. When the king of Armenia died, Mithridates II released his son, who had spent most of his youth at the Parthian court as a hostage, to return home to Armenia and succeed his father as Tigranes II. The Seleucids were once again busy fighting among themselves over the succession, but in the late 90s BC, for the first time, a rival member of the Arsacid family declared himself against the ruling king. This surviving son of Mithridates I rebelled and soon gained control of much of the eastern part of the Parthian Empire. Mithridates II tried and failed to suppress the rebellion and died around 91 BC. Soon afterwards, or perhaps before this happened, another ruler, Gotarzes, who was probably Mithridates II's son and appears to have held high office during his father's lifetime, perhaps as satrap of satraps, emerged and reigned in Babylonia. In the decades that followed, there was often more than one claimant to the Arsacid throne, and it is not surprising that there was no repeat of the rapid expansion seen under Mithridates II. Permanently weakened by the loss of so much territory, and the revenue, manpower, and resources drawn from it, the Seleucids were also in no position to strike back. The Parthians killed another Seleucid king, then intervened in the ongoing power struggle, killing one claimant and sending troops to install another on the throne. In the east, the Bactrian kingdom crumbled, beset by nomadic tribes seeking new opportunities and split by internal divisions. At the opposite end of the Parthian Empire, Tigranes II of Armenia, who had begun his reign by ceding lands to the Arsacids, exploited their weakness to take back this territory and more. He also expanded his realm into Syria, deporting people from cities captured there and elsewhere to populate his newly founded capital of Tigranocerta. Tigranes II styled himself King of Kings, a title that no Arsacid any longer dared to claim. Armenia was growing quickly, just as the Parthians and others had expanded quickly when led under a capable and lucky leader. Tigranes II's closest rival was Mithridates VI of Pontus, and for the moment it suited these two leaders not to challenge each other, not least because Rome was seen as a greater threat. Parthia, like Rome, would come through these first outbreaks of civil war. There were setbacks and times of weakness, but no rival state was able to inflict serious and permanent damage on either empire. In the case of Parthia, this was testament to the success of its early kings, most of all Mithridates II, who had managed to grab more of the old Seleucid empire than any other contemporary ruler. The Arsacids succeeded at first because they led highly effective and well-motivated armies, winning far more battles and especially far more campaigns than they lost. Then they absorbed communities, convincing enough of the local elites to collaborate with and join them. Once again, in both respects, the same could be said of the Romans, even if the details of how they did these things were different. Both states were strong enough not only to survive an era of frequent civil wars, but even to thrive and continue to expand. This was the background for their first confrontation. Chapter 3. Wars and Rumours of Wars, 70 to 54 BC. More than 2 decades passed between the meeting of Sulla and Orobaesus and the next diplomatic contact between Rome and Parthia. Ancient states did not maintain permanent embassies in each other's capitals or feel the need to be in constant touch, and instead sent ambassadors only when there was something that they wished to say. Preoccupied with bitter internal strife and with enemies and friends closer to their territory, neither the Romans nor Parthians chose to seek out the other. The appalling devastation caused by Rome's first civil war can sometimes be played down compared to the later conflicts leading to Julius Caesar's dictatorship and ultimately the emergence of the first emperor, Caesar Augustus. Yet Sulla marched on Rome in 88 BC when the last embers of the social war had not yet been stamped out. Caius Marius and his allies stormed the city a year later, and Sulla returned to take it again in 82 BC. The years in between were spent preparing for, or actively waging, civil war. In 78 BC, one of the consuls tried to use his army to do what Sulla had done, and had to be defeated in battle. From 73 to 71 BC, Spartacus led his army of escaped slaves up and down the Italian peninsula, routing one Roman army after another. This meant that large swathes of Italy were ravaged by war for the best part of 20 years. Civil war also spilled over into Sicily, North Africa, and most of Spain, where the charismatic Sertorius, an ally of Marius, fought against Sulla's supporters until he was assassinated in 72 BC. In the end he lost, but as far as he was concerned, he was throughout his career a Roman magistrate serving the true republic. Levels of savagery rapidly escalated over the course of the conflict. When Sulla took Rome for the second time and had himself made dictator, he ordered mass executions of captured enemy soldiers and introduced the proscriptions, death lists posted in the Forum. In constitutional terms, the regime he created before retiring to private life appeared highly conservative, emphasizing the role of the Senate in state affairs and regulating political careers. But this veiled the revolutionary nature of what he had done. The Senate he left to lead the Republic was wholly his creation, doubled in size from 300 to some 600 members, consisting of men who had backed him in the Civil War, many owing their elevation solely to him, as well as the few who had managed to remain neutral during the conflict. Sulla's opponents were dead or in exile, and the survivors and all their descendants were barred from public life. Yet, apart from having fought together against Sulla's enemies, his former partisans had little else to unite them. The aristocratic urge to compete was as strong as ever, with the prospect of violence now a very real threat. Ambitious men knew that their rivals might resort to riot, murder, or open war, and had to consider whether it was better for them to strike first. The 60s and 50s BC have an air of stability about them, partly because the only open outbreak of civil war in 63 to 62 BC was ended by a single battle, and even more because the orator Cicero's voluminous correspondence provides so much day-to-day detail that the periods of calm between each crisis appear longer. Even so, Cicero had served during the social war, kept a low enough profile to survive the subsequent civil war, first made his name in the courts, attacking one of Sulla's henchmen for abuse of power, and claimed as his greatest triumph the defeat of Catiline's coup in 63 BC. Like most prominent senators of his generation, Cicero was to die a violent death at the hands of Roman enemies. Throughout his adult life, the Republic was unstable, prone to outbursts of shocking violence and sudden changes of power. For other kingdoms and states this meant that Rome's Republic was as unpredictable as it was dangerous. In the eastern Mediterranean, the Romans had long felt concern about the growing power of Mithridates VI of Pontus, a kingdom in what is now eastern Turkey. Sulla's intervention in Cappadocia was meant to keep an eye on the king, while a little earlier Marius had met Mithridates VI and advised him to keep quiet and do whatever Rome asked. Yet in 89 BC, a Roman proconsul, backed by other officials in Asia Minor, had provoked war with Pontus, relying primarily on local levies of troops. Mithridates VI responded promptly and efficiently, routing the invaders and overrunning the Asian province, where he ordered communities to massacre the Romans and Italians living among them. Tens of thousands died, although a few cities either let the Romans go or protected them. When Sulla at long last went east to confront Mithridates VI, he first met the Pontic armies in Greece, for they had crossed into Europe. The Romans won, and after a hard struggle took back not just Greece, but the lost territory in Asia Minor. Sulla was satisfied by the Pontic king's willingness to submit and accept loss of land and power. This was partly because he was eager to return to Italy and face his opponents there, but also because turning an enemy into a suitably humble and subordinate ally was an entirely acceptable conclusion to a Roman war. The peace did not last, although the first attempt by an ambitious governor to restart the conflict was swiftly brought to an end. By 74 BC, the Senate considered Mithridates VI's behaviour to be once again that of an enemy, and one of the consuls, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, was given a wide-ranging command to deal with him. Lucullus had been Sulla's quaestor in 88 BC, and was the only one of his senior officers to join him in the first march on Rome. He then served in the war against Mithridates VI and the subsequent civil war, his loyalty to Sulla and his obvious ability easing his rise. Lucullus's campaigns in the east mixed strategic aggression with very careful tactical judgment. In the first big confrontation with Mithridates VI, the Romans fortified themselves in a strong position and avoided battle, all the while cutting the Pontic army off from sources of supply, an approach nicknamed kicking the enemy in the guts. Faced with starvation, Mithridates VI's army began to retreat, at which point Lucullus launched a merciless pursuit and inflicted huge casualties on the enemy. Next, the Roman army marched into Pontus and again defeated the king, this time in his homeland. Mithridates VI fled to Armenia, where Tigranes II at first gave him a wary reception, until eventually deciding to ally with him against the Romans. The two kings approached the Arsacid monarch Euphrates III in the hope of persuading the Parthians to join them in the fight. At almost the same time, Lucullus also sent his envoy to the Arsacid court in the hope of enlisting aid for his own operations. For Euphrates III, Armenia was a former subordinate ally, now turned into a dangerous rival. He did not wish to see Tigranes II grow even stronger. Nor did he wish someone else to gain from Armenia's defeat, nor, still worse, to provoke Armenia only to see it win. Both sides in the war had to content themselves with Parthian neutrality, as Euphrates III walked a careful line of promising friendship without getting directly involved. Lucullus's numerically small army confronted the Armenians near Tigranocerta around October 69 BC. Tigranes II dismissed them as too many for an embassy and too few for an army, and then watched as the Romans launched a rapid, highly coordinated attack and defeated his own host in detail. Neither king was willing to give in, and the war continued. Lucullus had achieved a great deal, but had also already held his provincial command for an exceptionally long period. Some Romans had grown impatient for an end to the war, while some senators envied him the opportunity for winning glory. The influential companies who bought state contracts to collect taxes in the provinces resented Lucullus's restrictions on their activities, no matter that these were fair and also pragmatic, since otherwise there was a high risk of pushing an ever more desperate population to rebellion. Calls to bring Lucullus home and replace him with another commander gathered momentum. First he was stripped of Asia and Cilicia, in the past separate provinces which had been added to his exceptional command. This markedly reduced his forces and his ability to support them in the field, which in turn made it harder to complete the war against Armenia and Pontus. In 67 BC, Mithridates VI outwitted and virtually destroyed a Roman army at Zela, and although Lucullus was not present or responsible for the disaster, it fueled the sense that all his claims of eminent victory were hollow. A year later, a tribune of the plebs introduced a law stripping Lucullus of his remaining command and replacing him with Rome's most popular general, Cnaeus Pompeius Magnus, or, as we know him, Pompey the Great. Pompey's career had begun in the Civil War and broken almost every law and convention of public life. Aged 19, he had raised and funded 3 legions from his own estates, joining Sulla and leading his private army with great panache. Sulla dubbed him the Great, possibly ironically, but preferred to employ him rather than risk his defecting to the other side. The leaders of the Senate thought the same way, using him to defeat the coup in 78 BC, and then sending him to Spain to deal with Sertorius. In 70 BC, aged just 36, Pompey was elected consul, and at long last was enrolled in the Senate. In 67 BC, another tribune voted Pompey an extraordinary command to deal with piracy all around the Mediterranean. Given immense authority and matching resources, Pompey did the job quickly and very well, for throughout his career he displayed a great talent for organization. The next year he replaced Lucullus, and once again Pompey was granted men, material, and powers far greater than his predecessor. He could also be sure that no one would try to replace him before the job was done, allowing him to take his time and prepare thoroughly for each operation. In just over 4 years, Pompey ended the wars and reshaped the Near East, spending as much or more time in diplomacy and administration as he did actually fighting. Mithridates VI of Pontus, who had expanded his kingdom and then struggled with Rome for so long, was finally beaten and ordered a bodyguard to kill him, having famously dosed himself with antidotes for so long that he proved immune to poison. He was about 57. Pontus survived as a kingdom, albeit with substantial loss of territory, and was ruled by one of Mithridates VI's sons, who pledged himself to be a loyal ally of Rome. Tigranes II did even better, surrendering to Pompey in a suitably humble manner and being confirmed as king of an Armenia that was still an important regional power, even if extensive districts were stripped away from his control. In contrast, the last Seleucid king was deposed, Pompey having judged that he was too weak and irrelevant to be useful to Rome's interests. In Judea, Pompey intervened in a dispute between rival leaders, besieging one of them in the temple in Jerusalem and eventually storming it. He confirmed as high priest and effective ruler Hyrcanus, who was felt to be more reliable from a Roman point of view. Wherever possible, local leaders were left in place, so that allied kingdoms made up more of the region than directly ruled Roman provinces. Even so, Pompey expanded Asia and Cilicia and created a new province of Syria. In the relatively recent past, the Parthians had intervened in Syria. Under Mithridates II, they had taken Mesopotamia, Godiana, Osohoena, and Adiabena, only to lose some or all of this territory and parts of Media as Tigranes II of Armenia expanded. In the future, all of this area would once again come under Arsacid rule, but to understand the relationship between Rome and Parthia in these years, it is essential to remember that this was not the case at the time. Lucullus marched through territory that had been, and later would again, be Parthian, but was either dominated by Armenia or more or less independent at the time. Similarly, Pompey sent columns led by subordinates over a wide area. In one case, Parthian forces, lately arrived to reclaim the region, withdrew before the Roman advance, most likely without any fighting occurring. Pompey, like Lucullus, negotiated with Euphrates III with the aim of securing aid to defeat Armenia and Pontus, or at the very least of assuring his neutrality. Again, the outcome was similar, with the Parthian king doing his best to appease both sides without getting sucked into the war. However, he did choose to intervene when Tigranes II of Armenia's son and namesake fled to him and asked for backing to take Armenia from his father. Euphrates III led an invasion with the exiled prince, but soon tired of the siege of Artaxata, the second city of the kingdom, and returned home, although he left some of his troops behind to support the younger Tigranes. Tigranes II then attacked and routed his son, who fled to Pompey, collaborated with the Romans, and for a short time was made ruler of Sophene, another of the neighbouring districts, until a failure to obey Roman instructions led to his arrest. Euphrates III, who had married one of his daughters to the prince, asked for his release, only to be told that the younger Tigranes was closer kin to his father than to his father-in-law. Allegiances in this area were fluid, with few well-established borders for the lands of any of the rival kings, so that some of Pompey's arrangements were always likely to prove temporary. Yet in most respects, Pompey's settlement of the wider region proved highly successful, with some of his regulations enforced for centuries. That does not mean that putting it all together was simple or quick. Rulers with an interest lobbied hard and manoeuvred as best they could to shape events to their own benefit. Euphrates III came to meet with Pompey, as did many other monarchs. The Roman treated the Parthian ruler with respect and addressed him as king, but not as king of kings. An earlier request by Parthian envoys to establish the Euphrates as the boundary between Roman and Parthian lands was not granted, and instead Pompey would impose whatever boundaries were just. Gordiana, where the Parthians had been ejected by Roman troops, was allocated to Tigranes II of Armenia. The decision on other disputed territories was placed in the hands of 3 Roman commissioners, who appear to have been fairly even-handed. Euphrates III regained some of the territory formerly seized by Tigranes II, and was not forced to give up anything else that he actually held. Plutarch claims that Lucullus had planned an invasion of Parthia, only to be prevented when his army refused to obey him. And it is hard to know whether there is any truth in the story, and if there is, then just what was planned. Pompey is said to have discarded more quickly any thought of leading an army against the Parthians. He had already achieved plenty of glory from his activities in the East, as well as acquired a huge amount of wealth, and even more political influence and prestige among the kings and communities in the area. As importantly, Euphrates III had shown respect for Rome, and Pompey is the Republic's representative. Throughout these initial contacts between the Arsicids and a succession of Roman governors, there is no sign that either side was eager for confrontation. As with Sulla, the evidence is unclear whether formal treaties were made between the two sides. At the very least, recognition of Euphrates III, and quite possibly earlier of Mithridates II, as friends of the Roman people, seem likely, since establishing such relationships with powers lying beyond Roman provinces was common practice. Only a very late source claims that there was a formal treaty with stronger terms than this, and academic opinion remains divided on the question of whether such an alliance was actually formed. Around 58 or 57 BC, Euphrates III was murdered in a conspiracy led by 2 of his sons, Mithridates III and Orodes II, who promptly turned on each other. Initially successful, Mithridates III lost support among the noble families and fled to Syria and the current Roman governor, Aulus Gabinius. As tribune, Gabinius had introduced the law granting command against the pirates to Pompey, and then served him as a senior subordinate in that campaign, and subsequently in the East. He was the first former consul to be sent to the province of Syria, the previous governors all having been ex-praetors, and he secured a 3-year command with considerable resources and a sizable army. Probably his target was expected by the Senate to be the Arabian kingdom, with its capital at Petra, which had been raiding widely into allied territory. Instead, Gabinius welcomed Mithridates III and prepared to reinstall the exiled monarch. However, before the invasion started, he was approached by Ptolemy XII, the father of the famous Cleopatra, who had been thrown out of his own kingdom in favour of his eldest daughter and had spent the last few years trying to get the Romans to restore him. Pompey wrote in support, encouraged by promises of immense sums of money as payment. Gabinius was given similar incentives, so turned around and went to Egypt instead of Parthia. Ptolemy XII was restored and his eldest daughter executed, and allegedly the teenage Cleopatra saw a dashing Mark Antony in charge of Gabinius's cavalry and fell in love. On his return to Rome, Gabinius was prosecuted for his illegal intervention and was acquitted in the first trial and condemned in the second. His cause was not helped because, like Lucullus, he had restrained Roman tax-collecting companies and investors from abusing their association with the imperial power. Early in 54 BC, a new governor arrived in Syria who was not simply a former consul, but one of the most influential men in Rome. Marcus Licinius Crassus's father and brother had both been executed by Marius's allies in the civil war, while he fled to Spain. There he is supposed to have spent time hiding in a cave with just a few companions, a client of his family providing meals, and 2 slave girls for the young man's other requirements. Later he joined Sulla and fought with great distinction in the battle to capture Rome. Crassus did very well from the confiscation of property from proscribed victims of Sulla's purge, being given, or buying cheaply, many houses and blocks of apartments in the city itself. It was the beginning of a property empire which he steadily expanded. Crassus bought and trained slave engineers and craftsmen to maintain and improve his buildings, and he also formed a fire brigade, something Rome lacked. With narrow streets and poorly built, high apartments, ignoring the rarely enforced planning laws, the city was prone to frequent, devastating fires. Crassus worked out that he could wait for a fire to start, snap up as bargains buildings in its path, then bring in his men to make a fire break and afterwards repair or rebuild on the cleared land. Crassus was rich, and he boasted that no man who could not raise and pay for his own legion could ever call himself rich. Yet he had a reputation for personal thrift and extreme care when it came to expenditure on those in his employ. He did not hoard his money for the sake of it, but was very free with loans, especially to other senators, and often was generous in the terms of these, because the political influence to be gained was far more important to him than the money itself. Similarly, he was very active and extremely diligent as a legal advocate, especially in defence, and won far more cases than he lost, once again putting plenty of people in his debt. Crassus had immense influence. No one dared to attack him in the courts or push criticism too far in the Senate. That did not mean that he could always get what he wanted. Crassus had tried and failed to arrange the restoration of Ptolemy XII years before Gabinius had succeeded. Built into the Roman system was the belief that competition between great men and the more numerous middle-ranking aristocrats would help to counterbalance their influence. Crassus had wealth, and had put large numbers of senators under obligation to him in one way or another, but this stopped far short of control of the Republic. He had fought well in the Civil War, and in 72 BC he had been given command against Spartacus, after so many others had failed. Crassus organized well, planned carefully, and was ruthless in the execution of his strategy. Within a year Spartacus was dead, his armies captured, killed, or dispersed, and 5,000 of his men had been crucified all along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua as a horrific warning. This had been a difficult task, well performed, but lacked the glory of defeating a foreign enemy, and once the danger was past, most Romans were eager to forget the whole grim and frightening affair. Crassus was awarded an ovation, a lesser honour than the prized triumph, and when it came to military glory he was overshadowed by the victors in foreign wars, such as Lucullus and, most of all, Pompey. Pompey and Crassus never really got on, even though both had fought for Sulla. Crassus was some 10 years older, and lacked the dash and charisma of the younger man. Pompey had actually raised an army at his own expense, Crassus's supposed definition of a rich man, and had inherited a fortune rather than having to make one, leaving him free to concentrate on military adventures, which in turn brought plenty of profit from plunder. In 71 BC, Pompey returned to Italy from Spain and managed to catch and destroy a fragment of the slave army, allowing him to boast that he had completed the war. Like a lot of highly successful commanders, Pompey had a petty streak that made it difficult for him to accept that others might win victories without him. The two men buried their differences to become consuls for 70 BC. Although cooperation was limited, and for much of the next decade they did their best to ignore each other, apart from occasional rivalry. However, by 60 BC both men were frustrated. Pompey had failed to get approval for the settlement he had made in the east, demanding that the Senate rule on the entire program rather than each provision. This was partly a question of his prestige, but also because the scheme was carefully balanced. It might easily unravel if picked apart. Crassus had heavy, if officially invisible, investments in tax-collecting companies and investors in the region, and he wanted the relaxation of some unwise commitments the former had made to the state. Having tried and failed to secure these objectives for several years, the two wealthiest and most influential men in Rome came to a private arrangement with Caius Julius Caesar, a member of an old but recently unimportant aristocratic family. Crassus had backed Caesar in the past by covering his huge debts, but we do not know who initiated or played the key role in forming a political alliance between the three men. Scholars refer to this as the first triumvirate, and this is convenient even though it implies an official and open arrangement where none existed. Possibly the most visible mark of the arrangement was the marriage of Caesar's daughter, Julia, to Pompey. With Crassus and Pompey as backers, Caesar was elected as consul for 59 BC and proceeded to pass laws ratifying the eastern settlement and giving relief to Crassus's allies. Opposition was shouted down, intimidated by organized crowds, pelted with dung, or manhandled. Caesar secured an exceptional 5-year proconsular command in an expanded Gallic province, where he would fight the long series of aggressive campaigns described with calm, plain and skillfully partisan words in his famous Commentaries. Caesar went to Gaul in 58 BC, and after his departure, Pompey and Crassus got on less well, while public life became ever more volatile and violent, and there were moves to recall Caesar from his provincial command. In 56 BC, the two older men travelled to Lucca in Cisalpine Gaul for a series of meetings renewing their cooperation. Caesar could not leave his province without laying down the command, which meant that they had to come to him. Crassus and Pompey were elected to a second consulship, and among other things passed a law extending Caesar's command for 5 more years. Pompey was to follow his consulship with 5 years in control of all the Spanish provinces, while Crassus was given a similar command in Syria. The measures gave each of the three allies control of substantial armies and immunity from prosecution for the duration of the command. Caesar was busy winning glory and making himself a very rich man. Pompey already possessed sufficient martial achievements for the present, so planned to stay just outside Rome in a comfortable villa and govern his provinces through subordinates, or legates, on the spot. In contrast, Crassus was eager to head out to Syria and to wage victorious war. Before he left Rome, there was clearly talk of a war against the Parthians, even though the task was not explicitly allotted to him by the Senate. There is little doubt that Parthia was vulnerable at this time. Disappointed by Gabinius, Mithridates III of Parthia had subsequently returned home without the backing of a Roman army and challenged his brother. Significant factions in Babylonia either welcomed him or were willing to accept his rule for the moment, and he gained control of Seleucia, where coins were minted in his name. Orodes II struck back, but the fact that he did not appear in person may suggest that this conflict spread more widely than our slim records state, requiring him to fight for other parts of his empire. Instead, he sent a senior subordinate to isolate and besiege Seleucia. This was the Surena, head of the Suren, one of the 7 most important noble families of the Arsacid Empire. The name was a hereditary title, like that of the chief of a Scottish clan, and we do not know his personal name. He was in his 20s, tall, handsome even by the standards of the proverbially beautiful peoples of ancient Iran, and charismatic. He was also brave and capable. Seleucia was taken by storm, with the Surena allegedly the first of the attackers up onto the city wall. Mithridates III was arrested and taken to his brother, who promptly had him executed. The coins minted for Mithridates III were overstruck by Orodes II with his own name. The chronology of this war is as uncertain as many of its details, but it is unlikely to have been over soon enough for news to reach Rome during Crassus's consulship. This means that, like Gabinius, Crassus may have felt that he could intervene in Parthia in support of the true Arsacid king, thus supporting a Roman friend or even ally rather than attacking one. Caesar's commentaries provide ample examples of how an aggressive governor could justify interventions over an ever wider area of Gaul and beyond, as in the interest of the Republic, because these campaigns protected Rome's interests or those of friendly leaders and communities. While there would always be some critics, most Romans readily accepted such justification for new wars, as long as they were successful. Caesar was said to have written from Gaul to encourage Crassus in his plans for Parthia, and Pompey also appears to have accepted the planned war, even with his knowledge and connections in the area. Yet not everyone accepted either the dominance of Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar, or their plans. There was far more violence during Pompey and Crassus's election campaign and during their year of office than there had been a few years earlier when Caesar was consul. On one occasion, Pompey came home from a riotous public meeting spattered with someone else's blood, a sight that so shocked his wife, Julia, that she miscarried. Money, influence, and brute force, including the use of furloughed centurions and perhaps soldiers from Caesar's legions, meant that they won, but not without a fight. One of the 10 tribunes of the plebs declared that the omens for Crassus's departure and planned war were bad. The technique was not a new one. Caesar's consular colleague Bibulus had spent much of the year barricaded in his house, repeatedly announcing that he had seen signs of divine displeasure, which meant that public business ought to cease, and in turn that anything Caesar did was invalid. The tribune tried to use his veto, an ancient privilege of the tribunate, to forbid Crassus from leaving the city, but was prevented by his colleagues. However, there were clearly sufficient people who sympathized with his view to make Crassus fear for disruptions when he left. Pompey, still overwhelmingly a favorite with the crowd, accompanied Crassus, and his presence was sufficient to prevent a mass protest. Yet according to Plutarch, the tribune was unrelenting. Rushing ahead of the procession to the gateway, he had prepared a brazier and flung incense onto the burning coals. Then he cursed Crassus, employing archaic verses and language, and invoking half-forgotten sinister deities and powers. Cicero, who was in Rome at the time, does not mention this. He later cited the observation of bad omens and notes that these were subsequently vindicated when Crassus lost his war and his life. In a letter written in November 55 BC, very soon after the departure, Cicero wryly commented that "Our Crassus made a less dignified start in his military cloak than Lucius Paulus, his equal in age and a second consulship." Paulus had won the Third Macedonian War in his second term as consul. Crassus was a worthless man, o hominem nequam, but this may have been a judgment on his character rather than his ambitions. Crassus was about 60, but came across as older, well past the prime of life. Plutarch claims that he was already making ridiculous, almost childish boasts about his forthcoming success, and perhaps this is what Cicero had in mind. It was 16 years since Crassus had led his army against the slaves, and until his second consulship he had shown no inclination for further military service. He had never governed a province, or fought a foreign war, and it was late in life to begin doing such things. His motives for this are impossible to know, although it is hard to avoid the conclusion that, at least in part, he was jealous of Pompey and Caesar and their military reputations. Mithridates III may well already have been dead by the time that Crassus reached Syria, but it is possible that he was not. If the civil war between Mithridates III and Orodes II was still ongoing, then none of our sources for Crassus's operations mention it, which does not mean that it did not play a role in his thinking. Even if the war was over, at the very least it suggested an opportunity to intervene while the Arsacid king was weak, so that he might be willing to submit, and leaders in some regions could be willing to abandon him and ally with Rome. Ideas can readily become entrenched in people's minds, even when circumstances have changed. Unfortunately, our sources say little of the context of Crassus's war, explaining events instead through reference to his character. For Plutarch, whose account is by far the most detailed, this was an almost inevitable disaster, with an unjustified war motivated solely by the ambition of a man who had always been greedy for money, but was now greedy for glory as well, and too old to achieve what he wanted. A sense of tragedy pervades the narrative, and makes it hard to understand what was truly intended. Folly there may well have been, but things are unlikely to have been as simple as Plutarch suggests. Crassus had been voted considerable resources and granted leeway and powers beyond those normally permitted a proconsul. These included the right to operate outside his province and make war at his own discretion, and he would surely have produced a justification for any action he took. Whatever the motives and aims, a major war could not be prepared quickly. Crassus was permitted an army of 7 legions, and while these may have included 2 already stationed in Syria, the rest had to be raised from scratch. This was no easy task when Caesar was on the lookout for men to feed his Gallic campaigns, Pompey was recruiting for his Spanish command, and other governors in other provinces were also in need of soldiers. Campaigns in the east were widely believed to be lucrative and less dangerous than wars elsewhere, which helped, and Crassus managed to find some experienced officers, including some who had served with Pompey in the wider region. The odds are that the majority of eager and talented centurions, tribunes, and other senior officers were already in service elsewhere. Ordinary recruits were also hard to find, especially any with experience, and Crassus was unable to recruit his legions to full strength. There were also losses during the voyage across the Adriatic, when some ships foundered and the soldiers aboard them were drowned. On balance, it is unlikely that Crassus's legions averaged more than 4,000 men per unit in the field, and they may have been significantly smaller than this. This gave him some 28,000 legionaries, to which he added around 4,000 light infantry, including some archers, and 3,000 cavalry, recruited locally. Another 1,000 horsemen, led by his younger son, Publius, were sent to him by Caesar. These were Gauls, with perhaps some Germans, and were highly thought of, but did not arrive until late in 54 BC. The Romans did not possess a permanent army in this era. Once each legion was raised, it had to be drilled and trained, and then, in turn, become accustomed to working with the other components of the army. All this took time and effort, and the sources suggest that Crassus largely delegated the task to his subordinates, and instead busied himself with the logistical and financial preparations for war. Operations in his first campaigning season were limited. He bridged the Euphrates, probably at Zeugma, and pushed into Osohena. Silaces, the Parthian satrap in charge of the area, engaged him with the forces immediately available and was beaten. This was the first definite military engagement between Romans and Parthians, and was a small affair. The whole region had been lost to the Parthians for a generation, and only gradually recovered in the aftermath of Pompey's defeat of Armenia. Unsure who would prevail and not deeply committed to the Arsacid cause, virtually all the cities of the area welcomed the Romans and accepted Roman garrisons. The sole exception was Xenodotia, which cannot be located, where the local tyrant admitted 100 soldiers and then had them massacred. Crassus besieged the city and captured it, a project which likely took weeks or even months. Then he withdrew the main force to spend the winter in Syria, leaving behind 7,000 foot and 1,000 horse to control and protect the communities in the newly occupied area. Both Plutarch and the early 3rd century historian Dio Cassius criticized Crassus for not continuing the offensive straight away, but this was impractical. The winter was spent in preparation, training soldiers and raising funds to pay his troops and buy the supplies and transport they needed. Sources criticized Crassus for greed. He demanded contingents of troops from local allies and then readily accepted the money they offered to be relieved of the responsibility, making it clear that he was more interested in cash than soldiers. He took gold from the temple in Jerusalem, which Pompey had not done, although he had gone into the Holy of Holies and thus violated its sanctity. Antiochus III and other Seleucid kings had been criticized for confiscating treasures from sanctuaries to fund campaigns, and this was given as reason for Antiochus III's sudden death and other kings' failures. The list of bad omens surrounding Crassus is long even by the standards of ancient historians, and no doubt largely invented after the fact. Greedy or not, and the bar for Roman provincial governors in this era was not high, Crassus had made a reasonable start, creating a base for operations and giving his young soldiers some experience and easy victories. It is worth remembering that Crassus had immense freedom of action as proconsul of Syria. He was a magistrate of the Roman Republic, and like any other governor, operated too far away for the Senate to micromanage his conduct. They had given him instructions, and there were the precedents set by earlier governors to help shape his actions, but on the whole it was up to the man on the spot to decide what to do with the power given to him. If enough senators disapproved of how he chose to use this freedom, then they could vote to replace him, deprive him of military resources, or prosecute him once he returned home. For the moment, Crassus and his allies were confident that their influence would prevent any restrictions being imposed on his behaviour while in his province, and ensure that no one was sufficiently unwise as to take him to court on his return. Rome's elite knew Crassus, understood his status, and were aware that for the moment he was not a man to cross. Yet to Orodes II and his senior advisers, Crassus remained a largely unknown quantity. They did not know how he was likely to act, and earlier contact with the Romans reinforced the sense that each new governor might behave in unexpected ways, while neither side had much chance to measure each other's military potential. Rome's republican system posed a problem to its neighbours, for individual ambitions and domestic concerns meant that each new governor might act in a radically different way to his predecessors. It was hard for a king of kings to know the Romans and sense how the latest of their many leaders would behave compared to a state led by a monarch. At the same time, Roman governors arrived with little, or in Crassus's case, no personal experience of the region. All this added to the unpredictability of encounters between the two powers during these years. Chapter 4. The Battle, 53 to 50 BC. Orodes II did not know what Crassus wanted, or how easily he might be brought to terms. The Romans had advanced, intervening in a civil war that was now over. The invaders had made some initial gains, and clearly possessed a substantial army, even if it was impossible to judge just how dangerous this might prove. Neither side really understood the other's strength, determination, or true aim, making everything that followed highly unpredictable. In 53 BC, Crassus prepared for a bolder campaign. His son, Publius, had brought his Gallic horsemen, substantially increasing his cavalry force. However, expected reinforcement from Armenia came to nothing. King Artavasdes II, son and successor of Tigranes II, had arrived with 6,000 fine cavalry and the promise of more, but took them back to his own kingdom when he learnt that Crassus was unwilling to advance via Armenia. While that route had some attractions, it would have meant a long detour to reach the starting position, something likely to infringe on the authority of the Roman governor of Cilicia, and ignoring the previous year's gains. Instead, Crassus planned to make use of his garrisons in northern Mesopotamia to protect his supply lines. Before the campaign began, Parthian envoys arrived, pointedly asking the reason for Crassus's attack. Plutarch claims that they told him that if Rome had settled on war with them, then they would resist with all their strength and courage. However, if this was a private expedition unsanctioned by the Senate, then they were willing to take pity on the folly of an old man and permit the soldiers he led to march back home without molestation. Caesar claims that a Germanic war leader had some knowledge of Roman politics, so it is quite possible that something along these lines was said, although this may also be invention to stress Crassus's sole responsibility for the war. The Parthians did appear willing to negotiate, as they had done in the past, understanding that both sides were inclined to posture and threaten. Orodes II demanded the territory recently occupied by the Romans, but he might have been willing to compromise a little, as his father had done in negotiations with the Romans. Crassus may have seen the Parthians' assertion of strength and confidence as empty, while the Parthians' envoys may in turn have expected the Romans to threaten only to draw back from full-scale war. Neither side had any particular reason to fear the other's military strength, and no doubt each felt confident should it come to war. Crassus was not about to back down, and he told the ambassadors that he would answer their questions in Seleucia. Forcing Orodes II to submit to Rome would be a proper conclusion for a Roman war. He could then be left to rule, just as Tigranes II had been left to rule Armenia. If Orodes II was unwilling, then experience elsewhere suggested that there would be other candidates for the throne agreeable to taking power with the aid of a foreign army. Permanent occupation was not at all necessary for a Roman victory, and Plutarch's claim that Crassus had earlier talked of outdoing Alexander the Great and pressing on to India may be pure invention. There is certainly no sign that this shaped his plans in 54 to 53 BC. Yet the Parthian envoys were not impressed by Crassus's bluster. One held up his right hand, palm open, and gestured towards it. "Hair will grow here before you see Seleucia," he told the Roman proconsul, and the meeting ended. The Parthians were far better prepared than they had been the year before. Their empire was large, and there was no permanent standing army at the king's immediate disposal. There were some more or less full-time soldiers in royal service, in garrison, and in the households of satraps and other noblemen. For a major war, the king summoned his nobles, who in turn summoned the lesser nobles and soldiers drawn from the communities under obligation to them. It took time for these contingents to muster, and then more time for them to gather and travel to wherever they were needed. Orodes II had assembled loyal forces for the civil war against his brother. By 53 BC, Mithridates III was defeated and killed, which meant that the king was free to concentrate on the threat posed by the Romans and their allies. In the campaign that followed, Plutarch never mentions any Parthian infantrymen. Other sources, such as Dio, dismissed Parthian foot soldiers as of poor quality and little more than skirmishers. This exaggerated the situation, and there were occasions, most obviously in the attack on Seleucia or in defence of fortified towns, where infantry or cavalrymen fighting dismounted played the key role. However, in field armies it was the cavalry that mattered, and these consisted of two types. The most common, and the one that captured the Romans' imagination as the quintessential Parthian, was the horse archer. Riding a sturdy mount with good stamina, and wielding a powerful, recurved composite bow, the horse archers combined speed with the ability to strike from a distance. A composite bow meant that it was made from more than one type of wood, glued together, providing a stronger mixture of strength and flexibility than a bow shaped from a single piece of wood. Recurved meant that when unstrung, the two arms of the bow bent forward in the opposite direction, forming a mirror image of the usual C shape. They did not wear armour or encumber their horse with any unnecessary weight, and avoided incoming missiles by keeping on the move and making themselves a difficult target. Paradoxically to the Greeks and Romans, who saw martial virtue very much in terms of going toe-to-toe and trading blows with the enemy, the horse archer could twist round, so that he shot at the enemy while galloping away, the famous Parthian shot, often corrupted these days to parting shot. Horse archers might charge down a scattered or wavering enemy, but saw no virtue in putting themselves at unnecessary risk for the sake of martial display, especially since this reduced the advantage they gained from their bows. Closer to Greco-Roman ideas of fighting was the cataphract, who did charge home against his foes. The rider did not carry a shield, but was heavily protected by a helmet and armour covering the body, arms, and legs. This could be mail, or iron, or bronze, scales, or sometimes of laminate construction. His horse was also armoured, at least for those in the front ranks, with protection for head, neck, and body, sometimes in the form of metallic scales. The principal weapon was the kontos, a slim-shafted spear up to 12 feet long and wielded with both hands. If this broke, then the cataphract was equally adept in using a long, slashing sword. In later periods, many also carried bows, and from hunting as well as the prestige of this weapon, it is likely that most knew how to shoot. But it is unclear whether bows were commonly carried in battle in the 1st century BC. Fighting with a kontos and shooting a bow each required the use of both hands, and demanded very high standards of horsemanship. Stirrups had not yet been invented, but riders were aided by the horned saddle, which seems to have originated among the steppe nomads sometime in the 4th century BC. In warfare, the steppe origins of the early Parthians seems particularly obvious, but some caution is necessary. The Achaemenid Persians and many early cultures within the wider region had prized horses and horsemanship very highly indeed, and made great use of cavalry in war. While some Scythians and other nomads wore heavy armour and may have ridden armoured horses, it is less clear that these men fought en masse. The Persians did use formations of heavily armoured cavalry, while the Seleucids developed and employed cataphracts, so we cannot say whether the Parthian version had as much or more to do with this tradition than the warfare of the steppes. Similarly, archery was of great importance to the Persians, and the symbol of the bow was often associated with the king or his representatives, such as satraps. The Parthians drew on a range of traditions to shape their way of waging war. The dominance and prowess of the horse archer was far greater for them than the Persians. Another change from both Persian and Seleucid traditions was the degree to which the quality of troops in an army was preferred to their sheer quantity. To fight well as a horse archer or a cataphract required considerable skill, which could only come from long practice. Noblemen and the better off tended to serve as cataphracts, not least because of the cost of the equipment. Greco-Roman sources saw Parthian society as strictly divided between a small minority of free men, largely the nobility, and the mass of dependents, who were wrongly described as slaves. Caesar said much the same about contemporary Gallic society, so some of this is simple disdain for inferior foreigners, added to the old Greek stereotype of Easterners as slave-like. The free men went everywhere on horseback, but their dependents included men raised and thoroughly trained for war. According to Plutarch, the Surena routinely called upon some 10,000 warriors to follow him to war, including kin, lesser nobles, and dependents. Of these, 1,000 fought as cataphracts, and the rest as horse archers. In 53 BC, Orodes II decided to lead an invasion of Armenia in person. News of this may have encouraged Artavasdes II of Armenia to hurry home once he had decided against accompanying Crassus. The Armenians were a known quantity, their style of fighting and political inclinations better understood than those of the Romans. They were also Crassus's most important local ally, and if ever they joined up with him, would have greatly increased his cavalry strength. Therefore, Orodes II chose to deal with this enemy and sent Serena to face the Romans. No source tells us how large either Parthian army was. Oddly, many scholars mistake Plutarch's comment on the size of Serena's personal entourage to state that he had just 10,000 men with which to face Crassus, even though there is no justification for this. Plutarch also tells us that Silaces, the satrap defeated in 54 BC, was with Serena, and there is no reason to believe that other noblemen and their retainers were not also present. In the past, subordinate commanders had been employed by Arsacid kings to deal with major invasions, for instance when Mithridates I sent his brother to meet Demetrius II. Sending Serena against Crassus was well within the Parthian tradition, and not in any way a token gesture, a delaying force, or the sacrifice of a distinguished nobleman, but part of a coordinated plan for fighting the war. The chronology is unclear, but it is possible that Artavasdes II of Armenia only left Crassus when he became aware of the Parthian threat to his kingdom, or of the actual invasion. Crassus crossed the Euphrates at Zergma early in the spring. Once he was across, a storm blew up and wrecked the bridge of boats, as just one of a host of bad omens throughout the campaign. One of his horses jumped into the river and drowned, while the eagle standard of a legion had to be prized out of the ground, and another turned back to face away from the enemy. Later, Crassus absent-mindedly appeared in a black cloak as if in mourning, rather than the deep red cloak of a general. Perhaps Crassus did upset a parade by dismissing the loss of the bridge as unimportant because no one would need it again, which was taken as a sign that all would die, rather than an explanation that he planned to retire by a different route. Even practiced orators sometimes make mistakes. There had been skirmishes around some of the garrisoned cities during the winter months, and rumours began to circulate of the ferocious skill of the Parthians. Once again there is an echo of an episode in Caesar's commentaries, where stories of the size and strength of Germanic warriors for a time dismayed his legionaries. The Romans pushed on, initially planning to follow the direct route towards Seleucia until scouts spotted the tracks of many horses. There were reports of a Parthian army to the east, beyond Carrhae, Haran of the Old Testament, one of the cities to welcome the Romans in the previous year and a stopping place on one of the other main trade routes through the region. Reasonably enough, Crassus decided to deal with this force. At the very least, this would protect his communications and the cities who had joined him, and better still, might offer a battlefield victory to inspire his men and dismay the enemy. Our sources are full of accusations of treachery on the part of local allies who willfully misled the naive Crassus and lured him into a trap. While duplicity is possible, there may have been nothing more at work than human error, or the stories were later inventions intended to excuse the subsequent Roman defeat. One tradition was especially favourable to Crassus's quaestor Caius Cassius Longinus, who 9 years later, with Brutus, would lead the conspiracy to murder Julius Caesar. Cassius was probably elected quaestor for 54 BC. Rioting in Rome prevented the elections for the next year from being held until too late in the year for a successor to have reached Crassus's army. This would suggest that he was about 31 at the time of the battle. In this version, time and again, Cassius gave sage advice and saw through the professions of loyalty of the traitors, only to be overruled. Within a week he had passed Carrhae and approached the river Balissus, which lay somewhere between that city and Ichnaea, the next major stopping place on the trade route. This was not desert country, despite the dramatic descriptions in our sources, but arid, rolling grassland. In early June, when the campaign took place, temperatures are in the high 90s Fahrenheit, or mid-30s centigrade in daytime, and can go higher. The marching was hard, the track probably unsuitable for so many marching men, let alone the baggage train, and this was still a relatively inexperienced army, not yet accustomed to hard campaigning. The bulk of the garrisons appear to have remained in the cities, so that the field army may have mustered some 20,000 or so legionaries, 4,000 light infantry, and 3,000 cavalry, or 4,000 if the majority of these were taken back from the garrisons. These figures are rough estimates, and the total may have been larger or even smaller. Either way, it would have been increased by slaves and other servants and camp followers. The only figures given in our sources are for losses and survivors, and are of questionable reliability, and at best rounded up. There is a good chance that the Romans outnumbered the force under Surena, perhaps by a substantial margin, but the only certainty is that the Parthians were greatly superior in cavalry. Reports came that Artavasdes II was fighting Orodes II, but Crassus decided that he was too far away to join the king, and that there was no other reason to move closer to Armenia. Instead, he pressed on. His scouts bumped into enemy patrols, who killed many of them, but the survivors came back to report that they had seen a very large Parthian army advancing boldly towards them. The Romans deployed into battle line with cavalry on the flanks and waited. After a while, Crassus reformed the army into a great hollow square, 12 cohorts on each side, supported by formations of cavalry. This was a version of the agmen quadratum, often employed by Roman armies who were unsure from which direction the enemy was likely to attack. There may have been additional reserves, depending on how many cohorts there were in total, and the usual practice was to shelter the baggage train in the centre. Although still cumbersome, this was a far better formation for continuing the advance than the extended line. There was still no more sign of the enemy, so Crassus pushed on until he reached the river Balisus. Roman commanders were expected to discuss important decisions with their concilium, the council of senior officers, before making up their own mind. Some of Crassus's officers suggested camping on the spot with ready access to water. Marching camps were a well-established feature of Roman warfare and offered some protection from direct assault, giving the army opportunity to rest and prepare, and providing a base for operations in the area, not least where the baggage train could be left and protected by the servants and a small detachment of soldiers. Setting up camp would have been well within reasonable Roman practice, but the decision was not simple. Bold commanders could press on and seize the initiative, even building a camp in the face of the enemy if they chose not to risk battle immediately. Judging from subsequent events, it was early in the day, and this may well have persuaded Crassus that it was too soon to stop. Publius Crassus was said to be especially eager to press on, and after discussion, the order was issued for a short rest to drink and take some food before resuming the march. Surena was waiting for the Romans. All large armies raise clouds of dust on the march, especially in the hot Mesopotamian summer, and even more when they consist of so many cavalrymen. The Romans did not see a cloud of dust ahead of them, which strongly suggests that the Parthians were already in position, ready to meet the enemy as they came along the familiar track. Crassus forced the pace as much as possible, eager for battle, although he was still encumbered with his baggage train, and keeping the four sides of the square aligned also slowed him down. At last the enemy was sighted, and, encouragingly, they did not seem as numerous as reports had claimed. The Surena had deployed his forces with care, with only a narrow front line formed in plain view, and the bulk of his men either stationed behind these units or hidden in the many folds of the rolling landscape. The cataphracts had covered their armour with cloths or skins to prevent reflected sunlight from betraying their position, and no doubt also to keep them as cool as possible in the heat. Suddenly, drums began to pound, deluging the Romans with sound. Plutarch noted that the Parthians understood that noise can have a powerful effect on emotions. To sound, they added sight. Men pulled the covers off helmets and armour, and then the cataphracts led the advance in a glittering line. Serena had meant to launch them in a charge, hoping that their sudden and dramatic appearance would make the Romans waver. Instead, the square showed every sign of good order and steadiness, no matter the inner feelings of the legionaries confronted by such a daunting sight. This generation of Parthians had no real experience of facing disciplined infantry in battle, but nor had the Romans any experience of facing a large and well-led Parthian army. The cataphracts held back, while horse archers raced out and soon threatened the square on all sides. Crassus countered by sending his infantry skirmishers ahead of the main line of cohorts. Outnumbered, many with javelins so that they had to get within 30 yards or so of their target, the light troops were met with showers of arrows. A few were cut down, and the remainder recoiled back into the shelter offered by the legionaries. The Parthians closed in. Plutarch says that the Parthians did not bother to aim at individual targets and simply bombarded the area occupied by the Roman formation, since they were almost bound to hit something. This was an arrow storm, like that produced by English and Welsh longbowmen in the 14th and 15th centuries, albeit less regular, for they were archers on foot in massed formation. Parthian horse archers made best use of their speed, heading towards the enemy, shooting as they went, then turning to the right, since a right-handed man struggles to aim a bow to his own right, and naturally shoots to the left. Riding parallel along the enemy line, he shot again before turning back and heading away, perhaps sending a Parthian shot at the enemy as he withdrew. Accurate shooting on the move is not easy, and a speeding horse is not the most stable platform. Surviving Saracen manuals on horse archery from the Middle Ages recommended loosing the arrow when a galloping horse was in mid-stride, and believed that an accomplished archer could shoot well 3 times in 1.5 seconds. All of this needed space, and was not suited to neat ranks. More likely, horse archers went in files, one behind the other, rushing forward and shooting before turning, followed a moment or two later by the next man, and so on. Rather than a near-constant rain of arrows, there were surges forward up and down the Roman lines, with intensive bursts of shooting at one particular spot, then at another. The Romans had helmets, mail armour, and long, broadly oval, semi-cylindrical shields made from 3 layers of plywood and covered in calfskin. All would stop an arrow except at extremely close range. Faces, right arms and legs were unprotected, since greaves were rare in this period except for officers, so the only way to protect these areas was to crouch behind the shield. Archers on foot stood a chance of outranging horse archers, at least as regards accurate aimed shots, but there were too few of these to keep the Parthians back everywhere along the sides of the square. Each legionary carried a single pilum, a heavy javelin with a maximum range of some 30 yards and an effective range of half that. Many of the skirmishers carried a bundle of lighter javelins with a better effective range, but the fast-moving horse archers were difficult targets, and must soon have worked out how to stay just out of range. Local attacks by the infantry running forward close enough to throw piler or javelins, or even less probably catching the horse archers and cutting them down, were almost as easily evaded. The attackers simply made themselves better targets for the Parthians, for it was hard to advance, let alone run, and shelter fully behind a shield. Slowly the Parthians began to wear down the Roman army. This was less a question of killing a lot of men than of robbing the Roman infantry of spirit and confidence. There were bound to be hits, arrows striking the lower legs under the shield, or, still worse, hitting the face. An arrow is visible in the air, the velocity slow enough for a man with good reactions to dodge, but it is harder to dodge every missile when many are in the air. There would always be occasional gaps in a wall of shields, or an arrow coming at just the right angle to go past the edge. Fatalities were few at this stage, although an arrow hit might well take the man out of the fighting line, if in some cases only until the arrow was removed and the wound bound up. Yet the combat was one-sided, with the Romans having to wait in ranks, crouched behind their shields, as now and again a comrade was hit and more often arrows banged into a man's own shield. After a civil war battle a few years later, 120 arrow strikes were counted in one centurion's shield. Attempts to hurt the enemy failed and were often costly, and still the arrows kept coming, noisy in flight and sometimes wounding. In some ways the experience was akin to that of soldiers under an artillery bombardment in more recent centuries. Crassus and his men hoped that so heavy a barrage of missiles would empty the Parthians' quivers, so that then the enemy must either withdraw or fight at close quarters, something always likely to favour the Romans. However, there proved to be no let-up, because Surena had stationed baggage camels carrying bundles of arrows not far from the fighting line, and men simply went back to replenish their stocks. Although sometimes put forward as a mark of Surena's personal genius, there is no reason to believe that this was anything other than good practice in any competently led Parthian army. As some horse archers were reloading, others were always available to shoot at the square. Realizing that time would not end this slow torment on its own, Crassus sent a dispatch rider to his son, ordering Publius to launch a major attack and see whether this could break the enemy's hold. Taking 8 cohorts, 500 archers, and 1,300 cavalry, including his Gauls, Publius did as he was told. Plutarch does not say whether these men were part of the square, perhaps a corner or 2/3 of one side, or had been in some form of reserve up until now. Publius had done well in Gaul, using his initiative to make bold and, happily correct, decisions in a major battle and being trusted with a prolonged independent command. He attacked quickly, and the Parthians gave way. In one engagement in Gaul, his cavalry advance guard had been ambushed, but by reinforcing them rapidly, he had fought his way to victory. When the Parthians fled before him now, he eagerly gave chase. The pressure all around the square was quickly relieved as substantial numbers of the horse archers surrounding it also withdrew. Publius kept going, his infantry hurrying to keep up with the faster horsemen. The pursuit led him several miles away. Distance, combined with folds in the ground, meant that he and his men disappeared from view. This was the critical moment of the battle and led to probably Crassus's biggest mistake. Camping by the river earlier that day and waiting until he had a better idea of enemy strength and intentions would have been prudent. Once he engaged in battle, he had to coordinate the different components of his army and make sure that they supported each other. When his son vanished over the horizon, he ought either to have recalled him or, better yet, reformed the square and followed, however slowly. Instead, he used the slackening of the enemy attack to withdraw and reform on some high ground. Then he waited. Possessing ground on a battlefield mattered little to a Parthian commander. In this respect, at least, there was a hint of the old nomadic tradition, for there was always more steppe and no sense in dying for the sake of this particular stretch of grassland. The Greeks and Romans thought it important to control the ground at the end of a battle, not least to bury the dead and tend the wounded, hence a long tradition of erecting battlefield trophies. When Publius Crassus attacked in strength, it was natural and entirely reasonable for the Parthians facing him to give way and flee. When the situation changed back in their favour, it was equally natural for them to rally. Someone, whether Surena or a subordinate, made sure that the situation did change, for Publius Crassus and his men found themselves facing fresh troops as well as rallying fugitives. A formed body of cataphracts anchored the Parthian position, threatening to charge but not charging, while horse archers swiftly surrounded the Romans. Galloping horses threw up great clouds of dust, and through the haze horse archers darted forward, shooting and then retreating. The same pattern as before was repeated, but this time the Romans were isolated and heavily outnumbered. Publius Crassus started sending messengers back to his father, but the first ones were all intercepted and killed. In the meantime, casualties mounted among his isolated force, although, once again, wounds were far more common than fatalities. Publius led his cavalry in a charge. The horse archers evaded, but the cataphracts met them. The Gauls had shields, helmets, and mail shirts, far less protection than their opponents. They fell to thrusts of the kontos, or blows from swords, but struggled in turn to penetrate the Parthians' armour. A few desperate men wrestled cataphracts from their saddles, or dismounted and dived low to hamstring the enemy horses. This was brave and skilful, but could not possibly tip the balance against opponents who were brave, skilful, and far better equipped. The attack was driven back, and the survivors dismounted, and together with the legionaries formed a circle on a low hill, the remaining horses in the centre. Yet the slope only exposed the rear ranks, the wounded and the horses, to the arrows that kept on coming. Publius took an arrow through one hand, but was believed to have refused to abandon his men in a bid to escape. Eventually he ordered an attendant to run him through with a sword, since his injury meant that he could not do it himself. 2 of his close friends died with him. 1 assisted, because he was also wounded, and the other by his own hand. The Romans had no long tradition of suicide in foreign wars, but it became common in the civil wars, and seems to have exerted a particular hold on this generation of aristocrats. Their leader dead, the remnants struggled on as more and more were hit by arrows. In the end their wall of shields was in ruin, and the cataphracts charged in to ride them down. Barely 500 survived to go into captivity. Publius's attack, pursuit, check, and last stand cannot have happened quickly. An hour had passed, perhaps 2 or even more, since he had disappeared from view, and it was only near the end of this time that a message requesting help finally got through to Crassus. By then it was too late, and having misread the situation for so long, the Roman commander continued to dither. If he had followed his son's attack with the main force, then he might have reached Publius's detachment in time to prevent its extermination. That does not mean that the Romans would necessarily have won the battle, but they might have achieved some sort of draw, or at least avoided such a serious defeat. Eventually Crassus decided to advance in the hope of reaching his son. Instead, more and more Parthians came back into view, their drums pounding once again. A few rode close to the Roman army, parading Publius's severed head, and allegedly calling out, presumably in Greek, although Plutarch does say some of Surena's men also spoke Latin, to ask who this brave hero had been, since he obviously could not be related to the craven Crassus. Roman generals were not supposed to despair, even when their armies went down to rout or were slaughtered by the enemy. For the moment, Crassus lived up to the ideals of his class, and he rode around the square telling his men that the sorrow was personal and for another day, but that now they all must fight on and prevail. Yet the heart had gone out of his men, and when their officers tried to raise a battle cry, it sounded feeble and unconvincing. The Parthians resumed their harassment, relying on the horse archers to bombard the mass of Romans, nibbling away at them. The cataphracts waited in close support, charging only on the rare occasion the Romans launched a local counterattack. Plutarch claims some cataphracts managed to spit 2 Romans with the same thrust of a kontos. Dio alleges that some of Rome's local allies switched sides and attacked the legions in the rear. It was getting late, and gradually the onslaught slackened until it ended at sunset. Parthians preferred to camp at a safe distance from the enemy, for their chief tactical advantages were lost at night, and a camp full of horses and baggage animals was hard to protect and highly vulnerable to a surprise attack. After many hours of riding and fighting, men and mounts were bound to be weary, and after so many hours of shooting, even the supply of ammunition provided by the baggage camels was probably running low. It remained to be seen whether they would have to fight another pitched battle the next day, but Surena and his men could be well content with what they had achieved. The Romans were just as tired, but also depressed, because they knew that they had come off badly. Some 4,000 men were wounded, others dead, but the army began to fall apart, and hardly anyone bothered to look after them. Nor is there any sign that they had begun to fortify the rough camp they had made. Crassus's spirit snapped, and Plutarch says he lay alone and silent in the dark, his face covered. Cassius and a man named Octavius, probably a legate, eventually organized a withdrawal under cover of darkness, managed without any of the usual trumpet signals or other signs. They decided to abandon all the wounded, unable to keep up, whether from loss of blood or arrow hits to the legs. When the injured men realized what was happening, they cried out, begging to be taken along. There was chaos and panic. But the fit men left them and began the march to Carrhae. Order largely fell apart as the army broke up into lots of separate groups, and many of these got lost during the night. An otherwise unknown officer, named Egnatius, sped away with 300 horsemen. He reached Carrhae, perhaps some 20 miles away, and shouted up to the sentries on the walls that there had been a great battle with the Parthians. Then he and his men rode on and made their own way back to Syria. However, the meagre news was enough to convince the garrison's commander that something had gone badly wrong, and he sent out patrols who brought in large numbers of retreating men, including Crassus and Cassius. The next morning Serena began by overrunning the Roman camp and massacring all the wounded. His men launched a careful pursuit, surrounding and destroying isolated groups of Romans whenever they discovered them. The remnants of 4 cohorts made a last stand on an isolated hill, only to be shot down. At the end, a few tried to break out, and the Parthians, according to Plutarch, impressed by their courage, let 20 men go. Serena was unsure where Crassus himself had gone, and wanted to secure him as a captive. Worried when he received a report that the Roman was well on his way back to Syria, he sent men to Carrhae with orders to say that he wanted to negotiate, but only with Crassus or Cassius in person. The Romans agreed, and local tribesmen who had previously been in the Romans' camp confirmed that they had seen the quaestor. The next morning, large formations of Parthians showed themselves outside the city walls and demanded the surrender of Crassus. Instead, the Romans once again waited for nightfall and then sneaked out, trusting in the enemy's unwillingness to fight in the dark. Mistakes were made, and a guide may have been false, for several contingents, including the one with Crassus, got lost. Cassius ended up back at Carrhae where he had started, but then turned around and at the head of 500 cavalry struck off on his own and made it back to Syria. Octavius, with the strongest group, reached some hilly country to the west, which offered a decent position, but when the sun rose next morning they spotted Crassus in the plains, and the loyal legate marched down to join him. When the Parthians caught up, the Romans were still in open country, ideally suited to cavalry. Yet Serena was reluctant to fight. His men had fought a long and arduous battle as well as skirmishes, including at least one fairly large one in the last few days. For all his care over supply, there is a good chance that they lacked sufficient arrows for another long fight. Preferring to talk, he sent word asking for parley. Crassus was reluctant, but his officers were eager to snap at this chance of survival, and neither they nor the men were in the mood to fight. In the end, he agreed. The Romans went to the meeting on foot, according to their custom, and the Parthians on horseback, according to theirs. Serena felt this was unbecoming and ordered a horse brought for Crassus. He is said to have refused to mount only to be lifted bodily onto the animal. At that point fighting broke out, and Crassus was killed in the confusion. Octavius ran one Parthian through before he and the others were cut down. In situations of this sort, it is impossible to know whether there was deliberate treachery or some terrible accident between nervous and naturally suspicious men. Crassus, as a captive, would have been a considerable prize, even if he lacked the status of the Seleucid kings captured in the past. A dead Crassus was also valuable. Serena ordered his head and hand cut off. Some of the main force of Romans surrendered, but the Parthians did not launch a serious attack to destroy the rest, which again suggests that they were worn out and low on arrows. The remaining Romans split up and tried to get back across the Euphrates, but many were hunted down by Arabs from the local tribes and kingdoms, rather than by the main Parthian army. Before Crassus was defeated, Orodes II had put sufficient pressure on the Armenian king to persuade him to negotiate. Artavasdes II agreed to an alliance with Parthia, ending hostilities, although not obliging the Armenians to fight against the Romans. Orodes II gave his new ally one of his daughters in marriage to cement the agreement, and the occasion was celebrated in grand style. Both kings were fluent in Greek and very fond of Hellenic culture, and Plutarch claims that they were watching a performance of Euripides' play The Bacchae when news of Serena's victory arrived. With the report came Crassus's head as trophy and proof of the victory. In the play, by coincidence written and probably first performed in Macedonia, a king of Thebes is torn to pieces by women devotees of the god Bacchus, as punishment for having doubted his power and divinity. One of these women brought the king's head back to the city, and Plutarch tells us that the actor snatched up Crassus's head and used it as a prop. It is a good story and bears repeating, but is more than likely an invention. Dio says that the Serena had ordered molten gold poured into the mouth of Crassus's corpse, the same degradation allegedly inflicted on a Roman by Mithridates VI of Pontus. It seems unlikely that both stories could be true. In the meantime, Serena had gone to Seleucia, where he staged a triumphal procession through the city. A Roman captive who resembled the dead proconsul was put in a woman's dress and told to declare that he was Crassus. He was accompanied by a few surviving lictors and other ceremonial attendants of a Roman magistrate. Professional female singers, entertainers, and prostitutes from the city joined the procession, singing bawdy songs about the dead man. No doubt the display of these trophies and the humiliation of Rome was intended to impress the citizens and their leaders, and it may hint that they were still suspected of disloyalty for having so recently supported Mithridates III, who had sought Roman backing. Now Mithridates III was dead, as was Crassus, and a Roman army shattered. Serena was supposed to have mocked the Romans, pointedly showing the Council of Seleucia pornographic books captured among the baggage of a senior officer. The war had gone very well for Orodes II, but perhaps it was unfortunate that a subordinate had won such a complete victory and celebrated it in public, and with such ostentation. Within a few months, Serena was accused of disloyalty and executed. Orodes II, who after all had come to power through the murder of his father, and then fought a civil war against his own brother, may have had concerns about the reliability of other noblemen and communities within his empire. This helps explain why he made no effort to follow up the victory in the remainder of the year. He may also have hoped to negotiate a favourable peace with the Romans, capitalizing on his recent success. But with Crassus dead, there was no one with whom to negotiate. Cassius was the most senior Roman to reach Syria and the only one holding an elected magistracy. By default, he became the temporary governor of the province, acting as proquaestor. This was an improvisation meant only to provide some stability until a new, far more senior governor was sent out. Yet time passed and no replacement for Crassus arrived. Cassius governed Syria for the best part of 2 years, commanding an army formed from the survivors of the Carrhae campaign. Eventually this force numbered somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000, but it seems that most of the garrisons were able to withdraw back across the Euphrates. No reinforcements were sent by the Senate, just as they chose to appoint no proper governor for Syria. At first sight, this indifference on the part of Rome's leaders is even more surprising than the delay before Orodes II pushed his advantage in the conflict. Today, Carrhae is seen as one of the worst disasters ever suffered by the Romans, and as showing that the legions had met their match in another, very different tactical system. There is little evidence that this was the way it was viewed by Romans at the time, or later. It is certainly one of the best described Roman defeats, which gives it prominence, and Crassus was the most famous senator in this era to die in the aftermath of a battle against foreign opponents. Yet Carrhae was far from unique. Other Roman armies were defeated or almost destroyed, and sometimes the proconsul in charge died with his men. Half a century earlier, the Cimbri and Teutones had shattered a far larger Roman army at Arosio, killing 80,000 men according to Livy. More recently, Mithridates VI of Pontus had routed a Roman army at Zela in 67 BC, while Caesar himself had lost a legion and a half just a few months before Carrhae. The Romans fought a lot of battles, and while they won far more often than they lost, there were defeats, and some of these were costly. In the social war and civil wars, the casualties were very high among soldiers from Italy. In the aftermath of one of these disasters, blame tended to be placed on a failure to recognize bad auspices and omens, on the poor decisions of a commander, and on the treachery of allies, all features of the later accounts of Carrhae. Crassus was dead, so could not tell his version, and while he had occupied a key place in public life, his removal simply meant that relationships among Rome's elite would begin to reset. From Syria, the power of the Parthian king was frightening, and it was natural to expect Orodes II to wish to strike back after Crassus's invasion of his territory. For those in Rome, the Euphrates was a long way away, and there was no reason to think that the Romans could not deal with the Parthians whenever they chose to do so. For the moment, other threats and other concerns were far more immediate and important. During 53 BC, public life in Rome degenerated into chaos. Political rioting became ever more frequent, on a grander scale and far more organized, as did bribery and coercion during elections. In the event, no elections could be held that year because of rioting and intimidation, while the Senate House was burned down after the wounding and subsequent murder of a prominent senator just outside the city. 52 BC began with no consuls in office until the Senate gave Pompey extraordinary powers to restore order. This he did, bringing troops into the city, and eventually he was elected as sole consul, although he subsequently chose a colleague. As this crisis passed, fresh ones loomed. Most of all, the thought of what would happen when Caesar's 10-year command in Gaul came to an end, and he returned home. Opponents wanted the chance to prosecute him, which could only happen if he became a private citizen. He wanted to go straight to a second consulship and then another province to prevent this. With Pompey's assistance, this would surely have been possible, but Pompey had always been a difficult man to read, and his intentions now were highly ambiguous. Caesar's bitterest enemies sensed an opportunity to prize the two men apart. Crassus was gone, weakening the alliance, and Julia had died in childbirth. Scorning the offer of other female relatives, Pompey had married Cornelia, the widow of Publius Crassus, and an attractive, intelligent, and much admired young woman, but also the daughter of a harsh critic of Caesar. Plenty of people saw tension growing between the two former allies, and perhaps the poet Lucan summed it up best when he declared that Pompey could not tolerate an equal, nor Caesar a superior. The next few years were dominated by this impending crisis, although, as always, there were plenty of other rivalries and ambitions playing out at the same time. Ultimately, it led to the Civil War. But at this stage, many senators believed, reasonably enough, that actual confrontation could be avoided. There was talk of sending either Pompey or Caesar against the Parthians. Each commander was required to give up a legion to form the basis of an army to go to the east. Pompey generously chose a unit he had loaned to Caesar a few years earlier, so that the latter effectively lost 2 from his command. These went to Italy and stayed there, where they formed the most experienced element of Pompey's army in the Civil War. Syria was left to make do with the remnants of Crassus's army, and an acting and inexperienced governor whose decision to abandon his commander in the aftermath of Carrhae was questionable. Only in 51 BC was a proconsul appointed to the Syrian command. This was Bibulus, Caesar's consular colleague in 59 BC, who had not wanted a province afterwards and now was in no hurry to take up his appointment. Also appointed, but in this case to Cilicia, was Cicero, another senator who up to this point had managed to avoid being given a provincial command. His letters give wonderful insight into this period, not least showing how little was known in Rome about events in the East. Cicero knew of the Parthian threat, but did not know how likely it was to develop. From the start he was desperate to ensure that he held his province for no more than the year required by law, as long as a successor was appointed. Arriving in Cilicia, he discovered that the 2 legions of its garrison were badly under strength and low-spirited to the point of mutiny. Rumour said that some of his cavalry had been badly cut up by a band of Parthians. Reports and his own observation told him that neighbouring kingdoms like Cappadocia, as well as communities within the province, had been so badly treated by past governors, especially his immediate predecessor and Roman businessmen and tax collectors, that it was unreasonable to expect them to fight well on Rome's behalf. In 52 BC, small groups of Parthians or their allies had crossed into Syria. Cassius concentrated on defending Antioch and managed to hold his own against them. In 51 BC, Cicero received reports that Orodes II's son, Pacorus, along with a senior general, had again invaded Syria, this time with a stronger force. To support Cassius and block the route into his own province, Cicero concentrated his army to close the narrow mountain passes of the border. A detachment of his troops cut up a Parthian band, but soon it was clear that the main enemy force was not heading in his direction. Instead, they closed around Antioch. But Cassius refused to be drawn out into the open, and the Parthians were in no mood for a long siege. They went to another city, and in wooded country nearby Cassius managed to lure some of them into an ambush. The Parthian general took a wound which proved mortal, and Pacorus withdrew his remaining forces for the winter. At this point, late in the year, Bibulus arrived, and Cassius was at last able to return home, having defended Syria with sufficient heroism to balance his dubious role in the Carrhae campaign. Greatly relieved that the Parthians had not attacked him, Cicero launched an offensive against the communities of Mount Amanus, who were fiercely independent and prone to raiding. This was partly to exercise his troops, and partly to give a display of Roman strength to the mountain tribes and allies in the wider area. The orator, and highly reluctant governor, let alone soldier, did well enough to hope for a triumph. Soon afterwards Bibulus tried to copy him, but suffered a serious defeat, losing most of the first cohort of 1 legion. Although it is possible that this was in an engagement with the Parthians, the more natural reading is that this was during a punitive expedition against the mountain communities. Dio says that Bibulus did engage in negotiations, trying to split some of the Parthians' allies away from them, and even turn Pacorus against his father. Whatever the details, Cicero greatly feared a renewed invasion in the spring or summer of 50 BC, and was desperate that this not happen before he could leave his province. He got his wish, although soon after Cicero reached Italy, Caesar crossed the Rubicon, and they were all caught up in the civil war. Once again, Parthia became a minor concern for Rome's leaders, as they did their best to kill each other. Carrhae was important as the first significant battlefield encounter between the Romans and Parthians, and it is revealing because it is described in far more detail than any other battle between the 2 powers. This means that it is needed to be considered in depth, because far too often sweeping conclusions are drawn which do not actually fit with the evidence. Equally important is the aftermath, when neither side seemed all that keen to wage the war started by Crassus. Our sources show why the Romans were preoccupied during these years, and remind us that Parthia was only one of many concerns for the Roman Senate, and subsequently for the emperors, and even at times of conflict, not necessarily their greatest or most immediate priority. This is an important lesson to remember for the less well-documented periods of Roman history. Equally, although we know far less about Parthian domestic affairs, we must remember that the Arsacids often had far greater concerns than their dealings with the Romans. Still, it is safe to say that as civil war engulfed the Republic, the Romans continued to be one of the least predictable concerns of the King of Kings and his advisers. Chapter 5. Invasions, 49 to 30 BC. The die is cast. People said that those were Julius Caesar's words as he led the 13th Legion out of his province, where he was legally entitled to command, into Italy, where he was not. A gambler's tag was certainly appropriate, and no one knew how the dice would fall as Caesar confronted Pompey and his allies. Fighting soon engulfed Italy, Spain, Sicily and North Africa, then spread to Macedonia and Greece, where Caesar's legions shattered Pompey's legions at the Battle of Pharsalus in August 48 BC. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping for sanctuary and support from Ptolemy XIII, son of the king restored to power by Gabinius just a few years earlier. The teenage monarch and his advisers felt that the wind was blowing the other way and lured Pompey the Great onto the shore, where he was stabbed to death and beheaded. Cornelia, widow of Publius Crassus, watched from aboard the ship as her second husband met this violent end. The civil war continued, helped because Caesar followed Pompey to Alexandria, where he and Ptolemy XIII's sister, Cleopatra, became lovers, and the small Roman army got caught up in a Ptolemaic civil war. Caesar prevailed in the end, as he always did in war, then had to defeat a Pontus resurgent under Mithridates VI's son in a swift campaign, later prompting the famous boast, Vini, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. More campaigns against Pompeians followed in Africa and Spain. Caesar had been named dictator for life by a senate and people who did not have a great deal of choice, but the ongoing campaigns of the Civil War meant that he spent little time in Rome. Always an energetic, even restless character, he did a lot in a short time. For instance, introducing the Julian calendar, which apart from minor adjustments is the one we use today. But everything was hurried, and much simply could not be done. For while Caesar had beaten all his enemies on the battlefield and in marked contrast to Sulla pardoned all those willing to surrender, there were many aristocrats who loathed the fact that one man held supreme, permanent power in the Republic. Led by Brutus and Cassius, the man who had held Antioch after Carrhae, a group of conspirators stabbed Caesar to death on the 15th of March, 44 BC. Civil war swiftly resumed. Mark Antony, fellow consul with Caesar for the year and one of the most high-born of his supporters, soon rallied as many of the dead dictator's former soldiers as he could. Others backed Caesar's great-nephew and heir to his name and fortune, who was conventionally called Octavian in modern accounts. At the same time, several of the conspirators started to raise their own legions, as did other magistrates. Antony and Octavian started as adversaries, then decided that this was only helping their enemies, and joined forces, seizing Rome. Once in control, they copied Sulla rather than Caesar, posting proscription lists, making it legal to kill the men named on them and seize their property. Brutus and Cassius went to the eastern Mediterranean, the latter seizing Syria, where he was already known. When Antony and Octavian confronted Brutus and Cassius outside Philippi in Macedonia in 41 BC, their combined armies were almost double the size of the forces that had been engaged at Pharsalus. In 2 battles, the conspirators, or liberators as they styled themselves, were defeated and took their own lives. Sextus, son of Pompey the Great, continued to fight, his powerful fleet based in and around Sicily, and less successful leaders popped up elsewhere. In the long run, Sextus Pompey was defeated and fled to Asia to rebuild his strength. It was not until 35 BC that he was finally killed. 4 years later, Octavian and Antony, whose alliance had come under strain before, turned on each other. Antony lost and took his own life in 30 BC. For the best part of 2 decades, Rome's republic, along with its provinces and allies, had lived with the reality or imminent threat of civil war, spreading death and destruction over a wide area. For the Parthians, this made the Romans even less predictable, but for the moment, less of a danger. Pompey sent a senator as envoy to Orodes II, apparently asking for military support in his struggle against Caesar. Given the recent hostilities prompted by Crassus's attack, this was strange and rather suggests a very Roman assumption that all neighbouring peoples were inferior, of use only as allies. Orodes II imprisoned the envoy and sent no assistance, but did not see the Romans' preoccupation as an opportunity for a new attack on Syria. Parthia remained neutral. After Pharsalus, Pompey is supposed to have considered fleeing to Parthia rather than Egypt before deciding that the court of Orodes II was no place to take the beautiful and dignified Cornelia. The source does not say that this was because of her connection with Crassus and his son, instead relying on the well-established Greek and Roman stereotype of Persians and Parthians as good-looking, sensuous and lustful. More probably, the whole tale was invented to blacken Pompey's memory by suggesting that he was unpatriotic enough to consider running away to the Parthian enemy. Caesar spoke of a reckoning with Parthia during his short visit to Syria in 47 BC, before he hurried back west to deal with his enemies in North Africa. There was clearly tension in the east, and a year later, the man Caesar had left to govern Syria wrote to Cicero that he was worried about a Parthian invasion. When some former Pompeian soldiers serving in Syria rebelled, a force of Parthians came to help them. Orodes II's son, Pacorus, may have been involved, although it is not certain whether these men were sent by the Parthian king or were mercenaries, or perhaps even from one of the kingdoms broadly under Arsacid control, rather than, strictly speaking, Parthians. Later, Cassius sent a delegation to Orodes II's court asking for military aid in the coming struggle with Antony and Octavian, but once again this was not forthcoming. Although there were a few Parthians with Cassius's army, these seem to have been mercenaries, men from an allied kingdom, or exiles, rather than a contingent sent to him by the Arsacid king. On the whole, Orodes II avoided direct involvement in the Roman civil wars of the 40s BC, and while it is possible that he had more pressing concerns elsewhere, this was clearly through choice. Rome's provinces and closer allies did not enjoy this luxury. Cicero had informed the Senate that Cilicia and the neighbouring kingdoms and communities had suffered so badly from the rapacity of Roman governors, moneylenders and businessmen in recent years that they lacked not only the capacity but even the will to resist any Parthian attack. Soon afterwards, Pompey combed the entire East for money, material and manpower for the war effort against Caesar, calling in all the many favours and debts owed to him in a region he had done so much to shape. After Pompey's defeat, Caesar needed to assert control over these provinces and was desperate for cash to pay his soldiers, so once again the demands went out. Brutus and Cassius squeezed the provinces and communities even tighter, selling into slavery city leaders who failed to meet their demands, and sacking any cities who resisted. After they were defeated, Antony wrote to provincial communities claiming that he wanted to let our allies also participate in the peace granted to them by divine favour, and claiming that the body of Asia is now recovering, as it were, from a serious illness. Yet all the while he needed money to reward loyal supporters, and most of all to pay the huge armies needed to survive as a warlord in this era. That meant that provincials and allies were expected to pay once again. Loyalty to Rome was a hard thing to manage in these years. Dutiful obedience and support for one leader became suspicious enthusiasm for the wrong side when that leader fell. Pompey went to an East already shaped by his decisions and favours. Caesar reduced and enlarged kingdoms and city-states, favouring some monarchs and regimes and penalising or even dismissing others. Something similar happened under Brutus and Cassius, and there was an even more thorough reorganisation by Antony starting in the winter of 41 to 40 BC. Cleopatra, who had honoured her family's obligation to Pompey, afterwards embraced Caesar politically as well as physically, then obeyed Cassius's instructions, and later came to Antony, eager to win his favour. As Plutarch described and Shakespeare so wonderfully evoked, she arrived at Tarsus in spectacular fashion, sailing on a lavish barge, and her style, charm, and political skill had the desired effect. Antony had already appointed a new king for Cappadocia over a rival claimant because he was having an affair with the youth's mother. He was certainly susceptible to physical charm, but this should not obscure the fact that as well as her love, Cleopatra brought a willingness to exploit the great wealth of Egypt on Antony's behalf. The leaders who survived and prospered in these years were the ones who gave the Roman warlords what they wanted, regardless of the cost to the communities under their rule. If they were reluctant to do this, then there were almost always competitors who would replace them. Cleopatra had disposed of her remaining brother soon after Caesar's assassination. Having proved herself to Antony, he ordered the liquidation of her final sibling, her sister, Arsinoe. The Romans were powerful and made unpredictable by their civil wars, but in spite of all the demands and levies, their presence was occasional and their focus often elsewhere. Local politics, ambitions, and rivalries were by their very nature more immediate and constant. Given that ideology played little part in Rome's civil wars, when even the liberators swiftly started to act like all the other warlords and base their power on military might, there was even less reason for provincials or allies to feel strong commitment to any side. Roman power was simply a reality, important but far from the sole factor as individuals sought to gain rank, status and wealth in and beyond their communities, and to deny these to rivals. Competition within a city, let alone within and between dynasties, was endemic, and the instability caused by Roman civil wars created even more opportunities for change than usual. Directly administered provinces still covered only a small minority of the eastern lands dominated by the Roman Republic. Even within these areas, the small staffs of Roman governors had to leave most day-to-day administration to communities, especially city-states with their own magistrates, laws, and institutions. Beyond were the kingdoms, few of any great antiquity. Even fewer were so well established that their territory was clear, permanent, and universally recognized, as it had been in the 2nd century BC, when both Parthia and Rome started to become involved in the area. Succession in each kingdom was rarely straightforward, even when one ruling dynasty managed to cling to power, with challenges often coming from within the family and sometimes beyond. Within their realms, noblemen and self-governing cities were sometimes powerful enough to resist or even defy a monarch, and certainly capable of backing a rival. At all levels, the ambitious did their best to play the game, and do as well for themselves, or simply keep themselves as safe as possible, and competition was often murderous, or made use of riot and warfare. The empire of Arsacid Parthia was in many ways a network of such kingdoms, as well as more or less substantial cities in some areas. From the start, conspicuously a dynasty, Parthian kings did their best to control the sub-kingdoms by encouraging the succession of kings they favoured and forming marriage alliances, as when Orodes II married his son, Pacorus, to a daughter of the Armenian king. The connection did not prevent Armenia from remaining an ally of Rome, and perception of the strength of everyone involved, from Armenia itself to the Arsacid king to the Romans, did much to determine how each would act. Although several sources claim that Parthian envoys to Sulla, Lucullus, and Pompey discussed recognizing the Euphrates as the boundary between Rome and Parthia, at this early stage very little was fixed. Within living memory, Pontus and Armenia had dominated over wide areas. Parthia had expanded and retreated, and, like the Romans, had gone through periods of vicious infighting and weakness. Similarly, the fortunes of other kingdoms and monarchs had waxed and waned, so that no one could be sure how the balance of power would develop in the future. Orodes II had demonstrated his strength by defeating Crassus, encouraging the communities and kingdoms of Mesopotamia and the wider area to respect him. The attacks into Syria had added to this, and any defeat suffered there was too small to weaken his reputation significantly. Whether or not Dio was right to claim that Bibulus had undermined trust between Pacorus and his father, the prince remained very influential. Even though Orodes II had some 30 other sons, considered potential monarchs, Pacorus was clearly the crown prince, marked out as successor, and may even have minted coins bearing his own image. Whether this prominence was due to Pacorus's talents, substantial support from the noble houses, his father's genuine favour, or a combination of all these things, is hard to say. There were always losers in competitions for power in each kingdom and community, and most of them were eager to find friends sufficiently rich and powerful to help them regain what they had lost. Rome's civil wars greatly swelled the numbers of such fugitives. Some went to the Roman rivals of whoever was backing their own opponents, hoping to win their favour. Others turned to Parthia. At the Parthian court was Cassius's envoy, who had failed to secure support for the Philippi campaign, and then remained after it was over, fearing for his own life if he returned. His name was Quintus Labienus, and little is really known about him. His father, Titus Labienus, had been Julius Caesar's ablest subordinate in the Gallic campaigns, only to side with Pompey during the Civil War, perhaps honouring an older friendship and fighting hard until he died in the Spanish campaign of 45 BC. Exiled aristocrats were a common enough feature of many royal courts in the ancient world, and they were often willing to seek vengeance on enemies in their former home. Yet in the past, such behaviour was unheard of in a Roman senator, for whom the only valid competition for power and glory could occur within the Republic. Labienus encouraged Orodes II to believe that the Roman East was vulnerable. Roman hostility was clear. In 44 BC, Caesar had been days from setting out for major campaigns against Dacia and Parthia when he was murdered. Preparations, including the massing of legions and resources in the eastern provinces, were carried out in plain sight. The knives of the conspirators ensured that the expeditions did not happen, and soon afterwards Antony and others had called the soldiers away to fight in the civil war. But none of that meant that some Roman would not at some point choose to avenge Crassus. Late in 41 BC, Antony raided Palmyra, partly for money, but also, it was rumoured, because the city on the fringes of Syria might be useful in a future offensive against Parthia. Everything suggested that the Romans were still enemies, even if they were currently preoccupied. As far as we can tell, Orodes II had no other major conflicts anywhere else in his empire, which may have convinced him and other leading Parthians that it was better to strike at the Romans sooner rather than later, and not wait for the Romans to attack him at a time of their choosing. In 40 BC, Pacorus and Labienus jointly led an expeditionary force into Syria. At first, the bulk of the army was composed of Parthian and allied soldiers, for it is unlikely that Labienus had more than a few Romans with him. However, the legions garrisoning Syria and the neighbouring provinces appear to have included many men who had little attachment to Antony and the commanders he had appointed, and who in many cases had once served Pompey or the liberators. Encouraged by pamphlets, most mutinied and joined Labienus, so that soon he led a Roman army. Resistance swiftly collapsed in Syria. The city of Apamea resisted the initial attack, but most other communities submitted without fighting. While Pacorus completed the subjugation of Syria, Labienus took his men into Asia Minor, and once again many legionaries defected to join him. A few communities were willing to fight, and some managed to hold off the attackers, but organized resistance collapsed as Antony's governors were killed or fled. Labienus presented himself as a Roman magistrate, minting coins with appropriate symbols of office. He did not hide his Parthian connection, dubbing himself Parthicus, which was odd because traditionally Roman generals only took the name of peoples they had subdued, and never of allies. Even so, Labienus's advance could be seen as no more than a fresh round in Rome's civil wars, his foreign allies as subordinate and inferior to Rome, as all such allies must be. No significant Parthian forces accompanied him once he left Syria, so the provinces and kingdoms of Asia Minor submitted to a Roman commander at the head of a Roman army, rather than to a representative of the Arsacids. This was not true in Syria, but Pacorus and his Parthians similarly found that very few communities were willing to fight him. Antioch, which a decade earlier had resisted under Cassius, and then Bibulus, now opened its gates. Before long the Parthians split into several columns, because there was no organized threat to their presence. The coastal cities capitulated, except for Tyre, and Pacorus did not attempt to besiege it, since without a fleet of his own there was no way to cut off supplies and other aid coming in by sea. Returning exiles, factions in each community eager for change, and leaders who switched allegiance because they felt that without Roman aid there was no way to defeat the invaders, all helped to speed the advance. By this time, Judea did not have a king, and was ruled by the high priest Hyrcanus, although the brothers Phasael and Herod, his nominal supporters, had gained considerable power. Hyrcanus's nephew, Antigonus, appealed via allies to Pacorus, promising 1,000 talents in money and 500 women as payment for overthrowing his uncle. The women were intended for the royal harem, were mainly of noble birth, and notably included all the key members of the households of the high priest and his supporters. This was a very traditional aspect of international relations in the wider region. Such women served as hostages, and the more distinguished they were, the more they enhanced the king's status. As concubines, sometimes even wives, they might also produce potential heirs to regional kingdoms. The offer was a good one, not matched by any placatory moves from Hyrcanus, and Pacorus accepted, sending a courtier, his cupbearer also named Pacorus, with a force of 500 cavalry to Jerusalem. This was not a huge number, and the bulk of the fighting was done by Antigonus and his partisans, but the aid and limited intervention by the Parthian soldiers tipped the balance. Hyrcanus and Phasael accepted an offer to negotiate, only to find themselves prisoners. Antigonus mutilated his uncle, in one source biting his ears, because only a man who was physically perfect could serve as high priest. After that he was sent to Orodes II as a hostage. Phasael managed to commit suicide. His brother, Herod, never the most trusting of men, avoided the trap and then managed to escape with his followers from Jerusalem, fighting off any pursuers, including some of the Parthians. He escaped taking with him many of the women promised for the harem, and it is not clear how many of the 500 Antigonus was able to provide as he was proclaimed king in Jerusalem. Apart from Tyre, virtually all of the former Seleucid kingdom in Syria and the surrounding area was now controlled by regimes supported by the Parthians. It had happened very quickly and been achieved at little or no cost in Parthian lives. Apart from a desire to present Labienus as a genuinely independent Roman commander, Pacorus's refusal so far to push beyond this territory into Asia Minor, or for that matter, Egypt, is significant. The Arsacids had overthrown the Seleucids, and this latest success gave them control of almost all the latter's empire. If the Roman defence had been feeble and the collapse unexpectedly rapid, the same had been true of some of the surges of conquest by earlier Parthian kings. It was reasonable enough to suppose that Roman power in the east had already peaked and was doomed to decline, just as that of Pontus or Armenia, or indeed the Seleucids, had done. If the Romans did try to return, then the example of Carrhae suggested that they would be no match for a competently led Parthian army. Pacorus had good reason to believe that the lands he had overrun could stay under Arsacid influence, even control, in the long term. The Parthian offensive had caught the Romans by surprise. After Philippi, Antony was placed in charge of the eastern provinces, and he threw himself into raising money as he reorganized the region before revelling in a winter spent in Cleopatra's Alexandria. Yet all the while, his attention remained focused on Italy. Sextus Pompey was strong, imposing a tight blockade on the food supplies on which Rome and the other cities relied, adding to the unpopularity of Octavian, already high, as he confiscated land to give to his veteran soldiers. Antony's younger brother Lucius added to the tension, which eventually erupted in war against Octavian. Lucius Antonius lost and managed to lose fast enough that it was easier for Mark Antony to avoid a permanent breach with Octavian, something neither man wanted at this stage. Nevertheless, after a brief stop at Tyre in the spring of 40 BC, Antony headed west, because the situation in Italy was what really mattered. It was another year before he took concrete action to deal with Labienus and Pacorus, and even then he sent a subordinate. Publius Ventidius Bassus's story is a remarkable one, for as an infant he was carried or walked beside his mother as a captive in a triumphal procession through Rome, celebrated by Pompey's father for a victory over the Italian rebels in the Social War. As an adult he bred mules, always a more profitable business in mountainous Italy than raising horses, and over time came to be a major supplier of the Roman army. Julius Caesar sensed something of his talent, employing him to assist in the logistics of his Gallic campaigns, and steadily promoting him to ever more senior roles. Rallying to Antony after the dictator's murder, he was rewarded with a consulship in 43 BC, and in 39 BC was sent to deal with the invaders. Ventidius had an army of several legions, along with allies. Probably he outnumbered Labienus, and perhaps his men were better drilled and disciplined, for the chaotic changes of loyalty for many soldiers and officers in the eastern provinces during these years did not make for efficiency. With little or no fighting, Ventidius advanced and Labienus withdrew, concentrating his forces but still retreating in the hope of reaching his Parthian allies who had come to the edge of Syria near the Cilician Gates pass in the Taurus Mountains, the same area defended by Cicero. Ventidius seized the pass, then managed to convince the Parthians to attack him in a position of his own choosing, and without arranging for Labienus's men to support them. The Parthians were routed with heavy losses, after which Labienus's army fell apart even faster than it had been created. The soldiers defected again, or deserted. Their leader tried to evade capture, employing disguises, but was eventually caught and executed. A second battle followed the first, and Ventidius repeated his tactics and success. Pacorus was not there, but in 38 BC he came with a larger army. Roman sources boast that Ventidius deceived him, feeding false information to an allied dynast because he knew the man would pass it on to the enemy. This is supposed to have convinced Pacorus to advance by a slower route and given the legions time to concentrate from their winter quarters. Whether or not this was so, Ventidius eventually confronted Pacorus near Mount Gindarus, and once again routed the Parthians, killing the prince in the process. History is proverbially written by the victors, yet one of the many oddities of our sources for Roman conflicts with Parthia is that there are no detailed accounts of any of the battles where the Romans won. Yet another factor reinforcing the false impression that Carrhae was typical of the warfare between the rivals. By comparison, details of Ventidius's victories are meagre, although they do suggest several common threads. The first was that he only fought on ground of his own choosing. In each case he defended, and the Parthians were willing to attack, only to discover that the Roman commander had concealed his intentions, and often many of his troops. Secondly, the Romans did not employ a static defence, but counterattacked with their legionaries and other troops, and were able to move to hand-to-hand combat and win. Thirdly, Ventidius supported his legionaries with large numbers of light infantrymen, armed with missile weapons. His slingers are singled out for their effectiveness, and it is claimed that they outranged the Parthians' horse archers. This may well be true for accurate shooting, and sling bullets or stones were harder to see in flight than arrows, hence harder to dodge, and if they struck a helmet they could incapacitate the wearer through concussion without needing to penetrate. The victory at Carrhae had naturally given the Parthians great confidence, and the sense of their superiority grew when they overran Syria so easily, making them disdainful of the Romans. This meant that by the time they encountered Ventidius, they were all too willing to attack in expectation of an easy victory. Instead, in 39 and 38 BC, the Romans under Ventidius outfought and outgeneraled the Parthians, just as Surena and his forces had done to Crassus. The Parthians attacked the Romans, committing so heavily that they suffered badly when the Romans struck back, and they could not easily disengage in their traditional manner. Thus, admittedly with far more fighting, all the gains of 40 BC were lost in just 2 campaigns. Pacorus's corpse was beheaded and paraded on a tour of the Syrian cities, just as the Surena had shown off the trophies of Crassus's defeat. The majority of communities were no more committed to the Parthian cause than they had been to the Roman, so they capitulated readily, accepting that for the moment the Romans were stronger. There was a little fighting, especially in Judea on the part of leaders who doubted that the Romans would accept them. Ventidius sent more troops to support Herod than the Parthians had done to aid Antigonus in 39 BC, although even then the bulk of the fighting fell to Herod's own army. The Parthians made no move to reverse the outcome of the war. Orodes II was said to be broken-hearted at the news of his son's defeat and death, and his physical and mental health rapidly declined. Pacorus had been the acknowledged successor, but now that he was out of the way, another son, named Euphrates, decided to act. Rumour said that he'd tried and failed to poison his father. Either then or soon after, he had his 30 brothers murdered, and his father strangled, and he named himself Euphrates IV. Not everyone was happy, and a wider purge of the nobility followed. One aristocrat, who may have served in the attack on Syria, fled to the Romans. Euphrates IV was too busy securing his role to consider attacks outside his empire. By the late summer of 38 BC, Antony had finally arrived in the region, sending Ventidius home to hold the first triumph ever celebrated over the Parthians. Many felt that this went a long way towards avenging Crassus and his legions, which had remained a stain on Roman honour, whatever the context of that earlier war. It was claimed that the Battle of Gindarus was fought on the same date as Carrhae, or at least close enough to make no difference. Antony's subordinate had done very well indeed, perhaps too well, for after this Ventidius appears to have retired and was certainly never given any other office. Antony and his other subordinate commanders were active, trying to reassert Roman authority even more clearly, especially in the allied kingdoms, but in 37 BC he once again travelled to Italy to meet with Octavian, for the struggle with Sextus Pompey was going badly. Antony agreed to lend his ally warships in return for getting soldiers sometime in the future, and it was clear that he was planning even larger operations in the east. In the meantime, one of his commanders put on a show of force in Armenia and subdued the Albani and Iberi, kingdoms in the Caucasus between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Antony prepared a grand expedition for the following year. Plutarch claims that when concentrated, he had 60,000 legionaries, 10,000 Gallic and Iberian, whether Spanish Iberians or Eastern Iberians is unclear, and another 30,000 allies, including 6,000 cavalry and 7,000 infantry supplied by King Artavasdes II of Armenia. If correct, this total, which does not include camp followers, would have made this the largest Roman field force assembled up to this date. Ancient authors were prone to exaggeration, so caution is needed, but it is safe to say that this was an exceptionally big force. Antony was 47, and although he had always styled himself as a new Hercules and as a bluff, hard-fighting soldier, his actual military record was less impressive than most imagine. Although he had served for a year and a half under Caesar in Gaul and commanded the left wing at Pharsalus, the dictator had employed Antony more often in political roles than in military ones. Antony had spent more time fighting other Romans than foreign enemies, and even then had done badly in Italy in 43 BC. His greatest success was at Philippi, and most awarded him the chief credit for the victory rather than Octavian. That campaign had been fought on a vast scale in terms of numbers, but had involved few manoeuvres, the action being confined to a limited area between two clumsy and inexperienced opponents. Antony had never commanded an army as big as the one assembled in 36 BC, and in turn the troops composing it had had little time to train and practice together. Nor had Antony ever planned and conducted an operation over such huge distances. At the very least, his army was twice the size of the one Crassus had led, perhaps even larger, although similar in scale to the force Julius Caesar had planned to employ for his Parthian expedition. Caution is needed in accepting just what objectives Caesar had in mind for his campaign, since so much rumour surrounds his plans. Suetonius wrote that Caesar intended to advance through Armenia, where the country was less favourable to the Parthians, and to test the enemy's strength and qualities before risking a major battle. While it is possible that he hoped to annex new provinces, an equally glorious success would have been the submission of the Arsacid king, or helping to install a new and friendly man on the throne. Antony's ultimate goals are equally hard to reconstruct, for with any major Eastern war, our sources tend to invoke Alexander the Great, as they do in the cases of Crassus and Caesar, and suggest that permanent sweeping conquest was the goal. In this case, it is better to examine what happened, and then try to deduce the purpose of it all. Antony began with negotiation, demanding the return of the standards and prisoners lost by Crassus, before concentrating a major part of his army near the usual Euphrates crossing at Zergma. Phraates IV mustered an army on the opposite side of the river, and was in no mood to give in to a show of force. He was stronger now, having calmed the mood of many aristocrats, for instance, convincing the exile with Antony to return home and serve him. The speed of the Parthian response may have surprised the Romans. After all, Crassus had crossed unopposed, and it had taken some time for the Parthians to muster a force to meet him. On the other hand, Antony may always have intended this as a feint, doing what the enemy expected before surprising them. What is certain is that he then led his army on a march, taking them past the mountains into Armenia and through the valleys running west to east in that kingdom, for that was the grain of the country, to strike against the neighbouring kingdom of Media Atropatene. Some of his forces appear already to have been in Armenia, and perhaps this had been his plan all along, but it did mean that a large part of the campaigning season was spent simply reaching his initial objective. Plutarch claims that the legions marched over 1,000 miles. Antony targeted Media's main city, Freta, which housed the king's treasury and harem. The site has not been located, but was deep within the country and well fortified. Antony had brought with him a siege train carried on 300 wagons, including artillery, and a great battering ram some 80 feet in length. Inevitably, the heavy carts moved slowly, most of them probably drawn by plodding oxen, and, equally inevitably, the pace slowed even further whenever the roads were poor or the country steep. Antony grew impatient, and, leaving 2 legions to escort the siege train, he force-marched the bulk of the army, in the hope that their sudden appearance would convince the defenders of Phrespa to give in. They did not, and the city was too well defended to be stormed. By this time Euphrates IV had also had time to come to the region with a large army, suggesting that if the initial moves of the campaign were intended as a feint, any benefit was short-lived. Learning that the siege train was isolated, the highly mobile Parthians and Medians avoided Antony's main force and struck. 2 legions, even if they mustered anything like their full complement of 10,000 men and had allied support, were too few to protect such a long and cumbersome convoy from any serious attack. The result was a massacre more than a battle, with the legionaries slaughtered, the siege train plundered, and whatever could not be carried off burned or otherwise destroyed. The Armenian contingent may have been close enough to help, but did not do so, and in the aftermath of the disaster their king led them home. In 53 BC the Parthians had launched their main effort against Armenia, so it was not unreasonable to worry about this now. Antony led a column to rescue his men, but arrived to find them dead or led off as prisoners. Roman commanders were expected to be determined, and Antony refused to abandon the siege, even though he was without heavy equipment or good supplies of timber. His men were reduced to the old-fashioned method of constructing simple siege mounds from earth. The Parthians and Medians hovered nearby, making it difficult to forage from the surrounding land. Hoping to provoke a battle, Antony led out the greater part of his army in a supply-gathering expedition. As they returned, they marched close to a great crescent-shaped line of enemies, so close that at a given signal the legionaries suddenly wheeled to face them and charged. Shocked, the Parthians held against Antony's cavalry, who reached them first, but then gave way as the legionaries came up, shouting their war cries and banging weapons against shields in the hope of frightening the enemy horses. The Parthians galloped away, chased for miles by the legionaries and even further by the cavalry. They did not rally, and the incident does raise the question of what would have happened at Carrhae had Crassus followed Publius Crassus's attack with the rest of the army. However, at the end of the day, the Romans had captured just 30 prisoners and counted 80 enemy corpses. Unlike Ventidius, Antony had not been able to force the Parthians to stay and fight, so the result was that the opposing army was effectively intact. By the time he marched back to Phrespa, Antony found that the defenders had sallied out, panicking the besiegers and inflicting damage on the siege works. Antony was so angry that he decimated several cohorts, executing 1 man in 10 and feeding the rest on barley rather than wheat. It is a depressing thought that he may have killed more of his own men than he managed to kill of the Parthians in the recent engagement. It was now autumn, very late in the year for campaigning, and the siege showed no sign of progress, while both sides were finding it harder and harder to supply themselves. Euphrates and Antony alike wanted a way out, but also wanted to save face. There were negotiations, and Dio described Euphrates receiving the envoys. He sat on his throne, toying with the string of a composite bow, an image familiar from many Arsacid coins. A demand for the return of Roman prisoners and standards was once again refused. However, Euphrates offered the Romans safe passage if they retreated to Armenia. Reluctantly, Antony accepted, but mistrust remained strong on both sides. And when the Romans followed a different route than the one agreed, allegedly because they had been warned of treachery, the Medians and Parthians began to harry their march. Learning from Ventidius's experience, Antony had brought large numbers of slingers and other missile-armed skirmishers. Forming the army into the rectangular agmen quadratum, the remaining baggage protected in the middle of the hollow square, the Romans proceeded slowly. If the horse archers came close, the skirmishers engaged them, retreating behind the formed units of legionaries whenever the pressure became too great, at which point Gallic or other auxiliary cavalry charged out to drive the enemy off. They did not pursue far, and the key was for all the elements of the army to act in mutual support, staying close enough so that no one had to fight the enemy on their own. There was a trickle of casualties on both sides, and step by step the Romans went on their way. After 4 days, Antony let himself be persuaded by an officer who was convinced that he could do the enemy more harm. Given command of part of the rear guard, the officer counter-attacked the Parthians, and this time kept following until he was left some way behind the army, facing ever-growing numbers of enemies. Reinforcements were sent piecemeal, without the numbers at any one time to make a difference, and it was only when Antony marched back with the whole army that the Parthians gave way. The officer died of his wounds, and his experiment cost the Romans 3,000 dead and 5,000 wounded, at least according to Plutarch. It was a blow to morale, and only the sight of horse archers shooting down stragglers deterred many of the disheartened men from deserting. Reverting to their original tactics, the Romans resumed their march the next day. The Parthians and Medians pressed them, encouraged by their success, but could not repeat it. When one group of horse archers pressed especially close, the legionaries formed testudo, shields held as a wall by the front rank, and the rest holding them up over their heads to interlock. Never having seen this before, the Parthians misunderstood the sight of the front rank kneeling down better to shelter behind their shields, and the movement within the whole formation as a sign of disorder, even submission. The horse archers charged, and as had happened in the battles against Ventidius, suffered severely in hand-to-hand combat before they managed to break away and escape. The Romans resumed their march. With a well-balanced army like this, kept under tight control and discipline, the Parthians were unable to prevent them from going where they wished and incapable of inflicting serious casualties. Conversely, the Romans could not make the Parthians fight a massed battle, and if they attacked, the enemy retreated without suffering significant losses. This essential balance, almost standoff, between the two sides, characterized all the campaigns to come. When one of the armies was of poor quality or badly led, then things were different. Otherwise, from a tactical point of view, it was a question of waiting for one side or the other to make a mistake. Antony's problem was that his supplies were running very low indeed, reduced by the long campaign and, most likely, the loss of stores with the siege train. Having to go slowly to fend off the Parthians simply made the problem worse. Pack and baggage animals had been slaughtered for food or had their loads removed to carry the wounded. There were still supplies of wheat, but far too few hand mills to grind it into flour for issue. Some hungry men died after eating any vegetables they could grub up. Most of the rest were malnourished, which helped disease to spread. A Roman army camp was a crowded place at the best of times, and infections readily passed from one man to another. That meant some deaths and even more sickly men who needed to be carried, slowing progress even more and adding to the problems of supply. Euphrates IV sent men to say that he was willing to resume negotiations, during which he promised an end to hostilities if the Romans changed to a different route across easier country. Antony and his officers were suspicious and became convinced of treachery when someone from the Parthian camp sent word to them that the king intended to attack them while they were in this open country, better suited to his cavalry. The informant varies in each source: the exiled nobleman who had been received by Antony a year earlier, another guide, or one of Crassus's legionaries, a prisoner now granted some freedom by his Parthian captors. Force marching from their camp, the Romans struggled for 30 miles. The water they had carried soon exhausted, and their ranks harried by enemy cavalry. Men drank from the bad water in the first stream they reached and became ill. That night the camp was chaotic, as men plundered the baggage, first for food and then for anything of value, killing those who stood in their way. In the confusion, an enemy attack was feared, so Antony prepared to commit suicide before realizing what was really going on. By dawn, order was restored, and they marched for another day, keeping in formation to hold off the Parthian attacks. It was the last day of fighting, and at its end, some Parthians symbolically unstrung their bows to show that they no longer chose to fight, and shouted praise of the Romans' courage before riding off. Yet the army was still not safe, and as they marched back through the mountains of Armenia, the late autumn brought cold, rain, storms, and even snow. Thousands more Roman soldiers died of exposure or disease. Antony had utterly failed to take Media Atropatene or force the Parthians to submit to a negotiated settlement, which were clearly the main objectives of this first campaign, whatever he may have planned for the future. Failure came at a high price, for Plutarch claims that he had lost some 32,000 soldiers. Other sources suggest different proportions, but since numbers for his initial strength vary, this is not surprising. Estimates for his losses range from a quarter to a third of his troops, with even higher casualties among the camp followers. It is fair to say that Antony lost more men than Crassus in 53 BC. On top of this were the cavalry manse, baggage animals and vehicles, and all the equipment, even if a greater proportion of his army survived, as did the commander and all his senior officers. Harder to replace was the blow to his prestige. Although Antony's dispatches to Rome put a very rosy interpretation on the campaign, something Octavian was unwilling to contradict, at least for the moment. Even so, it steadily became apparent that this was no great triumph or conquest. Antony's career never really recovered from that moment, and it is quite possible that neither did his self-confidence. Euphrates IV's situation was much stronger, and helped the nobility to forget his bloody accession to the throne. In 36 BC, he had seen off the attack of an enormous invading army, probably larger than anything in the area since the heyday of the Seleucids. Euphrates IV's grip on power was strengthened, but the outcome was far from perfect, and there was no clear victory to set alongside Carrhae, even though the king had been present with an army of 40,000 or more. For all the appalling Roman losses, Antony's resources remained immense, and there was no assurance that he would not return in the years to come and do better, or if not him, then whoever next rose to prominence within the Republic. Carrhae had encouraged the Parthians to believe that they were militarily superior, more skillful, perhaps even braver than the Romans. Ventidius's victories had persuaded the Romans to think the opposite. For both, this deep sense of their innate martial superiority over all outsiders was natural. Antony's expedition suggested something rather different. At a tactical level, the engagements tended to be a standoff. The Parthians could not break a Roman army or stop it marching where it wished unless the Romans made a mistake. But nor could the Romans do serious harm to the Parthians unless they in turn committed an unforced error. In the years that followed, the balance of power shifted a little towards the Romans. In 34 BC, Antony led a force into Armenia and had its king arrested, seizing him under cover of negotiations. The man's son was proclaimed as successor by a group of nobles and escaped to Parthia to avoid capture. For the moment, the Armenian nobles were willing to respect the Romans' strength and not oppose them openly. Strikingly, apparently more worried by Euphrates IV, the king of Media Atropatene allied with the Romans, the bond being confirmed by a marriage between Antony's older son by Cleopatra and the king's daughter. Since both were infants, this was for the future, and a future that did not in fact come to pass, but it suggested that the Romans were gaining influence in the major kingdoms of the region, while the Parthians were losing ground. The marriage alliance was well within the local tradition of diplomacy, if utterly unprecedented by Roman standards. Even more bizarre was the ceremony known later as the Donations of Alexandria, where Antony proclaimed Cleopatra Queen of Kings, whose sons are kings. Great swathes of territory were given to the queen and her children, with the 6-year-old Alexander Helios pledged to marry into the Median royal family, getting Armenia, Media, and Parthia. None of the arrangements announced at the ceremony appear to have had any practical consequences, but they helped Octavian to shift the mood in Rome against Antony. When war finally came, Antony's generalship was lethargic and clumsy. Worse still, at the naval battle of Actium he gave up too easily, and sailed off with Cleopatra, abandoning the remainder of his fleet and his legions on shore. This was abhorrent behaviour for a Roman aristocrat, who was allowed to lose as long as he lost bravely, and did his best to rally his men and prepare to fight another day. From that moment on, the war was irrevocably lost, even though it was not until late in the next year that Antony ordered an attendant to kill him. Cleopatra, who had been a loyal ally of Rome throughout her life, followed suit around a week later, after failing to secure an acceptable deal with Octavian. No one in Rome, and least of all in Parthia or the wider world, knew that the civil wars were over, or that a profound and permanent change would soon replace the republican system with a form of monarchy. For the moment there was a new Roman leader, the heir to the Caesar who had planned a great expedition against Parthia. Euphrates IV and his court did not know what to expect of Octavian, who until the struggle with Antony had never in his life been further east than Macedonia. There was no reason for the Parthians to think that the Romans would be any more predictable or easier to deal with in the future. Chapter 6. Eagles and Princes, 30 BC to AD 4. The end of the convulsions that had torn apart the Roman Republic came surprisingly suddenly. In the longer run, this led to far more stable relations between the two empires. Partly this was because various factors combined to make both Romans and Parthians less inclined towards large-scale aggression. The biggest changes, at least in the short term, involved Rome's political system and leadership. A monarch and his advisers were inherently more likely to show consistency in their attitude and policies than a senate composed of hundreds, where influence shifted on an almost daily basis. Quite simply, it was easier for successive kings of kings to deal with successive emperors than it had been for them to negotiate with the line of warlords and less influential governors that emerged during Rome's internal struggles. Yet the new Roman monarchy was very different from the Arsacids system, and this would also shape events. This means that it is important to understand something of the change in the Roman state, and to do that, it is necessary to understand the leader who created the new political system. So far, it has been convenient to refer to Antony's adversary as Octavian, even though he never used the name. Great-nephew of Julius Caesar, he was the principal heir in the dictator's will, and as was common, as part of this, took his name, so that from then on he was Caius Julius Caesar. The dictator had not adopted him as his son, but Octavian decided that this had been his intention, and had the adoption ratified posthumously, which by that time made him son of the divine Julius, since he had already deified Caesar. From the very start, Octavian, as we call him, called himself and insisted that everyone else call him Caesar. Antony at first dismissed the teenager as a boy who owes everything to a name, before being forced to accept that the inexperienced youth had political skill as well. Yet the name mattered a great deal, not least by helping to rally support from the dead dictator's supporters, and it is largely to avoid confusion that the convention is to call the heir Octavian. Similarly, for our purposes, following his victory over Antony, it is simplest to refer to him as Augustus, even though he did not in fact become Caesar Augustus until a few years later. Claiming to restore the res publica, better in this case rendered Commonwealth than Republic, he styled himself as Princeps, first magistrate and servant of the Republic. Creating this new regime was a gradual process and not always smooth, for there were problems and significant changes of direction along the way. While this is a fascinating story, the details need not concern us here, and instead what follows is a summary of the final form. This should not imply that Augustus and his allies were working to a fixed plan in this or any other area, including foreign relations. Augustus's power ultimately rested on control of the army. From the 60 or so legions in service in the aftermath of Actium, he formed 28 permanent units. Legionaries took a sacred oath of loyalty to him as well as to the res publica, were paid by him, promoted and decorated by him, and after 25 years of service were discharged and given a farm or a substantial bounty by him. With only a handful of exceptions, the legions were stationed in provinces controlled by Augustus, beginning with Gaul, the Spains, and Syria, but later more, and administered on the spot by a senatorial governor acting as his legate, legatus, or literally representative. In this way, senators still had opportunities to hold military command, as well as serve as proconsuls in the largely demilitarized senatorial provinces, just as they continued to serve in the consulship and other magistracies in Rome. Yet in reality, no one would rise very high without Augustus's favour, and the victories won by his legates were ascribed to their leader. After 19 BC, no one unrelated to the Princeps was awarded a triumph. Augustus's image was everywhere. Caesar had been the first living Roman to permit his likeness to appear on coins. Others, including Brutus and Cassius, did the same in the years after his death, but it was only under Augustus that the practice became almost universal. Apart from coins, there were statues and monuments to his achievements throughout Italy and the provinces, depicting a princeps who was handsome, serene, and ageless. All breaks in style with Roman tradition. The even greater break was the all-pervasive presence of Augustus's name, titles, honours, and face, and the emphasis on physical and moral renewal. He boasted that he had found Rome mud brick and left it marble, and the sheer scale and high quality of his building programs reshaped the city and was reflected in similar outbursts of grand construction all over the empire. Peace was celebrated, notably in the Altar of Augustan Peace, Arapacis Augusti, in Rome, for with it came prosperity and stability. The civil wars were at an end, and this, more than anything else, was what the new peace meant. An ancient ceremony was revived to close the gates of the Temple of Janus whenever the Roman people were at peace everywhere in the world. Augustus performed the ceremony twice, for his 44-year reign saw almost constant warfare and a good deal of expansion. Some of this was unfinished business, often arduous and not especially profitable, such as the conquest of the Alps and the completion of the subjugation of the rugged northwestern regions of the Iberian Peninsula. The Balkans were also overrun and the frontier settled on the Danube, and for a while the German tribes up to the Elbe were brought under direct Roman rule. The Augustan peace, like the Pax Romana of which it formed a part, was the product of strength and victory rather than amicable coexistence with neighbours. Although in art the princeps was overwhelmingly depicted as a toga-clad civilian rather than a general, Augustus's conquests were on a vast scale, and plenty of monuments commemorated these achievements. Augustus gave the Roman state stability, internal peace, and success abroad. None of this was instant, and in the aftermath of Actium few would have predicted that the victor would last so long, not least because he was not a robust man and suffered several bouts of illness so severe that he was not expected to survive. Hindsight too readily lends an inevitability to the course of events, so that we must always remind ourselves that contemporaries, whether Roman, provincial, allied or Parthian, did not know what the future held, and lived their lives and made key decisions day by day, month by month, and year by year. Augustus kept recovering whenever he was ill, and the handful of conspiracies failed, so much so that scholars can be inclined to doubt that they were real and not imagined. The princeps survived, modified his position without ever losing supreme power, and from early on started to groom successors, even if the favoured ones kept dying with a frequency that caused suspicion at the time and since, although it may have been no more than chance. History has remembered Hadrian as the great traveller among the emperors of the first 2 centuries of the Principate, the name scholars give the system created by Augustus, most of whom spent the bulk of their reigns in Italy. Yet this was not true of Augustus, who was more often to be found touring the provinces. Never a great or natural commander, within a few years he stopped leading his armies in person, but did supervise campaigns from close to the theatre of operations. All major wars were fought by the men he most trusted, ideally relations, at the start his old friend and subsequently son-in-law Agrippa, then his stepsons Tiberius and Drusus, and ultimately the next generation, his grandsons Caius and Lucius and great-nephew Germanicus. In many ways the system relied not on a single leader or princeps doing everything, but on a college of 2 or more principes, of which Augustus was always the unchallengeable senior, son of the divine Julius, and with a list of honours no one could hope to match. In addition to commanding or supervising major campaigns, listening to petitions and arbitrating local disputes took up an immense amount of time. A story is told of Hadrian, and once had been told of Alexander the Great, being carried in a litter through a city when an old woman called out to him, asking that he hear her case. Hadrian replied that he did not have the time, prompting the challenge, "Then stop being emperor," which made him halt and give her an audience. One of the main jobs of the princeps was to be the ultimate source of appeal, and even in a settled era this was time-consuming. In the wake of the civil wars, which had not only disrupted provincial government, but also caused upheaval and sudden changes of regime in many communities, as whoever happened to control a province at the time exploited it for the war effort, there was a hefty backlog of problems and disputes. An advantage of the Principate was that everyone knew that Augustus had the power and the willingness to deal with any problem, and one no longer had to go to Rome in the hope of finding a senator able to help. The long tours of the provinces helped even more, since it was cheaper and quicker to seek an audience as the emperor passed by than it was to travel to Rome and wait there for as long as was necessary. In the same way, the creation of the Principate made it simpler for Parthian kings to deal with Rome, the attitude of an emperor being easier to understand and predict than that of the succession of provincial governors and warlords thrown up by the civil wars. Again, at the start the Parthians had no more idea than anyone else that the rule of Augustus and the regime he created would endure. By 31 BC, if not before, Euphrates IV was more concerned by the immediate threat of a challenger for the throne, a man named Tiridates, than he was by the Romans. Both the king and the usurper sent envoys to Augustus before Actium, seeking friendship or perhaps just some assurance that he would not intervene on behalf of their rival. There is no record of whether they also contacted Antony. Either way, no Roman assistance was granted, Augustus being far too preoccupied to send anything, while also taking satisfaction in the thought that the Parthians would be busy fighting each other, so unlikely to pose any threat to Rome's provinces. Late in 30 BC, with Antony and Cleopatra both dead and Egypt occupied, Augustus made his first visit to Syria. His main concern was to settle the province and neighbouring allied kingdoms of a region that had now backed the losing side for the third time in a Roman civil war. Often this was best served by confirming appointments made by Antony, including Herod, and in the process placing the incumbents in Augustus's debt. Tiridates arrived, defeated in Parthia, but bringing one of Euphrates IV's sons with him. Once again, Augustus declined to back him, but also, for the moment, refused to return the prince to his father. Tiridates was granted a comfortable exile within the Roman Empire, while the young prince went to Rome with Augustus and was treated as a guest. A few years later, Tiridates went back to Parthia to renew the civil war, and for a while things went well for him. Euphrates IV retreated and was pursued. At one point he became so desperate that he ordered the execution of his harem rather than risk their capture by Tiridates. A little later a document shows that Euphrates had 4 formal wives, so perhaps these and other royal women were spared, or were somewhere safer at the time, unless he married them in the aftermath. Clearly the threat posed by Tiridates was serious, for soon Seleucia rallied to him, and he minted coins with the unprecedented slogan of Friend of the Romans, as well as Autocrator, or sole ruler. There is no sign that he received any active support from the Romans, so perhaps the boast was meant to show his strength, or suggest that relations with Rome would be good once he was secure. After a hard struggle, Euphrates IV once again expelled Tiridates, who took permanent refuge in the Roman provinces. Augustus sent Euphrates IV's son back to his father, presumably as a gesture of goodwill. Relations with Parthia were just one concern for the emperor among many, most of them more urgent. One of the embassies had reached Augustus when he was in Spain. Other Romans may have felt differently. In the 20s BC, the poet Horace suggested that Augustus will be deemed a god on earth when the Britons and the deadly Parthians have been added to our empire. He wondered whether there were soldiers captured at Carrhae, still alive decades later, married to barbarian wives, and living and serving as soldiers under the king of the Medes, forgetting their true names and the traditional toga and gods of Italy. Some 10,000 prisoners had been taken in 53 BC, and more during later fighting. As far as we can tell, the bulk of them were sent to Magiana, far off in the east of the Parthian Empire, where among other things they built fortifications for and probably garrisoned the city of Merv. There is little evidence that the fate of these men was a major issue in a Rome preoccupied by civil wars, but there was certainly a feeling that the Parthians had proven themselves to be enemies, even if many felt Crassus had been wrong to provoke them. Roman pride had been humbled, and while Ventidius's victories had done something to restore it, Antony's disappointing campaign had muddied the issue. Apart from Horace, other poets spoke with enthusiasm of humbling Parthia and restoring Roman supremacy throughout the world. Inevitably, talk of Eastern wars tended to lead to Alexander the Great, and predictions that Augustus might equal or surpass his conquests. Augustus did not neglect the eastern provinces. Syria, which remained a relatively small province geographically, was garrisoned by at least 4 legions, while there appear to have been 2 more in Galatia, at least for several decades. Legions tended to move around more in this period than later, as under the Principate most established large permanent bases, almost taking root within a province and requiring considerable upheaval to shift them elsewhere. Under Augustus, legions were readily moved from one war zone to another, often several times, and there is evidence for the garrison of Galatia having been sent to Macedonia when there were problems on its borders. This mobility meant that, if necessary, the 3 legions stationed in Egypt could be considered a handy reserve for the forces in Syria. Uniquely, Augustus placed the legions in Egypt under a governor and commanders who were not senators but equestrians and titled prefects rather than legates. In addition, there were substantial numbers of auxiliaries, non-citizens serving in new units that were both professional and permanent. All in all, almost a third of the army, at least in legionary strength, was stationed where it could be concentrated to threaten Parthia, or to meet any attack. That was not its only job. The region was too wealthy and important to risk defection to a Roman rival, and its population had been exploited so thoroughly in recent years that it had little reason, apart from fear, to be loyal. Egypt, whose wheat supplied a good deal of the empire, and most of all Rome itself, was especially sensitive. Hence Augustus's refusal to place it under the command of a senator, or even permit an aristocrat to visit the province without his permission. Regular Roman forces were just part of the picture, for as in the past, the region as a whole remained a patchwork of kingdoms, all with armies of their own, or the ability to raise them. The Romans continued to expect allied leaders and communities to supply troops and resources whenever requested, so that a substantial part of any field force usually was composed of allies. Nor was it uncommon for allied kings to wage war against a neighbour on Rome's behalf in the hope that victory could be achieved without committing any Roman forces. Royal troops were also employed against raiders and bandits, as well as political insurgents, and indeed at times for unauthorized warfare against other kingdoms who might themselves be allies of Rome. Sometimes this provoked a response from the Romans, or indeed for the kingdoms within the Parthian sphere from the Arsacid king, and sometimes it did not. In this respect, little had changed since the arrival of each power in the wider region. After Antony switched his attention to the power struggle against Octavian, the son of the Armenian king returned from Parthia and took back control of his own kingdom. One source says that he killed all the Romans he found, although it is not clear how many there were, or whether they were troops or civilian businessmen. The action does not appear to have provoked a Roman response. Around the same time, the king of Media Atropatene, who had allied with Antony, appears also to have confirmed his alliance with Euphrates IV. In neither case did this mean that the monarch in question was seeking confrontation with Rome. One of the greatest hindrances to understanding the geopolitics of the era is to view everything in simplistic language, where a king is either pro or anti-Roman or Parthian. Good relations, even firm alliance with Rome, did not mean that similarly good relations could not be maintained with Parthia, or vice versa. Allied kings were free agents, their day-to-day conduct subject to little or no scrutiny from outside. As long as they kept their own kingdoms fairly stable, did not disturb the wider region too much, and did not do anything in direct conflict with the important interests of Rome or Parthia, the two empires did not worry very much about what the kings did. As an example, Herod the Great, appointed by Antony and then Augustus as monarch of Judea and several adjoining territories, spent a great deal of money and effort demonstrating his loyalty to Rome and its princeps, as well as his generosity to provincial communities, most of them Gentile. There were substantial Jewish communities within the Parthian Empire, and pilgrims came regularly, especially to mark the Passover in the great temple in Jerusalem. Herod also sent ambassadors to Euphrates IV and negotiated successfully for the return of Hyrcanus, the deposed high priest captured by Pacorus. Herod had married Hyrcanus's granddaughter, but the older man still represented the true line of the old Hasmonean royal family, something Herod, as an Idumean semi-Jewish outsider, most certainly did not. There is no hint in the sources that Herod's negotiations were in any sense sponsored by Rome and intended to foster relations between the two great powers. As far as we can tell, Herod acted in this respect as an independent monarch, claiming that he acted for the prestige of his kingdom and in the interests of the family into which he had married. Both Hyrcanus and Herod's wife would subsequently be executed for alleged conspiracy, just two of many within his household to fall prey to the king's murderous suspicion. None of this prevented Herod from remaining a reliable ally of Rome. While maintaining that loyalty was one of his main priorities, it was still a means to the end of achieving personal security, success, wealth, and prestige. Augustus maintained substantial forces in the eastern provinces, backed by the armies of the kingdoms. However, he never amassed troops in the same sort of numbers as Caesar had planned to do and Antony had actually done for his expedition in 36 BC. In Europe, at times in North Africa, on Egypt's southern borders, and in Arabia, Augustus's reign saw large-scale aggressive warfare, which included taking large swathes of territory under direct rule. 10 legions were concentrated in Pannonia in AD 6, and similar numbers were deployed in the aftermath of the disaster in Germany in AD 9. Yet Augustus did not listen to the poets and launch a major war against Parthia, nor did he invade Britain, for that matter. While no ancient source suggests this, scholars plausibly argue that this was a pragmatic judgment on the part of Augustus, who was a clever man, even if not a gifted general. The experience of Crassus and Antony showed that the Parthians were formidable opponents, so that fighting against them was considerably more risky than war against Iron Age tribes. Tribal opponents were less sophisticated tactically, their settlements less well defended, and even more importantly, they lacked political unity. This made it easier to defeat them one by one and made the risk of disaster less, or at the very least, likely to be on a smaller, less embarrassing scale. In contrast, the Parthian king of kings could call on the men and resources of a great empire and wage war for a long time and on a large scale. At the same time, this relative political unity aided negotiation between the leader of Rome and the Arsacid king. In essence, it was easier to make and maintain peace with one leader of an empire than with many kings and chieftains of tribes and clans. The details of negotiations between Augustus and Euphrates IV are impossible to reconstruct, even though the outcome was much celebrated throughout the Roman Empire. In 20 BC, Augustus came to Syria as part of a wider tour of the eastern provinces. A faction from Armenia had already approached him, complaining about the current king and wanting to replace him with his brother. Taken as a hostage by Antony and subsequently sent to Rome, Augustus agreed and was willing to back the change with force, giving the task to his stepson, the 21-year-old Tiberius, no doubt with several more experienced advisers. A force was mustered, perhaps with fresh troops or perhaps from the region. However, before the Romans could act, the unpopular king was murdered, so Tiberius and his men simply escorted the brother into his kingdom without having to fight. Domestic politics was central in all of this, and to achieve their end, the faction involved was willing to accept Roman aid, just as at other times they might have sought Parthian aid. In this case, the new king could be expected to have goodwill towards Rome, and he certainly knew a good deal about Rome and its leaders from the years spent as hostage. At best, this fostered some influence, even a strengthened alliance, but in no sense did it mean that the Romans controlled Armenia, or had turned it into a satellite state, or one hostile to Parthia. Around the same time, alliance was renewed with Media Atropatene, and similarly this did not sever ties between that kingdom and Parthia. Yet all in all, Augustus could feel pleased with having strengthened alliances in the region. The princeps did not want a war with Parthia, any more than Euphrates IV, relieved of the challenge of Tiridates but never sure whether a new usurper might emerge, wanted to risk confrontation with Rome. The result was a treaty, advantageous to both sides, which could be presented to a home audience as a great success. Euphrates IV freed himself from the prospect of a Roman invasion, at least for the immediate future. There was some talk of parts of the Euphrates as a boundary, although whether as a limit to Parthian claims or for both sides is less certain. In return, the Parthians handed over all the eagles and other standards they still possessed, for Antony had got back from the Medes those taken by them from his men. Euphrates IV rounded up some of the surviving Roman hostages and returned them as well. Some men, who had spent more of their lives within the Parthian Empire than in their original homes, hid rather than go back, and a few were even said to have committed suicide, rather than leave the wives taken and children raised during their internment. The return of prisoners is noted in our sources and acknowledged as a good thing, but far more attention was paid to the lost standards. Marius, Sulla's rival, had made the eagle the primary standard of each legion, alongside the 60 signa of the centurii, and while coins often showed an eagle with a signum on either side, the eagles were the greatest focus of pride. I forced the Parthians to return to me the booty and standards of 3 Roman armies, and to ask as suppliants for the friendship of the Roman people. Thus Augustus himself described the event in a great inscription set up outside his mausoleum and copied around the empire. For him, the Parthians' action demonstrated that they acknowledged Rome's greater might and respected his own reputation as leader. In the Aeneid, the poet Virgil declared that Rome's destiny was to spare the conquered and overcome the proud in war. Parthia had not been conquered in war, but the presence and visible determination of Augustus, Tiberius, and the legions and other troops in the eastern provinces were presented as the display of sheer power that had forced the Parthians to return the eagles and seek peace as suppliants. While there was always greatest glory attached to victory in battles where the enemy dead were numbered in thousands, a voluntary submission in the face of Roman power was entirely acceptable to a Roman audience. When the news reached Rome, the Senate voted Augustus a long list of fresh honours, including a triumph where his chariot could be drawn by elephants rather than horses. Augustus responded in his usual way, thanking them for their generosity while declining almost all the awards, especially the more extravagant ideas. When he eventually returned to Rome, he entered the city quietly and at night, and did not celebrate this triumph with or without elephants. Agrippa, who won victory after victory on his friend's behalf, also pointedly refused to accept a single one of the successive triumphs awarded him by the Senate. One reason such modesty had power was because even with what was left, the achievements and honours of Augustus outstripped those of any of Rome's great heroes. Eventually the eagles and other standards, along with those recaptured in other theatres, were installed with great ceremony in the newly built temple of Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, which formed the centrepiece of the Forum of Augustus, an extension at right angles to the old Forum Romanum. In the precinct outside were statues of the greatest members of the Julian family and of the men who had celebrated triumphs in the past. Augustus's achievements were marked, among other things, by a statue of a 4-horse chariot like that driven by a triumphing general. The natural way to see the monument was a celebration of Rome's great past, as all leading towards, even culminating in, Augustus and his greatness. Coins depicted every stage of the celebrations for the return of the eagles, including imaginings of monuments and events, even the elephants pulling the chariot, that were in fact declined by the princeps. Scholarly opinion is divided over whether the Parthian arch awarded to him by the Senate was actually constructed, or whether an existing arch, probably the one awarded for his victory at Actium, was enlarged and modified. Judging from coins, most likely the latter was the case, and the grand monument stood beside the tomb of the divine Julius on one of the main routes into the Forum Romanum. On top, Augustus was depicted in a 4-horse chariot, and on either side and lower stood a Parthian, one presenting an eagle, and the other waving his bow in a gesture of peace. The formidable nature of the Parthians seems to have been emphasized. On the breastplate of the famous Prima Porta statue of Augustus, a standing Parthian warrior hands over an eagle to a figure that probably represented the goddess Roma. Defeated nations were usually shown as female personifications, always suppliant and often seated and with wrists bound. Augustan art permitted the Parthians to appear more formidable, even as they acknowledged Rome's superiority. This made the bloodless triumph of 20 BC all the greater an achievement, and one celebrated far more often than the many hard-fought battles won against the tribes of Europe. Through Augustus, Romans could believe that they had asserted their dominance over a proud and formidable enemy, and even, if they wished, that distant Euphrates IV was a subordinate ally like other kings. The Parthians, in contrast, had no reason to see things in this way. While they had seen the importance the Romans invested in the eagles and other standards, we do not know how much the Parthians valued these trophies. From a personal point of view, Euphrates IV had secured peace at a low price, handing over symbols without giving up any land he occupied at the time. That the Romans had been forced to ask for the standards taken in battle reminded a home audience of past victories. Ancient leaders and states were seldom inclined to see any treaty or agreement as permanent. Having just survived the challenge of Tiridates, remaining in power and consolidating his position were Euphrates IV's main priorities for the moment. Like many diplomatic meetings, this one appears to have been accompanied by exchanges of gifts, and it may well have been at this time that Augustus presented Euphrates IV with a slave girl called Musa. Josephus, the only literary source to mention her, describes the girl as an Italian slave, although precisely what that means is unclear. Presumably she had been born to a slave mother in Italy, but that gives no clue as to her ethnicity. Musa was a fairly common slave name. Perhaps she was from the imperial household and well-educated, unless she was selected purely on the basis of her remarkable beauty. An attractive woman was doubtless considered a pleasing gift for a king who maintained a harem, and who may have been in the process of replacing the concubines killed on his orders in the Civil War. A mutual exchange of gifts was also a good way for Euphrates IV to present the negotiations as a meeting of equals, not that he or Augustus ever met in person. Musa was clearly a remarkable woman, although the details of her story cannot be known, for Josephus's account is short, gossipy, and hostile. The bare-bones narrative makes it clear that she became one of Euphrates IV's favourites, and after she bore him a son, he was moved to acknowledge her as one of his wives, rather than an ordinary concubine. Josephus claims that she came to dominate and manipulate the king, who was now middle-aged or older. Around 11 or 10 BC, according to Augustus, Euphrates, son of Orodes, king of the Parthians, sent all his sons and grandsons to Italy, not because he had been beaten in war, but to win our friendship through using his sons as sureties. 4 sons, with their wives and households, including grandchildren of the King of Kings, went to live among the many foreign princes associated with Augustus's household. Josephus says that Musa was behind the decision, wishing to send away the most obvious rivals to her son. Another source suggests that Euphrates IV actually wanted the young men out of the way to prevent them from challenging him, or being used as figureheads by aristocrats opposed to him. Given that he had murdered his father, brothers, and possibly even one of his own sons to seize the throne in the first place, the suggestion is plausible enough. Yet there was surely also a risk in giving a foreign power so many potential heirs to the throne. The modern word hostage carries a good deal of baggage, not implied by its closest Latin and Greek equivalents. Foreign leaders had been held in Rome in the past, including the Seleucids mentioned earlier, and under Augustus and his successors the numbers would swell immensely. Even if these hostages were demanded as sureties for a treaty, it is highly significant that none were ever executed or punished in any way if such a treaty was subsequently broken. Many cultures in the ancient world had long traditions of guest friendship, forging bonds that were personal more than national. While in and around Rome, the Parthians, like other royalty and aristocrats, were given a Roman education and mixed socially with the princeps and his family. They were not allowed to leave, but otherwise appear to have had considerable independence, luxury, and funds. One of Euphrates IV's sons endowed a temple during his time in Italy. Augustus paraded them in public as signs of friendship, giving them good and highly visible seats at the games. The Ara Pacis Augusti has friezes on either side depicting Augustus, Agrippa, and other family members leading the Senate in a religious ceremony. A small boy in Eastern garb clutches the cloak of Agrippa, while a woman whose bowed head has an unusual diadem comforts the lad. Some suggest that the figures may be one of Euphrates IV's grandchildren and his mother, but little is certain about this monument, and the boy may be a generic representation of Easterners, matching another barefoot and bare-bottomed child on the opposite side, who may represent Westerners. The Romans and Parthians remained at peace, with any moments of tension being settled by diplomacy. Agrippa had spent several years in the eastern provinces in the 20s, and was there again from 16 to 13 BC, holding imperium, or power superior to all the governors of the region. A year later he was dead, followed in 9 BC by Augustus's stepson Drusus. This meant that a considerable burden fell upon Tiberius, and in 6 BC he was sent to supervise the east, but instead chose to retire to private life on Rhodes, in an episode that still defies easy comprehension of all its aspects. By this time, the king Tiberius had installed on the throne of Armenia had died, leading to a prolonged and violent power struggle, with at least 6 kings rising and falling in the next decade and a half. In 2 BC, Euphrates IV's long reign also came to an end when he was allegedly murdered by Musa, so that her son Phrates, or Little Euphrates, could succeed him, while some of the older and more obvious heirs remained in Rome. In itself, this did not change the relationship with Rome, but there was more concern when the young Euphrates offered support to a contender for the Armenian throne. Josephus portrays Musa as pulling the strings behind the scenes, even claiming an incestuous relationship between mother and son. Certainly she was important, and for the first time in Parthian history, the image of a royal woman appeared on coins. Named as the goddess Musa, she was on one side and her son on the other, so that they were not shown together, as Antony had chosen to do on some issues depicting him with Cleopatra. Some scholars believe that the pair were married, but the evidence is too poor for any certainty, and we do not know enough about the context to judge how likely this was. The Parthians were not strict adherents to the mainstream Zoroastrian tradition as it developed after the fall of the Achaemenids, which embraced consanguine marriage. As one example, the Parthians buried their dead, rather than exposing the bodies. They did revere some of the deities of the Zoroastrian pantheon, but they gave little emphasis to the supreme Ahura Mazda, and more emphasis to other gods, notably Mithra, something obvious in several of the names employed since the 2nd century BC. What they thought about marriage between close family members, such as mother and son, is simply impossible to know, so that we cannot be sure whether Musa flouted convention. Josephus does claim that the influence of the queen, whether as wife-lover or controlling mother, alienated many Parthians. In AD 1, Augustus sent his adopted son and actual grandson Caius Caesar to the east on another of these super-provincial commands, so that his imperium was greater than that of the provincial governors. Poets once again spoke of great wars and triumphs to come, helped by the fact that as the youth set out, the temple of Mars Ultor was dedicated with great ceremony and lavish celebration, including a reenactment of the Battle of Salamis, a famous Greek naval victory over the Persians, by thousands of gladiators in dozens of ships on an artificial lake. Yet there is nothing to suggest that Augustus wanted to launch a major war in the east. 19 and inexperienced, Caius was provided with a large and experienced staff of advisers and presumably substantial military forces, although whether this meant reinforcing or simply concentrating the provincial armies is harder to say. The expedition began with angry diplomatic exchanges, with the Romans refusing to address Euphrates as King of Kings, thus casting doubt on his legitimacy. In return, Euphrates wanted his brothers in Rome to be sent back. Yet fairly quickly the mood softened, and a year later Caius and Euphrates met in a carefully orchestrated conference which suggests a good deal of prior planning and negotiation. On the first day, each leader, accompanied by an equal number of companions, met on an island in the Euphrates. The day after, the Parthian king came across to the Roman bank to dine, and the next day was host to Caius on the other bank. Years later, the author, Velleius Paterculus, who was a tribune serving with Caius's forces, recalled the sheer spectacle of the Roman army parading on one side and the Parthian army on the other bank, as the two leaders met. Friendship between Rome and Parthia was reconfirmed, and from the Roman perspective, any equality of ceremony was offset, because Euphrates met Augustus's son, and not Augustus himself. The Romans conceded nothing, and refused to return Euphrates IV's other sons who were in Rome, agreeing only to keep them there at the moment. The Parthian king informed Caius that one of his own senior advisers had been taking bribes on a grand scale, prompting the disgrace of the senator implicated, who was killed or committed suicide a few days later. On the other hand, the Romans had few demands. Parthian intervention in the Armenian civil war ended, leaving Caius to deal with the matter. This proved less straightforward than hoped, as the first man installed, a member of the royal house of Media Atropatene, was soon deposed by a rebellion. Caius unwisely agreed to meet one of the leaders of the rebels at a parley, only for the man to attack him. Badly wounded, he never fully recovered his physical and emotional health, and he died in February AD 4. Eventually, after further interventions backed by threats as much as force, a candidate acceptable to Augustus managed to survive long enough to be secure. Euphrates could consider the conference with Caius Caesar a success. The Romans had made formal recognition of his right to rule and treated him with dignity and respect, allowing him to appear as equal, especially for a home audience. If his brothers and nephews were not returned so that he could dispose of them permanently, then they were at least to stay far away in Italy, and the Romans were pledged not to launch any unprovoked attack upon him. Some have speculated that Musa may have schooled her son to deal with Romans with more sophistication and skill than any of his predecessors, and that may or may not be true. Either way, Euphrates' success was short-lived. By AD 4 he had been chased from Parthia by internal opponents, and ironically enough went to Syria, where the Romans gave him sanctuary. There is no sign that the change of regime in Parthia disturbed the peace with Rome, at least in the long run. The war of conquest poets imagined Augustus would wage, or later might bequeath to his sons, was never launched. While this appears a break with what Caesar planned and Antony attempted, in many ways this was a reversion to Roman behaviour under Lucullus and Pompey. As we have seen, there is no certainty that Caesar, Antony, or even Crassus had aimed at extensive conquests, rather than an assertion of Rome's dominance, and perhaps the installation of a friendly king on the Arsacid throne. Under Augustus, Roman interests were protected and Roman influence expanded, notably among the kingdoms of the region. The means employed were shows of strength and more or less direct threats, combined with a willingness to negotiate. As far as the Romans were concerned, asserting dominance was an acceptable alternative to warfare, and by their standards Augustus had more than achieved this. To Roman eyes, the Parthians had accepted the reality of Roman strength and behaved with appropriate respect to Rome. Whereas Arsacids princes and their families came to live in Rome, no Roman of consequence, let alone a member of the princeps family, went to Parthia. It would be centuries before anyone followed the example of Labienus and joined the Parthian court. Both sides had chosen peace rather than a conflict neither wanted at that time, and both benefited. That did not mean that circumstances would not change, and assertions of dominance were always likely to be transitory. Chapter 7. Between Two Great Empires, 5 to 68. Augustus's career reshaped Roman and Parthian relations, and in many ways shaped the boundaries between the two empires for generations to come. Symbolism was at the heart of this, with both sides able to present the agreements between them as glorious and, even better, bloodless victories. Augustus assured Romans that the Parthians now understood and accepted their proper place as subordinate to a Rome which did not really ask anything of them. Euphrates IV no doubt assured his lesser kings and noblemen that the empire to their west similarly understood and respected Parthia's greatness. It was important to remain militarily strong, in case a reminder was needed and for all the other threats a ruler might face. The possibility of major conflict between the empires had not vanished, but was substantially diminished, allowing Augustus and Euphrates IV to focus on the many other aspects of maintaining their rule and ensuring the strength and prosperity of their lands. Sometime around 8, a deputation representing a group of noblemen travelled from Parthia to Rome, asking Augustus to give them Vonones, the eldest son of Euphrates IV, as king. After consulting with Tiberius, returned from his self-imposed exile on Rhodes, rehabilitated and adopted as the emperor's son and clear successor, Augustus was happy to oblige. Vonones left Italy after some 18 years living in the imperial household and returned to his homeland, supported by a generous gift of money but without direct military support. At first things went well and the returning prince was proclaimed king and greeted with enthusiasm. Gradually the mood changed, for inevitably there were noblemen who did not do so well under the new regime. The Roman senator and historian Tacitus, writing about a century later, blamed Vonones' long stay abroad, which meant that he no longer revelled in horses and the chase, preferred a litter to riding, and was fond of Greek courtiers of the sort fashionable in Rome. A man who had been away for so long was bound to have lost touch with the politics and rivalries and perhaps culture of his homeland. Artabanus II, king of Media Atropatene and an Arsacid from a different branch of the family, appeared as rival. The disaffected and those eager for a change rallied to his cause, as did many from the eastern regions of the Parthian Empire and beyond, for he appears to have had family connections among the Dahe. Vonones' forces defeated the challenger's first attempt to seize power, after which the Parthian king minted coins proclaiming his victory. In 12, Artabanus II returned and this time drove out Vonones, who fled to Armenia, where the king had lately been deposed. Vonones managed to establish himself as Armenia's ruler, and clearly cherished hopes of a return to Parthia one day. Modern scholars tend to agree with Tacitus, and see Vonones' failure as almost inevitable given the stigma of having lived in a foreign, and in the past hostile, capital, adopting the manners of Rome and being backed by the Romans. While this was surely a factor, perhaps a very important one, to set against this is the fact that he did rule for some 4 years. Plenty of men who had lived all their lives in Parthia failed to hold on to the royal diadem for as long as that before they were murdered or deposed. The newly crowned Artabanus II was a formidable opponent and a gifted and determined leader, so the story can equally be told as his success rather than Vanoni's failure. For a few years the rivals watched each other warily, until Artabanus II was able to encourage discontent among enough Armenian aristocrats and threatened invasion. Vonones sought Roman support, but there was no enthusiasm for direct conflict with Parthia, so the legate of Syria persuaded him to flee to the Roman Empire. The former king was treated with respect and allowed to maintain his court in exile, but was also kept under guard. By this time Augustus was dead, having outlived almost all his contemporaries as well as anyone who could remember the days when the Roman republican system had functioned well. Tiberius succeeded him, and while honouring the name of Augustus and presenting most of his own actions as following his precepts, adopted a very different style of leadership. 54, with a long record of successful campaigns and diplomacy on the frontiers, the new princeps was not inclined to tour the empire, and grew weary of the task of listening to endless petitions, appeals, and speeches. After some years he retreated from Rome to the country, and eventually to his villa on the Isle of Capri. At first he copied Augustus by using family members to go out and deal with major problems. Thus, when Artabanus II moved to install a brother as the new king of Armenia, Tiberius dispatched Germanicus, his nephew and adopted son, to the east, with powers similar to those once held by Caius. Once again a Roman force marched into Armenia, and at Artaxata Germanicus appointed a son of the king of Pontus to the vacant throne. The new king was seen as well-disposed to Rome, and, as importantly, had lived for some time in Armenia, and was popular with a good proportion of the nobility. Artabanus II sent envoys, accepting the situation in Armenia, at least for the moment, and asking to renew the alliance with Rome, ideally by holding another face-to-face summit at the Euphrates, like the one between Caius and Phrates. This did not happen, although this may have had nothing to do with willingness on either side. Artabanus II did complain that Vonones was still trying to win over supporters inside Parthia, prompting Germanicus to have the exile sent from Syria to Cilicia, where he would be a little further away. In 19, Vonones tried to escape, making off during a hunting trip. Ironic given Tacitus's claim that he showed too little enthusiasm for the chase. Word quickly went out and messages were sent ordering bridges to be broken on the most likely route from Cilicia to Armenia. Recaptured by a cavalry patrol, Vonones was placed back in the charge of the former officer or soldier who had guarded him in the past, who promptly killed him. Tacitus repeats the suspicion that the jailer had been bribed to let the king escape and was covering his own guilt. Corruption on the part of Roman officers, even senior advisers, was a feature of Germanicus's command, just as it had been of Caius's time in the east. There were plenty of locals eager to influence those with authority, and plenty of Romans looking to profit and hopeful that the young commander would not notice or care overmuch. In this case, things were made worse by the open hostility between Germanicus and Piso, the legate of Syria, until the latter was sacked. Before the end of 19, Germanicus had fallen ill and died amid rumours of poisoning. Piso was prosecuted for inciting civil war by returning to reclaim his province after the death. He committed suicide before being found guilty, and the Senate issued a decree to be published around the empire which condemned his conduct in considerable detail. Gossip at the time, and later speculation, hinted at mistrust between Tiberius and the dashing Germanicus, who had campaigned with considerable success beyond the Rhine before being sent to the east. Whether or not there was any truth in this, his loss and the subsequent death of Tiberius's actual son Drusus meant that there were no longer any male relations that the princeps was willing to trust with major commands. Unwilling to go to the provinces himself, Tiberius had to rely on provincial legates on their own. Augustus had left written advice to him, suggesting that the empire should be kept at its current size, which added the now deified first emperor's approval to a reluctance to wage aggressive wars. Tiberius's reign was largely one of consolidation, and his dealings in the east, and with Parthia in particular, aimed at avoiding direct Roman involvement, and especially military conflict. Artabanus II had other problems, and was equally content to keep the peace with Rome. No king had lasted more than a few years since the death of Euphrates IV, and although Artabanus II would manage to break this trend, no one knew this at the time, and it was only to be achieved through considerable effort. There is some sign that territories were lost in the far east of his empire to regional competitors. As ever, the Arsacid king had to find a delicate balance among local kings, the wider nobility, and especially the 7 big families, including the Suren, Karen, and Mihran, that held large estates, giving them access to considerable manpower. These men provided almost all of his senior commanders, ministers, and courtiers, as well as much of the manpower for field armies. Also important were the many self-governing communities. A Greek inscription from Susa consists of a letter written by the king confirming the election of a local magistrate. The result had been contested because the new magistrate had not conformed to a city law stipulating that a number of years should pass between spells in post. Artabanus II backed his claim, praising the man's ability and loyalty to him personally. A king of kings needed to satisfy all these different groups, while still asserting sufficient control to make his rule secure and effective. This was often difficult, for the empire was large, and the resources of central government limited, so that no king of kings could hope to impose his will by force everywhere at the same time. Josephus tells a strange story of these years, and it is tempting to see it as illustrating the weakness of central and some local authority in the aftermath of a long period of power struggles. 2 Jewish brothers, Asinaeus and Anileus, part of a substantial Jewish community in Babylonia, were apprenticed to a weaver, but found some weapons and fled when the weaver threatened to have them beaten. They turned to banditry, and over time gathered large numbers of followers, the majority also Jewish, so that eventually they built strongholds and extracted protection money from farms, villages, and even larger communities. News spread, and the satrap of Babylonia gathered a force and moved against them. Hoping that religious scruple would give him an easy victory, he attacked on the Sabbath, when many Jews held that it was against the law of God to fight. The brothers and their men broke the rule and routed the attackers, inflicting heavy losses. When reports of the battle reached Artabanus II, he sent trusted messengers from his household to summon the brothers to him. One brother agreed, and got such a favourable reception that he persuaded his sibling to join him, for Artabanus II had decided to make use of the bandits rather than try to suppress them. Therefore, he appointed the 2 brothers to govern the region they had seized, but from now on they were to be his representatives. The decision was not universally popular at court, but opposition remained personal and disunited. According to Josephus, for 15 years the brothers governed over a large district with Parthian aristocrats showing them every honour in public. Their rule was based on force, which allowed them to extort money whenever it was not willingly surrendered. Then Anileus became infatuated with the famously beautiful wife of one nobleman, so that he declared the husband an outlaw, attacked and killed him in battle, and married the widow. She remained a pagan, presumably a Zoroastrian of some form, and when this was resented by the brothers' followers, her new husband refused to listen to their concerns. Josephus claims that she poisoned Asinaeus, so that her man was in sole charge. The bandit-turned-governor began to prey on some villages in the territory of a nobleman named Mithridates, taking people as slaves as well as livestock and money. Mithridates was married to a daughter of Artabanus II, but clearly felt it right and proper to defend his own lands without seeking royal support, so he gathered warriors from his household. He moved to attack, but rested on the Sabbath on the basis that, while Jews might defend themselves on that day, they would not attack. Again, the bandits broke the rules, attacking during the night and routing their surprised enemies. Mithridates was captured and promptly paraded around, naked and riding a donkey. He was then released on the basis that humiliation was something the king might ignore, whereas he would be bound to seek vengeance if a son-in-law was killed, and most likely would attack the wider Jewish population rather than the bandits themselves. However, spurred on by his royal wife, Mithridates gathered a far stronger force and attacked for a second time, catching the overconfident bandits when they were weary and thirsty as they marched to meet him. Josephus claims that tens of thousands were slaughtered, but he was often inclined to exaggerate these sorts of numbers. Ananias escaped and started to rebuild his band, albeit with far less experienced and confident replacements compared to the men he had lost. The bandits were weaker and probably made more vicious by desperation, so the wider population wondered whether it was better to tolerate them or resist them. Gentile communities tried to persuade the Jewish population to give them up. The approach failed, but a locally raised force discovered where Ananias was. Approaching stealthily, they found the bandits drunk and helpless. All were slaughtered, including their leader. In the aftermath, there was a period of bloody intercommunal violence, something always lurking beneath the surface in many ancient communities, and hatred of the bandits was turned against the Jewish population in general. Josephus recounts the story to describe the fortunes of the Jewish population in Babylonia, and because it fits with many of the broader themes of his work, notably the role of bandit leaders in Judea's Great Rebellion in 66. Banditry was a common enough problem in much of the Roman Empire as it was in the wider ancient world. Yet even if only the broad picture is accurate, it suggests that in these years large and important areas of Parthia were under at best the loose control of a king who preferred to back anyone with armed force behind them rather than try to suppress them. The attack on Mithridates' territory does not appear to have prompted Artabanus II to intervene, and at the second attempt the nobleman defeated his enemies through his own efforts. Any man of status maintained warriors in his household and others upon whom he could call as necessary, and there is no evidence that any ethnic groups were wholly excluded from becoming part of this elite. A little earlier, Josephus mentions a Jewish man who brought his family and 500 cavalrymen when he fled to the Roman Empire and was eventually given land by Herod the Great. What is striking is the importance of possessing soldiers, not simply as a symbol of duty, but to confirm the reality of power. This is in marked contrast to the Roman Empire under the Principate and in other periods of stability. There, at least in normal times, though less so during civil wars, men like Asinius and Ananias could not hope to raise a private army, prey on the lands around, and eventually gain formal recognition as local governors. Tiberius described the job of princeps as like holding a wolf by the ears, as the ruler had to keep a tight grip to avoid being savaged. This was surely even more true of the Arsacid king of kings. In Rome, as in Parthia, prolonged periods of instability and civil war made the task even harder, so that the success of Artabanus II is all the more striking, even if this was sometimes achieved by letting local strongmen, be they noblemen or successful bandits, enjoy considerable freedom as long as they did not turn against him. Gradually he grew stronger. When the Armenian king appointed by Germanicus died, Artabanus II managed to place his son on the vacant throne, and sent a deputation to Tiberius demanding the substantial treasury that had been left by Vonones, and making grand comments about his right and intention to reclaim all the lands once ruled by Achaemenid Persia and Alexander and his successors. A king of kings so confident in his own strength was not necessarily popular with noblemen, worried that he might move against them, or at the very least curb their independence. One group banded together and opened secret negotiations with Tiberius, with an aristocrat and a senior eunuch from the court acting as spokesman. Once again, a Roman princeps was asked to send a Parthian prince back home so that he could become king. Tiberius chose Euphrates IV's last surviving son, who then most inconveniently died when he got to Syria. In the meantime, the princeps asked the king of Iberia to intervene in Armenia, encouraged by generous gifts of funds. Artabanus II's son was assassinated and replaced on the throne of Armenia by the Iberian king's brother, yet another man named Mithridates. Artabanus II responded by sending another of his sons, Orodes, with money and troops to regain Armenia. Both sides did their best to hire mercenaries from the Sarmatian Alan tribes to the north, but since the Iberians controlled the routes through the Caucasus, they managed to prevent any bands from joining their opponents in Armenia. It is another sign that the easiest way to raise soldiers quickly for an Arsacid king, and indeed most leaders of the wider region, was to look to the fierce horsemen of the steppes. Presumably there were Armenians on both sides. Mithridates also had infantry from the Iberians and the Albani and mounted Sarmatians, while Orodes had Parthians, which, as usual, might often include men from Media Atropatene and the other regions. The latter's strength was in their cavalry, and they were more effective horse archers than the Sarmatians, who, although they used bows, favoured hand-to-hand combat. Mithridates' men charged to close the distance, and Orodes' men tried to prevent this and rely on their shooting, but the terrain and the better mix of troop types worked against the Parthians. Sighting the enemy leader, the king of the Iberians galloped at Orodes, wounding him, but was unable to turn back and finish the job before the Parthian bodyguards ushered their leader to safety. Even so, rumour spread that the commander was dead, and not simply wounded, and his army broke and fled, seeing no sense in fighting to place a dead man on the throne. No Roman had taken part in the battle, and even the Parthian contingent did not represent the royal army as such. However, the defeat prompted Artabanus II to intervene, striking first at Iberia. With his first-choice candidate for the throne of Parthia dead, Tiberius then sent a prince from the next generation, Tiridates, a grandson of Euphrates IV. Tiridates was escorted to the Euphrates by the legate of Syria and his army. The Romans postured, threatening invasion, which helped persuade Artabanus II that this was a far greater threat. Before he could move to deal with it, significant numbers of his noblemen openly declared themselves against him and for the challenger. Worried, Artabanus II withdrew to the eastern part of his empire and tried to regather his strength, but his supporters trickled away. The legions threw a bridge of boats across the Euphrates, most likely near Zeugma, but then sent Tiridates on his way to be greeted by supporters, including the king of Ossohoene, the nobleman who had negotiated with Tiberius, and another who had spent some time in Roman service leading a Parthian contingent and being rewarded with Roman citizenship. No doubt there were others with the franchise, such as the prince and prominent members of his court, but there were no units of Roman soldiers with the army. This was a Parthian prince claiming his rightful inheritance, and the communities in his path welcomed him as he marched to Seleucia on the Tigris. Whether the people saw him as favouring their community more than Artabanus II, who had stopped putting the slogan Philhellene on his coins early on in his reign, or simply felt that it was better to back a likely winner, is hard to say. Calculation went alongside sentiment, and this was clearly demonstrated when two prominent noblemen sent excuses to explain that they were delayed in coming to acclaim Tiridates as king of kings. Deciding that he could wait no longer, the new king had the diadem placed on his head by the current Surena, as was traditional, but in the aftermath felt unable to move directly against Artabanus II. Instead, the new king besieged a stronghold where his rival had left his harem and a large part of his treasury. Money was essential for any ruler, and once again the prestige and important connections of the royal women were highlighted. Josephus stressed that the Mithridates who fought Asinaeus was married to Artabanus II's daughter, and how this connection marked his status and meant that he had to be treated differently to a nobleman who lacked a similar family tie. There is a good chance that Artabanus II himself carried Arsacid blood from the alliance between a king's daughter and a prince of the Dahae. Tiridates was grandson of Euphrates IV, although he had spent most of his life in Rome. This upbringing may have counted against him, and made it harder for him to understand his new subjects, but more than anything else, he was blamed for lacking urgency and a killer instinct. As he waited, more and more noblemen decided that Artabanus II was the better option. This included the two men who had failed to turn up for the coronation. A romantic story claims that some noblemen tracked down Artabanus II and found the former king on the distant fringes of Hyrcania, living the basic life of a hunter. In the campaign that followed, he stayed in this dirt-stained and simple garb, rather than donning the silks and splendour of the palace. First, he recruited strong contingents of Dahae and Saka, again demonstrating the importance of warriors from outside the empire proper. Then he launched a rapid attack, arriving at Seleucia far earlier than expected. Tiridates seemed weak. He dithered, and his supporters deserted him, the trickle becoming a rushing stream as he retreated. There were only a handful of people still with him when he crossed the Euphrates again and reached the sanctuary offered by Syria. Artabanus II was a survivor, and once again his success had as much to do with his own talent, skill, and luck as it did with his rival's failings. While the Romans had funded and encouraged Tiridates, and at slightly more of distance backed rivals in Armenia, no Roman soldiers or formal representatives of Rome had taken part in any of the campaigns. Neither Artabanus II nor Tiberius wanted direct confrontation, so peaceful relations and past treaties were confirmed at a meeting with the legate of Syria, held this time at the centre on a bridge over the Euphrates, where Herod Antipas, the ruler of Galilee and Perea, staged a lavish feast for the king and the governor. Artabanus II sent a son and other family members to live as guests of the emperor in Rome. Among the presents to be sent to Tiberius was a Jewish man of exceptional size, if perhaps less tall than the 10 feet 6 claimed by Josephus. There was another plot against Artabanus II soon afterwards, which forced him to seek refuge with a regional king, whose backing helped him raise enough troops to regain power yet again. This was his last success, for he died within a year or so, at which point his remaining sons fought and murdered each other to succeed him, and other contenders may also have appeared. Then, for several years, two of Artabanus II's sons split the empire, one ruling in the west and the other in the east. Although there was brief talk of striking against the Roman provinces, presumably as a show of strength for the home audience as much as anything else, nothing much came of it. Raiders plundered a couple of villages near Zergma and within the Roman province, and may have occupied them, prompting the provincial legate to complain. This was enough to make the attackers withdraw, and we cannot tell whether they were freelancers or men under orders of a local king or one of the claimants to the throne. Tiberius died in 37, his last years blighted after narrowly suppressing a coup headed by a trusted friend, the commander of his Praetorian Guard. Many leading Romans fell victim to the purge that followed, and then to the suspicions of a fearful emperor. There was great enthusiasm for his successor, the surviving son of Germanicus. Caius, who was normally known by the nickname Caligula, or Little Boots, given to him by his father's soldiers because the family dressed him up in a miniature version of a legionary's uniform, proved a disappointment. Within 4 years he was assassinated by that rarest of things, a successful conspiracy organized by senators. For a few hours the Senate debated whether it was time to do away with emperors and return to annually elected leaders, but this was dismissed as impractical, and instead they talked about who among them should succeed. It was already too late, for in the meantime the Praetorians had discovered the emperor's uncle, Claudius, hiding behind a curtain in the palace, and had proclaimed him as princeps. Lacking troops of their own, the Senate accepted this with as much grace as they could muster. Unlike Tiberius, let alone Augustus, neither Caligula nor Claudius could boast of any military exploits before they became emperor. This made them more inclined to be aggressive than Tiberius, but neither looked to the eastern frontier for glory, although Caligula deposed Mithridates the Iberian as king of Armenia. The appointment, dismissal, and even transfer of allied monarchs was not unusual. Tiberius had deposed the king of nearby Commagene and taken the area under direct Roman rule. Caligula restored him, then changed his mind and deposed him again. Later the decision was again reversed, and the king was sent back to Commagene by Claudius and ruled for a considerable time as a loyal ally of Rome. He also sent Mithridates the Iberian back to Armenia with a small escort of Roman troops, but his main ambitions lay elsewhere. In 43, Claudius sent an army of 4 legions and auxiliaries to invade Britain, visited twice by Julius Caesar almost a century before. The elderly and infirm emperor bothered to pay a brief visit to the island in person and celebrated the victory with great ceremony, naming his young son Britannicus. In Parthia, one of Artabanus's sons was murdered, encouraging the surviving brother to bring the entire empire under his sole control. For a third time, a group of aristocrats went to Rome's leader, in this case Claudius, and requested that a descendant of Euphrates IV be sent back to them. As before, the legate of Syria, interestingly a descendant of Cassius, Crassus's quaestor and Caesar's assassin, escorted the prince to the crossing point of the Euphrates, but went no further. With an army of local nobles and kings, including, in time, the head of the great Karen clan, this grandson of Euphrates was persuaded to take the route through the mountains of Armenia. It was a while before the two sides met in battle, and before that several important allies had defected to the other side. The great clash was confused, but it was decided when the Karen, in an echo of the fate of Publius Crassus, pursued too far, and he and his men were overwhelmed and killed. As his army dissolved in despair, the challenger was betrayed by an ally, but the victor contented himself with cutting off the prince's ears and keeping him in comfortable captivity. Around 50, Artabanus II's remaining son died, whether naturally or through misadventure is unclear. The king of Media Atropatene was crowned, but was dead within the year, and next to nothing is known of him. Succession appears to have been smooth, and a relative, either brother or son, and supposedly the child of a Greek concubine, Vologases I was crowned as king of kings. There were 2 brothers, or perhaps half-brothers, who were strong in his affections or too powerful to ignore. One was made king of Media Atropatene, and Vologases I hoped to install the other in Armenia, which was in the throes of civil war. Mithridates of Iberia's nephew, Radamistus, had come to live at his uncle's court in Armenia and responded to his warm hospitality by encouraging disaffection among the nobles of the country. Eventually, backed by his father, the king of Iberia, Radamistus openly revolted, besieging the king and the Roman troops still acting as his escort. The prefect in charge was bribed to persuade Mithridates to capitulate and helped to undermine the enthusiasm of his soldiers for protecting the king. Mithridates reluctantly gave in to their wishes, and he and his family surrendered and were murdered by the rebels. Radamistus proclaimed himself king of Armenia. In 52, Vologases I invaded Armenia on behalf of his brother, whose name was Tiridates. Rhadamistus fled, and the Parthians and those Armenians persuaded to join them besieged Artaxata until winter weather meant that there was not enough fodder for the army's horses. The bulk of the Parthian troops withdrew, leaving Tiridates with a significantly weaker army. Rhadamistus came back and drove him out of Armenia, dealing savagely with his rival's supporters. Vologases I was unable to return for some time, first intervening in Adiabene, where a significant body of the nobility had turned against the local ruler, and after that having to go to the east because of raids, even an invasion by large numbers of steppe nomads. However, internal rebellion soon forced Rhadamistus to flee from Armenia for a second time. He was accompanied by his pregnant wife Zenobia, who was unable to ride fast enough to keep ahead of their pursuers. Apparently, at her bidding, to give her an honourable death, Rhadamistus stabbed her and departed. Yet the queen was not dead, and was found by shepherds, tended until she recovered, and taken to the Parthians, who treated her with great courtesy. Claudius died in the autumn of 54, and was succeeded by his stepson, the 17-year-old Nero. Rule was supposed to be joint with Britannicus, who was 3 years younger, but he conveniently died, and was widely assumed to have been murdered. One of the first challenges to confront the youngest and least experienced emperor up to this point was Armenia, for Tiridates had returned and assumed the kingship without at any point seeking Roman approval. The response began in the best tradition of Augustus and the other emperors, with a build-up of force to provide an edge to diplomatic activity. Distance, and especially topography, made it extremely difficult for the Syrian legate to watch the border with Mesopotamia and simultaneously direct operations on the border with and inside Armenia. Therefore, a new provincial command was created for as long as was necessary in Cappadocia and Galatia, and the 4 legions in Syria split into 2 armies, so that there were 2 legions in each area. This number was soon increased as units were brought from elsewhere, so that each of the legates had 3 legions under his command, supplemented by auxiliaries and strong forces supplied by the allied kings of the region. A recruiting drive took place in the provinces, perhaps including a measure of conscription among the citizen population, as the legions were brought up to strength and those soldiers who were no longer fit for active service were weeded out. The new command was given to Cnaeus Domitius Corbulo, who had made a name for himself as legate on the Rhine under Claudius. One of his first tasks was to muster his forces and lead them in a rigorous training program, keeping them in tents throughout the winter and getting them accustomed to operating in the mountains and dealing with snow and the cold, all likely if they ended up campaigning in Armenia. Discipline was harshly enforced. Recaptured deserters were executed for the first offence rather than getting a second or third chance, as was more normal. At the same time, Corbulo was no mere martinet and led by example, sharing the hardships, praising the hardy, encouraging the weary, acting as an example for everyone to see. Middle-aged, like any Roman commander of this era who was not from the imperial family, he was a good-looking, physically fit and vigorous man with a good deal of charm and great skill as an orator. For all his many virtues, like many successful commanders throughout history, Corbulo had an extremely high opinion of himself, was inclined to be dismissive of other senior officers, and could be jealous of his reputation, even to the point of pettiness. The negotiations with Tiridates, Vologases I's brother, opened with bickering between the officers sent by Corbulo and the Syrian legate over who should escort the king's envoys. This was unfortunate, but more seriously the subsequent negotiations failed to resolve the issue, which was essentially a question of reputation and saving face. Nero and the Romans were prepared to accept Tiridates as king of Armenia, but only if he appeared as a suppliant who was granted his throne by the emperor. At this stage, confident in his own ability and his brother's support, Tiridates did not wish to be seen as so weak that he was dependent on Rome. Armenia was not an easy kingdom to control at any time, let alone after the overthrow of a succession of kings. Its nobility were fiercely independent, aided by the fact that many of them could retreat to strongholds in the high valleys, which were difficult to capture. Tiridates had both supporters and opponents among the Armenian nobility, and no doubt there were plenty more watching and reluctant to commit themselves fully until it was clear whether he would win. In order to persuade everyone that he was here to stay, Tiridates began attacking his opponents, using a mixture of Armenian troops, his own household, and others supplied by his brother. Corbulo had stationed most of his forces near the border with Armenia, including several auxiliary units in a row of forts. He had placed an officer, a former primus pilus, the senior centurion of a legion, as overall commander of these outposts, and was dismayed when the man disobeyed his instructions and attacked a detachment of Tiridates' men, only to be routed. This was a bad start for a largely inexperienced army. A story was told that the prefect in charge of one cavalry ala had neglected the care and discipline of his men so badly that Corbulo ordered a public humiliation. The prefect was told to report to the general's tent, where he was stripped naked and ordered to stand to attention for hours. The defeated soldiers were also shamed by being ordered to set up tent lines outside the camp's ramparts and sleep there while receiving barley, the food of animals, the poor, and slaves, for their grain ration rather than wheat. After a while, a petition from the army, or perhaps the officers, asked for pardon for them all. Corbulo had made his point about the importance of obeying his orders and granted the request. Discipline, tight control, and a methodical advance were the keys to Corbulo's style of warfare in the campaigns to come. In the following spring he marched into Armenia to face Tiridates. When the Romans kept in good order, units placed so that each troop type could support the rest, the enemy could not inflict significant harm on them. Yet in reverse, the mobile enemy could not be forced into fighting and withdrew ahead of them. There was a face-to-face meeting, with Corbulo ignoring his opponent's request to attend with only unarmoured soldiers, and instead bringing a legion supplemented by men from another to suggest that each one under his command was larger than was actually the case. Neither side was willing to compromise enough to satisfy the other, so fighting resumed. Unable to provoke a battle, the Romans split into 4 independent columns, and Corbulo instructed allied kings to lead their own attacks in support. Targets were the strongholds of the nobles who supported Tiridates. The Roman army excelled at siegecraft, as long as they took care to prepare and protect the equipment and supplies needed for these operations. Antony's fatal error in 36 BC had been to let the enemy destroy his main siege and baggage train. Corbulo took care not to repeat this mistake and set up forts along key supply lines and ensured that escorts for any convoy were adequate to protect it. It is particularly striking that the relatively small columns formed by Corbulo proved perfectly capable of acting on their own. This was partly because they were composed of a good balance of soldiers and partly through competent leadership at all levels. As important was the rugged nature of much of the terrain and the relative weakness of Tiridates, whose brother was once again directing his main energies to fighting in the east of his empire, so was in no position to send major reinforcement. Stronghold after stronghold fell to the Romans, sometimes to rapid and sometimes to more careful assaults. Corbulo's attitude towards atrocity was pragmatic rather than moral, which is to say characteristically Roman. At one major settlement he staged a deliberate act of terror. All adult males were massacred and the rest of the population given to the troops for sale as slaves. Horrified by the news, and balancing protecting their families and property against loyalty to a king who appeared very weak, more and more communities chose to surrender rather than resist the seemingly unstoppable and ruthless enemy. Those who did capitulate were treated generously by the standards of ancient warfare. The fall of these communities made Tiridates seem vulnerable, so he felt obliged to mass his forces and confront Corbulo, who had concentrated much of his army and was marching on Artaxata. Yet again the result was a standoff, with neither side able to harm the other as long as neither made a mistake. This was highlighted when the officer commanding a troop of auxiliary cavalry led a reckless charge and was shot down by arrows. Otherwise, Corbulo kept his army under tight control, and steadily their hollow square continued its advance. Disappointed, and not seeing what else he could do, Tiridates withdrew under cover of darkness. The Romans closed on Artaxata and surrounded it, prompting an immediate surrender from citizens unwilling to fight for a king who had abandoned them. Corbulo spared the population, but slighted the defences and burned some of the city. The army hailed Nero as imperator, for Corbulo was his representative, and the true victory was attributed to the emperor, a couple of 1,000 miles away. The Senate eagerly approved and added many more honours. Corbulo then undertook the long march to Tigranocerta, the other main city of the kingdom. It was a risk, for supplies ran short, and for a while the soldiers had to eat a diet almost solely of meat before they reached land where they were able to forage more successfully. Tigranocerta chose to resist, and the Romans started to construct siege works to capture it. In the meantime, a young nobleman was killed, and his head was shot by a ballista over the walls. By chance it fell in the midst of the council being held by the most important barbarians. The sight of this object, which seemed almost an omen, so stunned them that they rushed out to surrender. Once again, to encourage others to follow the example, the city and its population were spared. In the meantime, Rome's allies continued to raid. One was the king of the Iberi, who had prudently executed his son Radamistus, the man who had overthrown his uncle, made himself king of Armenia, and so alienated his subjects that he was twice chased out. Around this time, envoys came to the Romans from Hyrcania, which may mean no more than the far east of the Arsacid Empire, where leaders were in arms against Vologases I. They asked for alliance with Rome, and whether or not this was granted, and any practical assistance offered, Corbulo took great care to have them sent home via the Caspian Sea, to avoid going through Parthia. The Romans continued to take stronghold after stronghold, and when Tiridates launched an offensive the following year, he quickly withdrew when the Romans marched against him. To replace him, Nero named Tigranes, son of the king of Cappadocia, descendant of Herod the Great, and someone who had spent most of his youth with the imperial family in Rome, as the new king of Armenia. Corbulo placed a garrison of several thousand legionaries and auxiliaries in Tigranocerta and took the rest of his army back to the Roman provinces. Since the legate of Syria had died of natural causes, Corbulo took his place, reuniting the provincial command split at the start of the crisis. So things might have settled had the newly installed king of Armenia not decided to raid Adiabene in circumstances that are not recorded, and done it so well that he threatened to take permanent control of territory on the border. Unfortunately for him, Vologases I felt that this justified his return from his eastern campaign, not least because the king of Adiabene complained of lack of protection from the king of kings, while Tiridates was also accusing his brother of weakness. Plenty of Parthian kings had been deposed when they were perceived to be weak or unreliable, so for his own safety, as much as anything else, Vologases I decided to make Armenia his immediate priority. The king of Adiabene was reinforced with troops. Tigranes of Armenia withdrew with this threat and soon found himself besieged in Tigranocerta. Corbulo demonstrated by massing an army by the Euphrates. A formal complaint was sent to Vologases I, and eventually it was agreed that the invaders would withdraw and an embassy be sent to negotiate at Rome itself. Part of the deal also appears to have led to the withdrawal of the Roman troops in Tigranocerta. As at the start of the confrontation, It would have been very difficult for one legate to protect Syria and supervise operations on the Cappadocian border with Armenia, let alone Armenia itself. Therefore, Corbulo requested another legate be sent for the command he had formerly held, while he remained in Syria. Nero chose Lucius Sicinius Paetus, but when the Parthian envoys came to Rome, negotiations failed to resolve the dispute. War resumed, with Paetus marching into Armenia, hoping to reach Tigranocerta. Unlike Corbulo, he does not appear to have come to the post with an existing military reputation, and he was not a careful commander. His units were under strength from detachments and furloughs. In addition, his attention to supply was inadequate, so that as the winter closed in, he was unable to reach his goal, and instead built camps near Randea, close to the river Asanias, which flowed into the Euphrates. Corbulo remained near Zeugma, where he constructed a bridge of boats across the Euphrates itself. He used catapults to cover the work, since these had a longer effective range and greater force than any bow. Parthian riders watched, but were unable to slow, let alone prevent, the construction. Once complete, the Romans built forts on the far bank to protect the bridgehead, but made no other aggressive move. Corbulo wanted to make clear that he could advance if he chose, but that with his army in position it would be very difficult for the Parthians to cross into the Roman province. Blocked from threatening Syria, Vologases I sensed better opportunities in Armenia, and took a considerable part of his royal forces to assist his brother in regaining the kingdom. Paetus swung between overconfidence, advancing to meet this force and bragging about great victories, and nervousness, retreating when the enemy grew close. He split his forces, isolating several thousand men in outposts that were quickly overrun. The rest holed up in the main camp at Randea, while he sent messengers asking Corbulo to march to his aid. Before this arrived, Paetus despaired and surrendered. The Romans handed over their camp, heavy equipment and supplies, and built a bridge over the Asanias for the Parthians to cross, with Vologases I riding an elephant to make the event all the more spectacular. There was a rumour that the legionaries went under the yoke, an ancient humiliation where each man had to duck his head to pass under a frame of spears before they were allowed to depart. Whether this happened or not, the episode was designed to show Parthian might and Roman weakness, and Paetus made matters far worse by retreating so quickly that he abandoned any of the wounded unable to keep up. The fugitives soon ran into Corbulo's relief army, marching fast, its supplies carried on pack camels, just a few days too late. Negotiations followed, and Vologases I agreed to withdraw his own forces from Armenia, leaving his brother to look after himself, and in return the Roman outposts across the Euphrates were demolished and the troops withdrawn. Envoys went to Rome once again, but as before, agreement proved impossible. Nero demanded that Tiridates travel to Rome to receive the royal diadem and official acknowledgement of his right to rule Armenia. Tiridates was one of the Magi, a Zoroastrian priestly caste, and it was claimed that he was forbidden from crossing water. The Magi are most familiar from Matthew's account of the Nativity, although it is unclear whether the visitors from the East were formerly part of this caste or this was a generic term. Very little is known about this group during the Arsacid-Parthian period, other than that they were important and were represented in at least some royal councils. Instead, he offered to show submission to an image of Nero rather than in person. As the next spring approached, Corbulo mustered a field force, taking care to make no use of the troops still demoralized from the debacle at Randea. He marched into Armenia, capturing any stronghold offering resistance. This was enough to prompt Vologases I and Tiridates to meet for fresh talks, and to make a point they arranged for these to happen at Randea as a reminder of their recent success. Pride and face were very important, and neither side wanted to prolong the struggle or let it escalate into full-scale war between Rome and Parthia. When the talks were over, Tiridates symbolically took off the royal diadem and laid it down in front of an image of Nero. Setting aside his scruples, he agreed to go to Rome in person and ask Nero for the throne. No one was in a hurry, and it was the best part of 4 years before he set off on this journey, accompanied by 3,000 horsemen as well as a large part of the royal court. Vologases I had insisted that every honour be paid to his brother. Nero's governors greeted him with all the respect and pomp appropriate for a senior Roman magistrate as he made his way, avoiding crossing water whenever possible, so that it took months to reach Rome. Nero paid all the expenses as well, ensuring that the whole thing was grandly stage-managed. Simply to feed and care for the royal party cost some 800,000 sesterces per day. There were 4 sesterces in a denarius, the penny of the authorized Bible. As a rough guide, the minimum property qualification for the Senate was 1 million sesterces, although most had far, far more than this. In Nero's day, a legionary earned 900 sesterces in a year. The visitors were entertained with games and other spectacles, culminating in a ceremony where Tiridates bowed before Nero. A proud man from a proud race, he was unwilling to do this unarmed, so instead had very visibly nailed his sword into its scabbard. Still, he claimed to worship Nero as he did Mithras, a Latinized name for Mithra and one of the most important of the Zoroastrian gods, and declared himself subject to whatever judgment the emperor chose to make, even though the business was already settled. Nero crowned him king, stressing that no one else had the power to do this. Only he could give a kingdom or take it away. Publicly grateful, the Romans aided the rebuilding of Artaxata, partly destroyed by Corbulo, by a gift to the king worth 200 million sesterces, and for a while the city was renamed Neronia, in the emperor's honour. The ceremony occurred in 66, and the sheer scale of it all was symptomatic of Nero's reckless spending that did so much to drain the imperial coffers. The dispute had started almost a decade earlier and sputtered along, so the precise chronology of the campaigns is uncertain. During that time there had been quite a lot of fighting, as different claimants to the Armenian throne struggled to impose their rule on unwilling subjects, and as allied kings raided and burned for their own ends, or with encouragement from the Roman emperor or Arsacid king. Corbulo's men had stormed numerous walled settlements, had captured both Artaxata and Tigranocerta, and had killed or enslaved the populations of other communities. Parthian cavalry, a vague term since it said little about the horseman's ethnicity and meant no more than contingents from the royal household or the households of noblemen in the empire or warriors employed as mercenaries, had joined with Armenians and other local troops to besiege Tigranocerta and its partly Roman garrison, and more directly strike at Paetus's outposts and blockade his camp. Few numbers are given, but the Romans appear never to have employed more than 3 legions and auxiliaries in one place. Even if all units were close to full strength, Corbulo probably never had a field army as big as the one Crassus had led into Mesopotamia, and even if all the soldiers in the wider theatre are included, the total was nowhere near as great as the host gathered by Antony in 36 BC. The Parthians seem similarly to have committed less than their full might. These years of confrontation are also striking for what did not happen. There was no major pitched battle between Romans and Parthians. Corbulo deliberately went only a short distance, perhaps a mile or so at most, and probably less after crossing to the far bank of the Euphrates. No Parthians or allies attacked into any of the Roman provinces, most notably Syria, and instead nearly all the fighting took place in Armenia. In addition, for all the confrontations that did occur, both the Romans and the Parthians were careful to avoid escalating a dispute over who would rule Armenia into a full-scale clash between them. There was negotiation at the start and frequent, often prolonged, lulls in operations to allow further talks. Both sides postured and threatened, but never pressed the other too hard. The limited nature of the fighting meant that neither side was backed into a corner and made desperate, or committed to a war they could not afford. Given that this was the most direct confrontation to occur in the century after Augustus's death, its relatively small scale and tentative nature stand out. The first century was overwhelming a time of peace between Rome and Parthia. In AD 66, the brother of a Parthian king of kings was proclaimed as ruler of Armenia by a Roman emperor. From then on, Armenia was ruled by Arsacids, with perhaps a few short-lived challengers. Thus, for many scholars, this is seen as a major Parthian success, which the Romans chose to veil by an assertion of theoretical rather than actual might and dominance. Too often, the familiar Cold War language dominates, as Armenian factions are described as pro- or anti-Roman or Parthian, but the truth is a good deal more complicated. Rome's aim was to dominate, and much of this had more to do with image than physical force, let alone control on the ground. Even in this respect, the achievement of Nero's regime is significant. An Armenia racked by civil war and instability was an uncomfortable neighbour to the Roman provinces and allied kingdoms. For all the immense expense of the journey, Tiridates' visit to Rome marked him as an ally. The Romans did not demand much from allied kings beyond a suitably submissive attitude. Tiridates left behind in Rome family members, along with those from other noble families, as another mark of Roman dominance. There was no reciprocal exchange of hostages. In recent years, Roman armies had shown that they were fully capable of driving into Armenia and capturing any settlement, including the kingdom's two biggest cities. There was no reason to believe that they could not do it again if they chose. Another lesson of these years was the degree of balance between the professional Roman army of the Principate and Parthian-style armies. Perhaps this would be different in a less rugged country than Armenia, but there had been no Carrhae-like victories for the Parthians and their allies, and on the whole, the Romans had held off any Armenian or Parthian attacks far better even than Antony's men. The Romans could march where they wished, and if they could not force a decently led Parthian-style army into battle, they could go on and take almost any stronghold. The balance depended on good leadership. Paetus had made a series of poor decisions and been punished accordingly, but neither the Parthians nor the Romans could rely on the opponent making enough mistakes to hand them a victory. For all the talk of reclaiming the Persian or Seleucid Empire, and indeed Rome's boast of imperium, power rather than empire as physically held territory, without limit, neither side sought to conquer the other. The tactical balance shown in these campaigns reflected a broader strategic balance. Both sides realized that waging all-out war against the other was a major enterprise and likely to be a risky one. Neither the Roman emperors nor Arsacid kings were eager to take that chance unless there was no other choice. Instead, they wanted to save face and ensure that the other continued to be wary of them in private and to behave in public in a way that was acceptable. The latter mattered both for their home audiences and for the monarchs and leading men of the kingdoms on the borders. Tacitus described Armenia as between two great empires. Even though Vologases I had with great effort managed to secure the throne of the kingdom for his brother, it is well worth considering what this really meant, rather than seeing everything as part of a wider rivalry, so that Armenia was now more Parthian than Roman. Arsacid history, as indeed the history of just about every dynasty in the wider region, showed that a brother or any other relative was almost as naturally a rival as an ally, as Tiridates seems to have proved when he complained about his brother's failure to support him. In a sense, the younger brother was less of a threat if he was kept busy controlling the unruly nobles of Armenia, and ideally he would want to keep Vologases I's support, and thus be more willing to be persuaded of any dispute with neighbouring monarchs. The King of Kings was better off as a result of the settlement culminating in the ceremony of 66, but that was not to say that he now controlled Armenia in any real sense. The Near East remained a patchwork of kingdoms and communities whose internal politics could be volatile. In 66, discontent with the Roman governor of the minor province of Judea erupted into a rebellion, and the knee-jerk Roman response of sending a hastily gathered army led to disaster outside Jerusalem. The Romans suffered more than 5,000 dead, while one of the legions that had taken part in Paetus's debacle lost its eagle. For a few years there was an independent Jewish state, minting its own coins and doing its best to rein in the violent competition between different factions among the rebels. An army of 3 legions, later increased to 4, as well as substantial numbers of auxiliaries and allies, took 3 years to crush the rebellion, and smaller forces were engaged for several years after that. Some of this was because of political distractions. By 68, Nero's poor government had alienated so many senators and other members of society that he was forced from power and fled, eventually telling a faithful slave to kill him. There followed what is known as the Year of 4 Emperors, with a renewal of outright civil war for the first time since 30 BC. Eventually it was won by Vespasian, the man sent by Nero to deal with the Jewish rebellion. He managed to restore stability and was uniquely remembered as the only man whose character improved rather than degenerated after becoming princeps. Vologases I might have been expected to exploit the chaos of civil war, or, for that matter, given the large Jewish population in his empire, to intervene when Judea rebelled. He chose to do neither, and instead offered military aid on the alleged, if unlikely, scale of 40,000 cavalry to Vespasian in his bid for power. The Roman declined, both because he did not need the assistance and because it would surely have discredited him to have such obvious foreign backing. Vologases I's attitude testifies again to the preference for good relations with Rome whenever this was achievable without damaging his own interests. Paetus happened to be related to Vespasian, so in spite of his humiliation at Rhandeia, was appointed legate of Syria. Corbulo did not live to choose sides in the civil war. Although always scrupulously loyal, he had come under suspicion and been ordered by Nero to commit suicide. A stickler for discipline, the man who had held such prolonged command on the eastern frontier obeyed this final order and took his own life. Corbulo's career exemplified the new realities of the Principate, and more specifically the relationship between Romans and Parthians created under Augustus. For around a decade he had held a command, and usually the overall command in the theatre in the Armenian conflict. This involved extensive operations in Armenia, and some fighting and even more negotiating with the Parthians. Objectives on both sides were limited, and care was taken not to turn this dispute into an all-out war between the two empires. Instead, they threatened, discussed, and sometimes fought to create, preserve, or restore each empire's influence in volatile Armenia. The limited scale and scope of the conflict did not mean that either side was less determined when they actually came to blows, for these limited aims were vital, and the symbolic nature of the final settlement far more than empty words. The odd compromise of the visit to Rome for coronation by Nero, indeed of the sword nailed to its scabbard, mattered because it confirmed the essence of the relationship. Each empire needed to show respect to the other's sensibilities. Pushing too hard risked bringing on a far more serious war, something that neither side wanted. Chapter 8. Good at Business. 1st and 2nd Centuries. Arsacid Parthia and Rome were each wary of the other's power, and jealous of their reputation and prestige. Even so, conflict of any sort between them was rare, and posturing only a little more common. They talked far more than they fought, although even this is only sometimes reported in our sources, making it hard to judge how often diplomatic contact occurred. The grand occasions were rare indeed, when an Arsacid king or prince met with the emperor's representative, usually in the form of the provincial legate of Syria. These events were carefully stage-managed and choreographed, with public negotiations on a bridge, platform or island, and the occasion marked by formal parades and lavish feasts. While on a smaller scale, Parthian embassies to Rome were accompanied by ceremony at each stage of the journey, and especially on arrival. Less is known of the reception given to Roman envoys visiting the Arsacid King of Kings, or for that matter, one of the regional rulers. Such men were not senators or anyone from the imperial household, and instead appear always to have been army officers, which perhaps meant that less fanfare was felt appropriate. The vast majority were centurions, which was a grade of officer rather than a specific rank. There were about 60 in each legion and perhaps 4,000 in the entire empire, including auxiliaries, naval squadrons, and other units. Some enlisted in the ranks and rose through merit, favour, or, in time of war, conspicuous valour. Others were directly commissioned into the centurionate, and among these were some equestrians who chose this career path over the one created by Augustus and his successors for their class. The persistent belief that centurions were essentially sergeant-majors has never really been justified by the evidence. Whatever their origins, they required a high level of education to carry out their duties, and this was especially true of the centurions seconded from their units to serve on the governor's staff, let alone those selected as envoys to neighbours as important as the Arsacids. Centurions, or the equestrian prefects sometimes sent in their stead, represented the princeps, but lacked the authority to make major decisions. They were reliable conduits for communication between the two sides, whose use implied that there would be time for messages to go back and forth, and for both sides to deliberate. In Tacitus's detailed narratives, they were sent reasonably often, but since these describe periods of tension, this may not be representative. We simply do not know how often provincial legates sent a mission to the Arsacid king, or how often Parthian envoys came to them. Similarly, we can only guess at the amount of information routinely gathered by Roman governors about the activities and attitudes of the Parthians, or vice versa. When Cicero was proconsul of Cilicia in 51 and 50 BC, much of his information about the Parthian threat to Syria and his own province came from allied kings, which meant that he had to gauge its accuracy in terms of their loyalty, individual agendas, and ability to know in the first place. Such allies remained a key source of political and military intelligence for governors under the Principate. The greater permanence of provinces and garrisons under the emperors did mean that there were far more likely to be officers with a good deal of local experience on which to draw. However, we know very little about how much was done, or how well it was done, or how much of this information was routinely sent to the princeps. In 72, Lucius Caesenius Paetus, as legate of Syria, wrote to Vespasian to report that the king of Commagene and one of his sons were planning to break away from Rome and ally themselves more closely with the Arsacids. Josephus, who reports the incident, states that no one was ever sure whether the governor believed what he was saying or had invented it because he had a grudge against the king, perhaps dating back to Paetus's ignominious intervention in Armenia. The allegations were serious, and Vespasian does not appear to have had any convincing source to contradict them. Commagene was sensitive not least because the main city of Samosata lay on the Euphrates, so would afford the Parthians, if they harboured any such designs, a most easy passage and an assured reception. Therefore, Paetus was given authority to act as he felt necessary, and he promptly marched into Commagene at the head of a column based around Legio 6 Ferrata, along with some auxiliaries and allied troops supplied by the rulers of Emesa and Chalkidiki. The king was caught by surprise and fled with his wife and family. Paetus occupied Samosata and chased the king, who still refused to fight. 2 of his sons, including the one Paetus had accused, did muster a small force, but after some indecisive fighting they abandoned their men, who promptly dispersed. Commagene once again became directly governed, this time permanently, being added to the Syrian command. From the start, or in the near future, it gained a garrison of a legion supported by auxiliaries, although it is unclear whether this was meant to control the population or protect it from other perceived threats. Commagene's king had reached Cilicia before he was caught by a centurion sent by Paetus. Taken to Rome in chains, he was granted comfortable exile in Sparta by Vespasian. The two princes who had chosen to fight crossed the Euphrates with the mere 10 soldiers left as their escort and went to the Arsacid king of kings, who welcomed them as guests. Eventually, having heard that their father was not a prisoner and preferring to live within the Roman Empire, they returned and were taken to Italy. The deposed king soon joined them, and the reunited household settled in or near Rome itself. Perhaps this allowed the princeps to keep a close eye on them, or perhaps it was an acknowledgment that the whole episode was based on misunderstanding. We shall never know whether it was all a ghastly mistake, or whether Paetus was shrewd, an honest fool, or a knave. Either way, he crowned his badly tarnished career with a successful military intervention. Vologases I was kind to the fleeing princes, but at no stage acted to support them. Yet Josephus states unambiguously that the possibility of Commagene aligning itself more closely with Parthia than Rome, and the risk that this might one day allow a Parthian army easy access across the Euphrates, was an important concern for the Romans, even though there had been no Parthian invasion for over a century. It is revealing that Paetus acted only after getting express permission from Vespasian, with the exchange of messages taking several months at the very least. That imperial permission was based on limited, perhaps deliberately misleading information about the current situation, supplemented by the princeps' personal experience of the wider area and the knowledge of those able to advise him. These included the foreign princes and guests living in Rome, soon to be joined by the royal family of Commagene, but their impressions were likely to be dated, and their opinions shaped by their own political and personal concerns. Allied kingdoms were a cheaper and easier way for the Romans to secure their interests, primarily maintaining a level of dominance and keeping the peace in an area, but they were inevitably less stable than directly governed provinces. Mistakes, misinformation, and individual ambition on the part of a governor were nothing new when it came to Roman interventions, although the creation of the Principate did at least make it harder for governors to act on their own. The potential threat of a fresh Parthian attack on Syria and beyond was a concern for the emperor and the Syrian legate, but it remained one concern among many. The last few embers of the Jewish rebellion had not yet been stamped out at the time Paetus marched into Commagene. The fortress of Masada, near the Dead Sea, still held out. Judea had been upgraded from a minor province, governed by an equestrian procurator with only auxiliaries at his disposal, into a larger region, including parts of former allied kingdoms, commanded by a senator as legate, with a legion as its main garrison. The long-term trend was to increase the number of troops stationed in the wider east, and reduce the area controlled by allies in favour of directly ruled provinces. While this did mean that the Romans were in a generally stronger position, should it ever come to a major confrontation with the Parthians, there is no sign of unusual tension or sabre-rattling on either side. The Allied territories taken under direct rule had been under Roman hegemony for generations. There were also plenty of other reasons for the growth in military presence. The Jewish rebellion had taken 7 years and considerable effort to suppress, and had also unleashed a wave of intercommunal violence between and within cities throughout the wider area. Internal security was an ongoing concern, another of the multiple roles, including construction, projects, and policing, required of the army. In time, more and more permanent bases were established near the Euphrates, or along routes in frontier areas. Yet it is important to remember that most bases were essentially depots, where the administration of the unit was conducted and where most of its personnel would spend time when not needed in other places for other duties. Roman army bases in this period were not castles, in the sense that they were primarily designed to hold a position. They were places to accommodate men and animals and keep them in reasonable training and health. They were not positioned where the army expected to fight, but where it was as convenient as possible for them to muster and move to wherever they were required to operate. Although some scholars have argued that the Roman Empire lacked clearly defined frontiers, this runs against the grain of the evidence. Roman governors knew where their authority and responsibility extended and where it did not. In this period, there was not a common frontier between Rome and Parthia because no Roman province bordered territory under the direct rule of the Arsacid king. Yet the place where Roman territory met kingdoms like Armenia or Osirhoene was universally understood. For a considerable distance this was marked by the Euphrates, but whatever the precise form of the boundary, crossing it with a body of troops in either direction was perceived as a violation, and not something that could occur unconsciously. That is not to say that these were militarized zones under constant close watch, still less that travel was restricted, or that this was a closed frontier. Before discussing the careers of Asinaeus and Anileus, Josephus noted that the wider Jewish population of Babylonia used the cities of Nisibis and Neada to gather and protect the special 2 drachma silver coins sent as offerings to the great temple in Jerusalem. Until the temple's destruction in 70, the author claims that many tens of thousands helped to escort the convoys carrying the money to Jerusalem. These were only some of the families and individuals who journeyed from inside and outside the Roman Empire for the great festivals until the temple was destroyed, and the great public rituals and sacrifices surrounding it lapsed. Others travelled for their own reasons. According to Matthew's Gospel, wise men, or magi from the east, which can only mean territory under the Arsacids and most likely Babylonia, went to Jerusalem and then Bethlehem soon after the birth of Jesus. The much later apocryphal Gospel of Thomas and Philostratus's biography of the philosopher and miracle worker Apollonius of Tyana both tell stories of men going from the empire through the lands of the Parthians and beyond to India. Whatever their historical accuracy, these narratives suggest that most people believed that such travel was perfectly possible, even routine. Individuals could and did cross between the empires and were not hindered or automatically treated as subversives and spies on either side. For all the pilgrims, missionaries, philosophers and wanderers, most travellers went on business. The Silk Road is a modern name, and, if wonderfully evocative, does simplify the vast network of trade patterns stretching from Europe to China, from the steppes of India, Sri Lanka, Arabia, and the east coast of Africa. Most of this trade is difficult to quantify and trace in detail, but the literary and archaeological evidence reveals some of the broader patterns and makes clear its sheer scale. Given that transporting any goods was faster and cheaper by water than over land, the probability is that the busiest of all these routes in terms of sheer bulk was the one across the Indian Ocean. Of great antiquity, this was developed from the 1st century BC onwards, first by the Ptolemies and then by the Romans, as sailors learned to make use of the monsoon winds and time their voyages according to the seasons. The ports on the Red Sea coast of Egypt were developed under Roman rule, with roads to them through the desert policed and monitored by the army. This was not just a question of security and protection, for tolls were levied by the empire as trade passed through. Thus, the military presence made it safer for those travelling the roads, while also making sure that they paid the required levies, mainly on goods, which in the ancient world did include human beings in the form of slaves. The same priority is visible on all the other routes. The Arabian Peninsula was a source of spices and incense. the latter much used in religious rites and extremely common for funerals, so in great demand. Some of this was carried across the Gulf to the Red Sea ports, but a significant amount, if probably still a fraction of the overall trade, went by caravan over land. This was the only land trade route which in the main avoided crossing Parthian territory, although some convoys do appear to have gone up the Euphrates through Mesopotamia. Palmyra, the city raided by Antony, grew into an extremely prosperous place by organizing trade and protecting caravans. So effective were its escorts and leadership that a good many merchants and travellers chose to take the path via the city, even though this was never the shortest route. By the time of the Principate, Palmyra was a Roman ally, considered part of the empire but granted a good deal of autonomy because this was to the advantage of both Rome and the Palmyrenes, whose soldiers escorted trains of camel and carts through Roman and Parthian territory alike. Caravans protected by large numbers of armed escorts crossed back and forth between Roman provinces and kingdoms allied to Rome, others allied to the Arsacids and to directly ruled Parthian territory as a matter of routine. Perhaps they stopped or avoided the areas where there was fighting during a war, although this is not certain, and in the 1st century AD conflict was rare and mainly limited to Armenia. Otherwise, the authorities monitored travellers so that they could levy tolls and taxes, welcoming them for this reason and not seeing them as a threat, even though it was well understood that such travellers could also be a source of military and political information. The advantages of the trade far outweighed other concerns. The Roman state charged around 25% of the value on goods being brought into the empire from outside. Some of these items had come a very long way before they reached Roman territory. Most famous is true silk, the secret of which was still known only to the Chinese. Wild silk was produced on Kos and some of the other Greek islands, but was coarser and far harder to produce than the real thing, so it was not available in the quantities desired by the increasingly prosperous communities of the empire. In China, the practice of cultivating silkworms was already ancient, its discovery lost in myth, and the secret was carefully guarded from outsiders. There were other areas where Chinese civilization was far in advance of the Greco-Roman world and its neighbours, most notably turning iron into high-quality steel. Yet iron was by its very nature heavy, which meant that although such steel was prized, there was never a long-distance trade in it on any great scale. Some was carried vast distances, and Parthia's elite cherished weapons or armour made from Margian steel, but overall the quantities were small. Very little ever reached Rome. In this era, China was not only technologically sophisticated, but also politically united under the Han dynasty, which had risen to power at the close of the 3rd century BC. While civil war and rebellion did happen on occasion, on the whole this was a time of strength and expansion, not least under the famous Emperor Wuti, or Wudi, circa 141 to 87 BC. The nomadic horse tribes were perennial enemies of the settled communities in the heartland of the Chinese Empire, and countered by defensive measures, not least the complex of forts and fortifications that would be developed and refined over centuries and eventually become known as the Great Wall. As important was aggressive campaigning by the emperor's disciplined armies. Fighting was often hard, and defeats occurred, but during the course of the 2nd century BC, the Han expanded westwards until they controlled land bordering on the Hindu Kush. They encountered the Bactrian kingdom, first as its Greek dynasty, and then after the region was overrun by nomadic invaders, more than likely bands pushed out of their old pasture lands by other bands driven onto them by Chinese conquests. Chinese reports showed some awareness of the declining power of the Seleucids and of the growth of the Parthians, referring to the latter as Anxi, derived from the name Arsaces. Near the end of the 2nd century BC, when Mithridates II had greatly expanded Parthian power, Chinese envoys, probably men sent by the leader of an expedition to the west around 115 BC, came to Parthia. They were received in some style, although the claim that the leader sent to greet them was escorted by 20,000 cavalry sounds like an exaggeration. The Chinese were escorted to the king of the Anxi's capital, perhaps Ekbatana, and there was an exchange of courtesies, gifts, and expressions of friendship. Chinese sources were much taken with presents of ostriches and ostrich eggs, as well as other unfamiliar curiosities, including a hornless unicorn, which probably was some form of gazelle. They noted the importance of magicians in the land, presumably the Magi, and had some idea of the extent of the Parthian Empire and its rule over other kingdoms and communities. As with all travellers, they had a tendency to interpret what they saw or heard in the context of their own assumptions. Peoples who cultivated crops were given more respect than pastoralists, and generally assumed to grow rice as well as cereals, even though the former was very rare in most of the Arsacid Empire. The coins of the Parthians were noted as bearing the head of the king, the image replaced by that of the new king when the first died. More puzzling is a claim that the queen was depicted on the reverse of each coin, since as far as we know this only happened at the time of Musa as Thea Musa. Perhaps it is a later addition to the text, sparked by someone who happened to come across coins bearing her image. Diplomatic contact was not solely, or even primarily, about trade, but it did encourage it, and comments about goods available, freedom of movement for caravans, and the locals' willingness to buy and sell are prominent in the Chinese sources. One writer noted that many of the inhabitants on the route between China and the Yangtze were good at business and will haggle over the fraction of a cent. Active diplomatic contact helped foster trade, and even more important was the security offered by the relatively stable kingdoms, especially once Chinese expansion had brought their borders nearer to the Hindu Kush, granting access to India and Central Asia. For a while, a partly Greek kingdom flourished in the Indus Valley, followed by an Indo-Parthian dynasty of Arsacid kings separate from the main line. During the 1st century, the Kushan Empire was created when one of the nomadic groups became dominant in Bactria and then expanded to the surrounding lands, at times challenging the Indo-Parthian dynasty of the Indus Valley. All in all, it was easier for caravans to pass through these regions, paying tolls or protection money as appropriate as the price of relative security. No doubt the journeys were often arduous. The climate and landscape of mountain and desert alone assured this, as well as dangerous, from natural phenomena, animals and human predators, but many people made these trips. Few appear to have gone all the way from China to Rome, or vice versa, especially over land. In the 2nd century, one source noted that a merchant from the Roman Empire, perhaps from Antioch in Syria, sent employees a long way east, even to the edge of Chinese territory, but this appears exceptional. More people made the voyage to and from India, and there is evidence for Roman traders living in Sri Lanka and India, and merchants from the subcontinent in the Red Sea ports of Roman Egypt. Silk was an exciting, spectacular luxury for Rome's wealthy in the 1st century BC. Under the Principate, vastly more silk and spices, incense and pepper from distant lands was available, as what had passed for wealth under the Republic was far outstripped. Some Romans worried about the cost of all this, both its consequences for public and private morals and the financial ramifications. Pliny the Elder once claimed that 50 million sesterces went each year to purchase goods from India, many of them selling for 100 times their basic value. At another point, he lumped together all the imports from China, India, and Arabia, and estimated that as 100 million sesterces per annum. There was a long literary tradition of lamenting the moral decline supposedly visible in ever-growing luxury, with the clothes, perfumes, and jewellery of wealthy women a favourite target. This means that we need to be careful in taking Pliny's complaints at face value. Even if his figures are correct, he does not tell us whether he was estimating the totals spent by Romans inside the empire on these imports, or the amount it cost to bring these goods to the empire in the first place. Substantial quantities of gold and silver currency left the Roman Empire year after year, and was not replaced by foreign coins or bullion. This was a concern, even if we do not know how many shared Pliny's worries, although it still represented a tiny fraction of the empire's overall economic activity. However, if all this money actually represented the amount spent by Romans on goods from the Far East, then much of the profit was actually going to businesses within the empire and the authorities, including the imperial government, who taxed imports and levied tolls on commercial deals. The Roman appetite for Eastern imports was considerable, and under the Principate, a far larger section of society than simply the elite could afford some of them. Inevitably, the literary and archaeological evidence is fuller for Rome's role in all this, especially as consumer, but as always we must be aware that this is only part of the story. Similarly, the natural tendency to stress the links between the two great civilizations of the era, China and Rome, can obscure the wider picture, which is far more interesting. Silk made in China might go to India before being shipped across the Indian Ocean to a port in Egypt or the Arabian Gulf, before travelling overland to a Mediterranean harbour and another ship. Or it might follow one of the land routes all the way to the Roman Empire, passing through tribal lands and kingdoms, including Arsacid territory. Whatever the route, this was a journey of thousands of miles, broken into many different stages, and the silk changed hands time and time again in process. The traders involved were not simply middlemen, wholly dependent on the great cultural and economic powers at either end of the long journey. Just as the kingdoms allied to Rome and Parthia were independent actors with their own political agendas, so this trade was only one component in many great and small trade networks. There were plenty of profitable markets for silk and other luxuries at many stages along the path to the Roman Empire. There were also plenty of other goods to trade and profits to make in these places. To see only the very long-distance trade is to miss the reality of many communities doing their best to benefit from commerce. Probably the biggest beneficiaries of the long-distance trade in luxuries were communities in India, and there were dangers enough sailing across the Indian Ocean, even if it lacks the romance of lines of laden ponies and camels trudging over mountain passes and through deserts. Yet the truth is that trade by sea and land both flourished, especially in the 1st and 2nd centuries, and to a lesser extent before and reasonably well afterwards. The trade was not all in one direction, for all the concerns of Pliny and the others. Apart from the local networks all along the routes, goods went back east from the Roman Empire. Many scholars have a curious reluctance to note that someone who has transported items to sell in a distant market will usually want to replace them with something to carry back and sell during the journey home. Roman coins were just part of this, in many cases seen as bullion rather than tokens. China lacked sufficient sources of precious metals to supply all its needs, as did substantial parts of India, and indeed the Parthian Empire. Coral, commonplace and unregarded in the Mediterranean world, was exotic and much prized by many in China. Like the Chinese, the Romans also had their inventions. Glass-making was unknown in Han China, which meant that there was great profit to be made in the careful transport of the delicate blue-green vessels made in workshops in Rome's provinces. Other goods passed through the Roman Empire as part of their journey. Ivory came from Africa, extending the trade network down the east coast of the continent to lands wholly independent of Rome or Parthia, and was passed on, often after being carved by Roman craftsmen. Amber came from Scandinavia through the Roman Empire on its long journey to the Empire of China. Even more strangely, Chinese silk was brought to Syria and other Roman provinces, carefully unravelled and then reworked into a finer thread and dyed. There was a market for this especially gauzy and colourful silk within the empire, but a great deal was sent back and sold in Chinese markets, where everyone assumed that the Romans produced their own distinct type of silk, never guessing the truth. While the Romans and Chinese were dimly aware of the other's existence, knowledge was limited. Late in the 1st century, a Chinese envoy reached the coast somewhere, most likely in Characini, the kingdom around the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates, and subject to Arsacid overlordship. Hoping to reach the Roman Empire and make contact with its ruler, the envoy was dissuaded when the local sailors assured him that the voyage was extremely long and very perilous. This may have been based on misunderstanding, perhaps even the assumption that the envoy wanted to sail around the Horn of Africa, hence the claim that the journey could take 2 whole years. In 166, the Han Emperor's court was visited by an embassy who said that they were sent by Antun, king of Tach-in, surely Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the famous philosopher-emperor of Rome, or his predecessor Antoninus Pius. They brought gifts including ivory, rhinoceros horn and tortoiseshell, none of them originating from the empire, although, as we have seen, this did not mean that they had not passed through it. Whether they were a genuine delegation or merchants wishing to impress and knowing that no one could disprove their claims, nothing lasting came of the encounter. Rome and China, for all their similar size and sophistication, were simply too far apart to establish any real relationship. Now and again a few traders may have gone from one empire all the way to the other, but it was rare. There was also an appetite in China for entertainers from far afield, so slaves trained as musicians, dancers, jugglers, and in other novelties, went there from the Roman provinces, although, as with any other goods, they may well have been bought and sold by many different owners on their journey. This great web of markets and trade networks stretched across Europe and Asia and reached into Africa, touching the lives of many people in many different communities, while only bringing them into contact with folk from closer to hand, if still some way away and speaking a different language and having different customs. A piece of amber from the Baltic could make its way to be admired at the Han court without anyone along the way having much sense of its origin and final destination, any more than a Roman dressing in silk understood how far the material had travelled or how it had been modified on the way. There was a good deal of mutual benefit for communities, and especially individuals, all along the route, which did not need to create more than a vague sense of connection with a wider world. At every stage, people sought their own advantage, as seen by the great diversity of routes followed, so that no major commodity was only carried along a single path. Much ingenuity was spent trying to find fresh opportunities. For instance, when Chinese sources mention alternative routes avoiding some kingdoms. Those involved directly in trading were a small minority, but even so, over such a wide area with such a big combined population, trade could become a major, even prime concern of some cities. None of this alters the fact that the vast majority of people in the ancient world tilled the fields, or tended herds to produce food, and rarely travelled very far. Even some of these, varying from region to region, had a little contact with the wider world through goods from far afield, whether glimpsed in the possession of the wealthy or even owned. Ancient economies are not well understood, because the evidence is difficult to assess. In essence, much depends on whether the literary mentions represent the entire understanding of trade, taxation, and finance on the part of the Roman elite, including emperors and their advisers, or were simply the way these were presented in literary form. There is very little, some skeptics would say none at all, unambiguous evidence of detailed, rational, and routine consideration of commerce and economic factors in the judgments made by the Senate and later by emperors. Yet it is not really tenable to push this view to an extreme and deny that trade and commerce ever played a part in decision-making by Rome's Senate under the Republic, or by the emperors under the Principate. Money was important to all ancient leaders, especially those of the Roman state tasked with paying for a professional army, among other things. It is abundantly clear that there was an awareness that trade, including long-distance trade from beyond the borders of the empire, was a good, profitable thing, deserving encouragement if nothing else. Individuals did very well from this, and some of these individuals, involved directly or indirectly through investment, were members of Rome's ruling elite. The state also did well from levies and taxes on goods. Within the empire, the government developed and encouraged the development of infrastructure to foster travel, from roads and canals to harbours, while making some moves to prevent piracy and banditry from getting out of hand. Even when some of these measures were primarily created to support military deployment or supply the state issue of grain and other commodities to the people of Rome itself, their existence helped travel and trade more generally. Parthia's attitude appears to have been similar. Some Chinese sources hint that the Parthians discouraged them from making direct contact with Rome to maintain a monopoly on trade through their own lands, and more than a few modern scholars have felt that this was likely. Yet even if true, this may have been the attitude of the merchants as much as the Arsacid king and his court, which is not to say that he was not influenced by them. The King of Kings, and all the great families, the rulers of the smaller kingdoms and leaders of the main cities, benefited from having the trade routes passing through his lands. Like the Romans, and for that matter the Kushans and everyone else, there was income from taxes as well as readier access to the goods being transported, and anything else traders realized would win them a welcome from local powers. Commerce was a good thing, worth protecting and encouraging, as well as exploiting, ideally enough for the greatest gain, short of deterring the merchants from seeking an alternative route. Rome's empire functioned with a tiny civilian bureaucracy, backed in some areas by military clerks, but relying on devolving considerable power and day-to-day administration to local communities and leaders. This limited its capacity to intervene in any dramatic way in what we might call economic policy, and scholars will argue at length about just what sort of economy existed in this era, and whether emperors had policies by modern standards. Ancient governments did not claim to intervene in as many fields as those of the modern world, although it is worth noting that the generally common aspirations of local leaders and communities encouraged each other. Thus, when Herod the Great invested money and effort into constructing an artificial harbour at Caesarea Maritima on the Mediterranean coast, this created a route through which trade could flow more easily than before and benefited many beyond his kingdom. He went to the trouble in expectation that the cost would bring substantial benefit. There was competition between regions, communities and individuals, and a widespread desire to have access to and profit from commerce, which overall helped to foster and expand such trade. The Arsacid kings had even less of a formal bureaucracy than the Romans, and relied more heavily on devolved authority to maintain their empire. Once again, it was in the interest of regional kings, aristocrats, and city authorities to promote trade. Far more than most of Rome's emperors after Augustus, the King of Kings moved around his empire, probably according to the seasons of the year. The original capital of Nysa was supplanted by Hecatompylos before the end of the 3rd century BC, although Nysa continued to have ceremonial and ritual importance. Later, Rage, Ecbatana and Ctesiphon grew in importance. Ctesiphon was constructed as a formerly Parthian companion to nearby Greek Seleucia on the Tigris, where the king could hold court and his garrison could live throughout the year without worrying about Hellenic custom and sensibilities, or the other city's often violent factional and ethnic rivalries. In the 1st century, Vologases I, the same man who had contested to a beneficial compromise with Nero, founded Vologasia as another royal city near Babylon, which seems to have drawn some trade away from Seleucia, becoming a frequent destination of caravans from Palmyra. The King of Kings and his court moved during the year, visiting some or all of these royal cities. This had the benefit of letting him see different parts of his empire, especially his subordinates in each region, and the local royalty, nobility, and other leaders, and in turn gave more of his subjects the opportunity to see their ruler. News and instructions were passed on by oral and written communication to reach the rest of the empire. A good monarch was supposed to listen to advice from the inner council of family, including the royal women, and from a more formal council of the kings, leaders of the great houses, and other senior nobles, joined by representatives of the Magi. Little is known about this body, such as how often it was convened and whether decisions could be made with only some of its members present. Under the Principate, more and more Roman senators were drawn from the well-to-do families in the provinces, but all were required to own property in Italy, and not allowed to go anywhere else unless on public duty or with express permission of the emperor. This meant that the Senate met regularly with at least a large proportion of its current membership, many times in each year, and was always available for an emperor to consult, even if this was little more than a show. Arsacid Parthia lacked such a single political and social centre, but while its system was less formal, it was well suited to an empire of so many more or less independent kingdoms, regions, and cities. It did limit the extent to which a king of kings could directly intervene in aspects of life throughout the empire. Probably there was little desire to do this in the first place, beyond developing infrastructure, especially irrigation systems, to improve agricultural productivity. Parthian rulers had some contact with China, and were closer, so better placed to obtain silk and other luxuries. The relationship with the Indo-Parthian Empire to the east is unclear, and may well have involved periods of tension and conflict. This was also true of the Kushans, just as it was true of Parthia and Rome. Such episodes and ongoing mistrust in no way prevented the commerce which everyone desired. Goods moved, and so did people, the communities and individual agents seeking their own advantage, and not simply working for their states. Ideas also spread because people wanted to spread them. Whatever the historicity of the tradition about the Apostle Thomas, Christians appeared in Bactria and the Indus Valley during the 1st century. There were also Buddhists, who enjoyed great success carrying their message into Bactria and all the way to China. Enough folk travelled in this era of ancient history beyond their homeland to carry beliefs, thoughts, images and styles to others, who in turn might pass them on, and on. Recipients took what they wanted, often adapting it, as is famously seen in the blending of styles and ideas of Gandharan art. Rome and Parthia had different cultures, political systems, and traditions. They were rivals for power, especially in the lands that had once formed part of the Seleucid Empire, and to a lesser extent the great conquests of Alexander. Even so, the rivalry was cautious for the 1st century of the Principate, helped by the fact that there was no ideological basis to the competition. Neither society was closed to the other, not least because they naturally assumed their own traditions to be superior. In the Roman Empire, the cult of Mithras built up a significant following, devotees attracted by its secret rituals, initiating them over time to higher grades within the order. Mithra was an Iranian god of great antiquity within the Zoroastrian pantheon, and much revered by many Parthians, especially among the nobility. The Roman cult drew inspiration from this tradition, since the distant and exotic has a natural appeal for many people. So the god was depicted in Eastern dress, and temples built to resemble caves to invoke old stories about the god. Yet the details were garbled, probably beyond recognition for traditional worshippers of Mithra, and everything tailored to suit the tastes of the Greco-Roman world. Plenty of the followers of Mithras were equestrians, including army officers, and there was never the slightest suggestion that their cult made them anything other than patriotic Romans. Similarly, reverence for the Greek tradition did not make subjects of the Arsacids automatically disloyal. Rivalry for power and dominance did not make either Rome or Parthia closed to the other. They were wary, jealous of anything taken as a slight, but on the whole content to coexist for generations, emperors and kings of kings alike realizing that this was wiser, since it gave them time and the resources to address other threats and problems in their empires. Wars were expensive and risky against so powerful an adversary, and for a long time rulers on both sides judged that peace was preferable. However, in the 2nd century AD, this coexistence became harder to maintain. Chapter 9. Glory in Tears, 70 to 198. Instability within either empire tended to make their behaviour less predictable to the other, as they waited and watched to see who would emerge as the new ruler. Crassus was encouraged to attack by the apparent weakness of the Arsacids at a time when brother was fighting brother, while the most serious invasion of Roman territory came from the Parthians-backed Labienus when Rome's republic was deeply divided. The Principate, established by Augustus, had created stability for a long time, making it a far more predictable and easier neighbour from a Parthian point of view. At the same time, successive emperors remained reluctant to intervene too heavily in Arsacid internal struggles. They would back an individual claimant felt to be favourable to them, but not to the extent of waging war on his behalf. Even at these times of upheaval, it proved in both sides' interests to maintain good relations with each other. The Principate had done much to restore stability to the Roman state. Yet the senator and historian Tacitus wrote that the civil war after Nero's death revealed a secret of empire, that a princeps could be made in the provinces through support of the army rather than in Rome by the Senate. When Vespasian's victory was secure and he came to the city in the late summer of 70, the Senate voted him the powers and privileges of a princeps in a single law. In the past, men had acquired the rank in stages, and in a well-ordered succession already possessed some of the status under the rule of their predecessor. Vespasian was legally confirmed as emperor over a year after being proclaimed as such by his own legions, soon followed by others in the east and beyond, as well as key provincial governors and allied monarchs. The Senate had no real choice in the matter. Rome itself had been captured by forces loyal to Vespasian in the previous year, so passed a law making legal what was already a reality in every other respect. On the whole, Vespasian and his older son, Titus, who assisted and then succeeded him, were admired in our sources. There was disdain for their background, for their family were not aristocrats, but were instead something akin to minor country gentry. Vespasian's parents were equestrians, and apart from his mother's brother, he was the first of the family to achieve admission to the Senate. Funding his career in part through breeding and selling mules, an echo of Publius Ventidius Bassus, he did reasonably well, although in normal circumstances he would not have been among those senators considered suitable for elevation to princeps. Nero chose him for the Judean command in part because his background made his competence less of a threat to a suspicious emperor. Only this, and the rapid demise of the first two men to succeed Nero, put him at the head of an army in a position to make his bid for power. Suetonius, an equestrian and imperial official who wrote biographies of Julius Caesar, Augustus, and the 10 rulers who followed them, uniquely depicted Vespasian as a man whose character improved rather than deteriorated once he had become princeps. Titus fares almost as well in the tradition, although he was princeps for little more than 2 years before he died, and was succeeded by Domitian, his younger brother, who was remembered as one of the bad emperors. Suetonius completed his series of biographies with Domitian. Tacitus's Histories also covered the years up to Domitian's death in 96, although only a handful of fragments survive for the period after 70. For the remainder of the 1st century and the whole of the 2nd century, we have no detailed narrative history, let alone one that is reasonably contemporary and reliable. This era is often seen as the golden age of the Roman Empire, not least by Dio, looking back as the 3rd century turned sour, and can boast many of the greatest achievements of architecture and art. Most likely this was the time when the population of the empire was at its largest, prosperity highest, and famous emperors like Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius led the state. Yet very little is known about many of the great events of these years, let alone the smaller incidents. Predictably, the evidence for Arsacid Parthia is even worse, and its history has to be reconstructed largely through the coin series issued by successive monarchs. Much of this is guesswork, since dating and sequence are rarely certain, and the relationship between the men issuing the coins even less clear. Contemporary issues by more than one King of Kings suggest civil conflict, without giving much idea of who some of these rulers were, or how much support they enjoyed and for how long. We simply cannot know whether these men were permanently at war or came to some form of accommodation and divided the empire. All of this makes the period especially hard to understand, which is all the more frustrating since it saw 3 major conflicts between the Romans and Parthians, and no doubt other tensions as well. The change from a century or so of generally peaceful relations initiated by Augustus is marked, and we must do our best to explain it with the threadbare evidence we have. On the whole, Vespasian and his sons appear to have continued the practices of earlier emperors with regard to Parthia. As we saw, Commagene was taken under direct rule because of fears that its king was becoming dangerously friendly to the Parthians. Lucius Caesenius Paetus was replaced as legate of Syria within a year, although we do not know whether this was a sign that Vespasian no longer had full confidence in him, or just the routine turnover of governors. His successor was Marcus Ulpius Traianus, who had commanded a legion with great distinction under Vespasian, and then Titus during the Jewish War. His family came from Spain, partly descended from Roman colonists sent out under the Republic, and he was an example of the widening of the ranks of the Senate to include members from the provinces. During Traianus's spell as legate of Syria, there appears to have been some friction with Vologases I of Parthia, which led to a demonstration of Roman military strength, possibly even some fighting before the Romans decided that enough had been done to assert their dominance and claim success. There are no details, and more than likely this was a continuation of the sabre-rattling that so often accompanied diplomacy between the 2 empires. One curiosity of this period was the appearance in the eastern provinces of a number of men claiming to be Nero. At least 2 gained some following, for the Hellenophile emperor was fondly remembered by some in the region, and perhaps the pretenders simply had a lot of charisma, helping them to appeal to the disaffected. Neither raised anything more than a crowd of unarmed supporters, and both fled to the Arsacid court when the provincial authorities started to take an interest in them. The King of Kings gave them a welcome, for the peace settlement with the real Nero had been an honourable one for both sides. This was the closest thing to a member of the imperial family ever escaping to the Arsacids, or ending up at their court as a result of diplomacy. Vologases I may have been a good host, but he made no move to back either Nero with force or even active diplomacy. The first man was revealed as a fraud and promptly executed, and the second sent back as a prisoner when Domitian demanded his return. In neither case did the matter become a major issue. Perhaps Domitian spoke of ambitions for a great eastern expedition later in his reign, but nothing actually happened. The peace endured, as did the mutual suspicion. The annexation of Commagene was part of a wider reorganization of administration and Roman military deployment in the area, much of which may well have occurred during the governorship of Traianus. Vespasian had personal knowledge of the eastern Mediterranean from the Judean command and from securing support in the region during his bid for power. In his career he had also served in Thrace, Crete, the Rhineland, Britain and North Africa. Postings were rarely made on the basis of past experience in that area, so that serving in the same province more than once was the exception rather than the rule. The senior men chosen from the Senate to advise the princeps would have brought a similar range of direct knowledge of different parts of the empire. In addition, there were the letters and reports from current and past governors, as well as rulers and communities in the wider area, and perhaps hostages and guests in Rome. Detailed, thorough mapping of territory is a relatively modern phenomenon. In Britain, the Ordnance Survey was set up to map the country as a response to the threat of invasion by Napoleonic France, and the process was not completed until decades after Waterloo. The Romans had nothing like this, but then neither did many highly organized states throughout the world in the 18th and 19th centuries. Scholars inclined to minimize the Romans' ability to plan and make decisions rationally often impose far too high a standard on what is required of any state to do this. However, the decision was made by Vespasian and his advisers, and then implemented by his legates on the spot. 2 of the 4 legions stationed in Syria were soon moved to permanent bases in the former kingdom of Commagene, one at Zeugma and the other at Samosata, each on the western bank of the Euphrates. Around the same time, a new military province of Cappadocia was formed, encompassing Galatia and also parts of Pontus and the region known as Lesser Armenia. The governor was an imperial legate and former consul who commanded 2 legions and auxiliaries. The legions were stationed at Melitene and Satala, the 2 principal cities of Cappadocia. Under Vespasian and his sons there was also a programme of road building in this and the wider area, and indeed much of the empire, easing the movement of supplies and troops across the Black Sea and improving the connection between Asia Minor and Europe. The obvious consequence of all this was that 4 legions and supporting troops were stationed close to the key routes into and out of Armenia, and the stretch of Euphrates most accessible to Syria. There are echoes of Corbulo's campaigns in the reorganization, most of all his consistent opinion that one man could not simultaneously command in the Galatian Cappadocian region and in Syria. Whether the experience of those years and the opinion of a distinguished commander and a man Vespasian had known, at least as an acquaintance and fellow senator, was a factor in shaping the new arrangement is impossible to say. The physical, as well as the political geography, made this division of command sensible, even if the legate of Syria was still left with a very wide range of other duties, apart from supervising the troops on the Euphrates, which is one reason why it remained such a prestigious command, held only by those most favoured by the princeps. The 4 legions were well positioned to confront an attack launched across the Euphrates, or from Armenia. Equally, they secured these routes for any Roman offensives, and there is no real need to judge the deployment as primarily defensive or aggressive, when it provided either option, depending on the situation. Nor were the garrisons fixed to their bases, and just as they could be reinforced by troops from the rest of Syria, and in time from the Danube, Egypt, or even further afield, so they could be sent elsewhere, as detachments or whole units to deal with disturbances, rebellion, or external wars on other fronts. While the Arsacid King of Kings and the nearest regional monarchs, especially the King of Armenia, may have felt that the large, highly visible Roman bases on their borders were threatening, this remained well within the long-standing experience of negotiation backed by force and posturing. Diplomacy continued, and the Romans and Parthians alike backed allies in the kingdoms of the region, doing their best to advance their own interests. Vespasian sent engineers to strengthen the fortifications of the capital of the Iberian king, while under Domitian an inscription records that a centurion from one of the legions in Cappadocia was among the Albani, perhaps acting as an ambassador. As always, the princeps and the King of Kings had plenty of more pressing concerns than rivalry with the other. Sometime around 75, groups of Alans, a Sarmatian people, raided widely into eastern Armenia and Media, defeating both of their kings in battle. Vologases I of Parthia asked Vespasian for military aid, but the Roman declined, feeling that this was not any of his business. There is no sign that these tribes posed any threat to the Roman provinces, at least at present, and even though there had been some cooperation between the raiders and Roman allies among the Iberi and Albani, there is no hint that this was done with Roman encouragement. Vologases I accepted the answer and was probably not surprised, since none of the treaties had ever required alliance against other threats. In the latter half of his reign, Domitian was preoccupied with his European frontiers, especially a series of hard campaigns against Dacia, very roughly equivalent to modern Romania, led by the able king Decebalus. A Roman province was raided, its governor killed and his army defeated, and the first major expedition sent in reprisal also marched to disaster. Another force did better, even if the resultant peace fell short of outright Roman victory, although it may not have been quite as much of a sham as our sources claim. Senators remembered Domitian as cruel, a man who had executed members of their order and others around him, and the criticism became more vocal after he was murdered in a palace conspiracy. For the first time, the Senate met and chose a new princeps, significantly selecting from their own ranks the elderly Nerva, who had never displayed any conspicuous talent other than for getting along with a succession of emperors. Nerva was childless, in his early 60s, and did not appear robust. To calm doubts about the future and perhaps to placate factions within the aristocracy, he decided to adopt an adult son as his successor and selected the current legate of Upper Germany. This was a military province, and although a lesser command than Syria, Britain, or Pannonia, meant that the new heir came with an army. The legate is known to us as Trajan, and was the son of Trianus, who had served Vespasian and Titus in the Jewish War and subsequently governed Syria. Trajan had yet to match the fine military record of his father, although he showed exceptional enthusiasm for military life, spending more time with the legions than was required for a career. He had also proved his dedication to Vespasian and his family, not least when a governor in the Rhineland rebelled against Domitian, and Trajan marched his legion all the way from Spain to help suppress the rising. Such a man was unlikely to prove vindictive towards others who had done well under the old dynasty. Early in 98, Nerva fell into a fever and died. Trajan was still in his province and waited, corresponding with leading men and other army commanders in case there was resistance to his rule. In the event there was none, but this may not have been as predictable as it appears with hindsight. The chaos of the year of 4 emperors was in living memory of many adults, but this time no one was sufficiently ambitious and confident in their own support to challenge an emperor who was clearly prepared to fight if necessary. Trajan was about 45, and would prove to be one of the most fondly remembered and admired of all emperors, not least because he was respectful and lenient in his treatment of senators. Surviving replies to petitions, and especially the collection of letters to and from Pliny the Younger, who was sent as special legate to Bithynia around 110 to 112 to 13, show a serious-minded man who tried to rule well, fairly, and with respect to the law. Reputation as a good princeps mattered to Trajan, and for many Romans the greatest glory came from defeating foreign enemies. In 101, Trajan went in person to lead a major campaign against Decebalus of Dacia. Troops were drawn from all over the empire, and at some point 2 new legions formed to raise the total number in service to 30. A year later, Decebalus sued for peace, and was granted terms that left him as an independent but subordinate ally of Rome. War resumed in 105, catching Trajan by surprise, for he did not reach the Danube until months after hostilities had broken out. The mountainous terrain and sophisticated Dacian fortifications tested the Romans' siegecraft and determination, but by the end of 106, the strongholds had fallen and Decebalus had been hunted down until he took his own life rather than be captured. Dacia was annexed as a province, and the victories celebrated throughout the empire, and especially in Rome, helped by the immense profits of gold looted from the wealthy kingdom. Some of Trajan's Forum in Rome is still visible to this day, and gives an idea of the scale of commemoration. Within it is Trajan's Column, covered in spiral scenes depicting the wars, and its height a marker to show the original height of the slope before it was excavated to make the site for the new complex. Just as the Second Dacian War was coming to an end, the king of Nabatea died without an heir. Roman troops marched into the kingdom, and at some point, perhaps a few years later, the decision was made to create the new province of Arabia in its place, governed by a legate with a legion and auxiliaries at his disposal. The details are obscure, so that it is unclear whether no suitable candidate for the throne was available, or there was a conscious preference for direct rule. This was a sensitive area, used by a good deal of the overland traffic in spices and other luxuries, and had a long history of fighting between leaders and tribes and with neighbours, as well as straightforward banditry. Perhaps there was no suitable candidate available to appoint as king, or perhaps this was another example of a growing preference for replacing allied monarchs with direct rule. The situation in Parthia is even more unclear. Vologases I died around 79. In his later years, he may have appointed his son Pacorus II as co-ruler. Pacorus II was young and is shown beardless on his early coins, and it is just possible that he had a regent or guardian for a while, unless the man named Artabanus, who minted coins circa 80, was a rival or a religious governor granted or assuming the license to mint his own currency. Pacorus II lived until around 110, but near the end of his reign a rival appeared named Vologases III. There is now considerable doubt among specialists over whether there was ever a Vologases II, but it would be confusing to change the convention. As always, these numerals are modern inventions. Before Pacorus II died, a son named Osroes I either was made joint monarch or proclaimed himself as King of Kings. Osroes I and Vologases III were rivals, each claiming supremacy for some 20 years, although it is not known how often the rivalry spilled into warfare or which regions were loyal to each one at any moment. The Romans appear to have viewed Osroes I as the King of Kings and do not mention his rival, which may suggest that the former held the lands in the west closest to the Roman Empire. At the same time, the Kushan kingdom was thriving, and Bactria and Hyrcania were both ruled by strong and independent dynasties, while central authority over Characene in the south appears limited at best. All in all, Arsacid Parthia was not at its strongest in the early 2nd century, but it had survived similar disorders and upheavals in the past and gone on to recover. In the autumn of 113, Trajan set out from Rome for the eastern Mediterranean, stopping at Athens en route to Antioch. By this time, drafts of troops were concentrating in Syria and Cappadocia, along with the material to support a major war effort. Modern estimates set the eventual concentration of military might at some 10 to 12 legions, some at full strength and others as detachments. These detachments were known as vexellations, vexellationes, by the Romans after the square flag or vexillum they carried in place of a legion's eagle. There was no fixed size to such detachments, which varied from several dozen to several thousand soldiers, but vexellations of 500 to 1,000 appear common in major campaigns. This means that the presence of a legion in a theatre of operations might mean that only 20% or less of its full strength took part. Debate continues over just when Trajan began to make preparations for such a major effort, and some have even tried to connect the annexation of Arabia or Pliny the Younger's special mission to Bithynia with a premeditated plan for a great eastern expedition. Yet the immediate source of friction was, as so often, the rule of Armenia. Vologases I's brother, Tiridates, the man who had carried a sword nailed to its scabbard when he bowed before Nero in Rome, had held power until his death in the late 80s. It is presumed that his successors went through the charade of waiting for Roman approval. Late in 112 or early in 113, Osroes I deposed the current king, a man who was probably his brother, and replaced him with another sibling, named Parthian. More than likely this was part of the wider power struggle within the Parthian Empire, and perhaps preoccupation with this explains why he failed to go through the diplomatic niceties and seek Roman approval. A Parthian embassy came to Trajan at Athens, asking for this recognition rather late in the day, and claiming that the previous king had not been pleasing to either the Romans or the Parthians. Trajan refused to negotiate or even accept the gifts, which, as usual, had been brought by the ambassadors. He went to Antioch, where envoys and letters came from many of the region's kings. Osroes I sent delegates again, and once again received no answer other than sweeping statements that Trajan would do what he thought fitting, an echo of Pompey so many years earlier. In the spring of 114, the emperor went from Syria to Cappadocia, where a large force was mustering near Satala. Along the way, he watched the troops parade and joined in their training, showing the vigour of a much younger man, just as Pompey had done before his last campaign. Trajan was 60 or 61, a similar age to Pompey at that time, or indeed Crassus when he made his ill-omened march across the Euphrates. Parthian sent a letter which Trajan refused to answer, because it had styled its author as King of Armenia. Afterwards he wrote again without claiming any title, and asked for the legate of Cappadocia to be sent to negotiate with him in person. Trajan ordered the legate's son to go instead. In the meantime, Trajan marched unopposed into Armenia and occupied Samosata before continuing on to Eligea, where Parthian was to meet him, only to find that the latter was late. When Parthian arrived, he behaved in a suitably humble manner, taking off his royal diadem and laying it at the emperor's feet, confidently expecting the performance to end with Trajan restoring the crown to him, again just as Pompey had done with Tigranes II of Armenia. The king waited, and the emperor did not move, and then his parading soldiers hailed him as imperator, victor over the enemy. Parthian was angry, but in subsequent talks, largely conducted in public so that he could make his case openly, he got nowhere. Trajan announced that Armenia was from now on to become a Roman province. The deposed king left the camp and was killed by his Roman escort. Trajan claimed that Parthian had broken his word and was trying to escape. What happened from then onwards can only be glimpsed in the fragments of our meagre sources. Something made all the more frustrating because among the many lost accounts was a detailed narrative by Arrian, more famous for the thoroughness of his surviving account of Alexander's campaigns. Most of 114 was taken up in overrunning all of Armenia and beginning to organize it as a province. During the remainder of the year there were also expeditions into neighbouring territories. Columns attacked the Mahdi, a people living to the south of Lake Van. Another pushed to the shore of the Caspian Sea, while a third operated in the mountains of Armenia, where the legate had his men don a form of snowshoe to be able to walk and fight in the winter conditions. Trajan did not take much direct part in these operations, and instead was busy with diplomacy, summoning the nobles of Armenia to him and receiving delegations from the nearby kingdoms. For the moment, most were willing to accept the reality of Roman might, and the men promised allegiance and brought gifts, such as a horse taught to bow down. Around this time, Trajan appointed or formally recognized several new kings, including one for the Albani. Operations appear to have continued for much of the winter and into the following year. A victory march was erected outside Dura Europos, and this, combined with the sequence of 3 large marching camps, have been plausibly interpreted as signs of a victory won by a battle group based around Legio III Cyrenaica, the only unit named on the arch's inscription. Adiabene was overrun, and its king defeated in another battle as the war spread. Although something like a quarter of the entire Roman army had gathered for these campaigns, there is little suggestion that they spent much time concentrated in any one place, in contrast to Antony and his great host. Instead, several commanders are named, apparently leading columns based on 1 or 2 legions, along with detachments and auxiliaries, suggesting typical forces of some 10,000 to 20,000 combat soldiers, although slaves and other camp followers would have increased the numbers of each force. Once again, there are similarities with Nero's Armenian War, where Corbulo and Paetus led similar-sized field armies. This reflected the terrain and also the political organization of the opposition, which in turn dictated the scale of the opposing forces. There is not the slightest hint of a massed Arsaciid army taking the field against Trajan's men. Instead, individual leaders, usually the regional kings, fought their own individual wars against independent Roman columns, and at this stage were usually defeated. Much of northern Mesopotamia was occupied by the Romans. One city, its location uncertain, fell when a centurion sent as ambassador was imprisoned, but managed to escape, kill the garrison commander, and open the gates to the Romans outside. Victory followed victory, submission followed submission, and as the news reached Rome, the Senate awarded Trajan 6 acclamations as imperator, bringing the right to hold a triumph. The emperor was even more pleased with the title of Optimus, the best, voted to him late in 115. The tide of success appeared to be with the Romans, and more local leaders recognized this. The king of Ossohoene initially tried to be neutral, fearing angering either Parthia or Rome, but eventually came to terms with Trajan. The awkward negotiations allegedly eased because the emperor was charmed by the king's handsome young son. By the end of 115, Trajan was back at Antioch, for the job of being emperor continued even during a war, and deputations came to him from all over the empire, as well as the theatre of operations. This made the violent series of earthquakes that struck Antioch even more of a disaster. Trajan narrowly survived, stories circulating that he was led out of a collapsing building by a miraculous being. Many more died, including an ex-consul and other distinguished men, some killed in the initial shock, others from injuries or trapped in the ruins. Dio noted that a woman and baby were found alive several days later as the wreckage was cleared, having survived by drinking her milk, but that in another case the rescuers found a live baby still trying to suckle at the breast of its dead mother. In 116, Trajan played more of an active role, which may suggest a greater degree of concentration as major columns moved closer to each other and operated in mutual support. In the main offensive, the emperor led one large force down the line of the Euphrates, while another followed the Tigris. Staying close to the river made it easier for bulky supplies to be carried on boats, and the Romans also made use of a prefabricated bridging train. Trajan's men marched into Babylon, meeting no resistance. Barges and other boats were dragged overland from the Euphrates to the Tigris so that he could continue down to Seleucia on its west bank and Ctesiphon on its east bank, and both fell, once again without any fighting. Osroes I fled from Ctesiphon but left behind a daughter and the golden throne of the Arsaciid King of Kings for the Romans to take. The ease of the Roman advance suggests that rivalry with Vologases III preoccupied Osroes, who was devoting his energies to subduing one of the lesser kings as the Romans advanced. It was a far cry from the scorn that had met Crassus's boasts of dictating terms in Seleucia. As well as Armenia, a province of Mesopotamia and another of Assyria, a region hard to define closely, were created. The Romans were clearly planning to stay. Trajan took the title Parthicus and sailed downriver to the Arabian Gulf in a flotilla of ships, including one ornate vessel meant for negotiations. There was no opposition, although there was nearly a disaster when the Romans misread the currents. Charicane, long a reluctant member of Parthia's empire, welcomed the Romans. Roman might was triumphant, and Trajan had gone far beyond anything achieved by Pompey, Lucullus, or any other Roman. The emperor is said to have watched a ship setting sail for India and wept because he was too old to follow in the footsteps of Alexander. Trajan was now around 63. He had made a show of doing what a Roman commander should do, riding and marching bareheaded in all weathers, sharing the hardships of campaign with his men. But in spite of, or perhaps because of this, his health now began to fail. In reverence for the famous Macedonian conqueror, and perhaps because he needed somewhere to receive delegations, he travelled back to Babylon, and even visited the house where Alexander the Great had died. By this time, it had all started to go wrong. Rebellions broke out all over the newly conquered territory in Armenia, Osroene, Ariabene, and Mesopotamia. Roman garrisons, most likely token forces since they had overrun so much territory so quickly, were massacred. At long last, a strong contingent sent by Osroes I appears in our sources, operating against the Romans. The episode was reminiscent of the winter of 130 to 129 BC, when the formerly successful army of Antiochus VII was suddenly attacked from all sides, and apparent victory turned into disaster. Both can be seen as a characteristically Parthian way of warfare, giving way when hard-pressed, trading ground for time to regroup, and then striking back hard at a time and place where the enemy was least prepared. It is unclear how much coordination and planning underlay the risings in 116, because the details are obscure, making it impossible to say what happened by chance and what was design. Perhaps the Romans had provoked local communities by their excessive demands and arrogance, just as the Seleucid mercenaries had done, or perhaps fear of the invaders' strength had lessened as the main armies moved on, allowing resentment to grow. To make matters worse for the Romans, reports soon came of trouble elsewhere, notably on the Danube and in Britain. Worse still, sectarian problems between Gentile and Jewish communities in Egypt, Cyrene in North Africa, and Cyprus had been building for some time, and now erupted into open war. A charismatic, perhaps messianic leader appeared in Cyrene, and the rebellion grew as initial attempts to suppress it failed. Atrocities escalated on both sides, and even if talk of cannibalism and hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties was probably exaggerated, this was a brutal and hard-fought war. There is no direct evidence of a connection between the rebels and the Jewish community in Babylonia, perhaps even with Osroes I's government, although this is possible. The Roman response to rebellion was to counter-attack as soon as possible. This was risky, for sometimes it meant taking the field with comparatively small and poorly supplied armies, but could overawe the rebels before these had gathered momentum and widespread support. One commander did well initially, before suffering defeat and death. Yet there were more successes, with Nisibis recaptured and Edessa, the main city of Osroene, sacked and its king killed in the aftermath. Seleucia, which had declared against the Romans, was also stormed, and large parts of the city were set on fire. The Parthian war effort was not always well coordinated, and there was friction, perhaps even open fighting between rival commanders, something that Trajan's envoys did their very best to encourage. At Ctesiphon, Trajan summoned a gathering of all nobles willing to attend and proclaimed Parthamaspates, son of Osroes I, as King of Kings and ally of Rome. Coins proclaimed that a king was given to the Parthians, in yet another first for a Roman. Late in 116, Trajan in person led a column to besiege Hatra, a city rich from trade, strongly fortified and well supplied with water and food, both of which were hard to find in the surrounding lands. Dressing as an ordinary soldier so as not to stand out, the elderly Trajan was still targeted by the defenders, and the cavalry trooper standing next to him was killed. The siege failed, and the Romans retreated to prepare for a campaign in the coming spring. Yet it was not to be. Trajan's deteriorating health finally collapsed, and he seems to have suffered a severe stroke. One of his ablest subordinates had already been posted to govern Judea, and since its Jewish population did not join in the wider rebellion on any great scale, appears to have done his job effectively. With so many problems elsewhere, and the emperor incapable of coping with active command, the impetus went out of any plans to renew the war. Trajan set out for Rome only to die in Asia Minor in the summer of 117. He was succeeded by a cousin, Hadrian, currently legate of Syria, after it was announced that the dying emperor had adopted him. Whether this was true, or as rumour claimed, an invention of Trajan's widow and other members of his staff, Hadrian and his close supporters acted quickly. Several senior senators were arrested, including the recently appointed legate of Judea. Early on, Hadrian announced that the new provinces of Mesopotamia, Armenia, and Assyria were all to be abandoned. Trajan's appointee as King of Kings was given Roman protection rather than support, and had to content himself with becoming ruler of the kingdom of Ossahoene instead. It was not the end of Roman influence in the areas overrun by Trajan. Chalcedon remained a Roman ally and independent of Parthia for some time. Even so, this abandonment of conquests and, even more, the arrest and subsequent execution of prominent figures was unpopular with many in the Senate, contributing to a lasting dislike of Hadrian. Since Trajan's ambitions were cut short, it is uncertain what he intended in the long term, and whether his goals were achievable. Hadrian argued that the new provinces would be a burden rather than a benefit, and throughout his reign he would generally display a cautious, consolidatory approach to the empire's frontiers. No aggressive wars were fought during his reign, but it should be noted that in this respect it was Trajan who was unusual in his willingness to add so much territory to the empire. As important were the circumstances of Hadrian's accession. Although he had received some signs of favour, most recently a second consulship, Hadrian had in no way been marked down as Trajan's successor. Nor had anyone else. With doubts over the story of adoption, there was little appeal for Hadrian in spending years fighting a difficult war to secure the new provinces, where any defeats would reflect badly on him. In the event, peace and stability were achieved relatively quickly in the region. Kings raised or restored to power in the abandoned provinces were allies, often Roman appointees. There was no effort by the Parthians to continue the war, which would have been reasonable enough after the Roman invasion, and instead they turned back to their civil war. The biggest mystery surrounding these wars remains Trajan's motives. Dio claimed that the dispute over Armenia was a pretext, and that Trajan fought the war to win glory. Certainly the mustering of so many troops in time for the emperor's arrival reveals a degree of premeditation. The question is how much, and whether this was simply the standard desire to parade military might and negotiate from strength, or a conscious intention to fight rather than talk. Modern scholars have suggested other motives, such as a desire to make Syria and Asia Minor secure against any potential threat, or less plausibly, a quest to take over large areas of the trade routes to the Far East. Ultimately, we know too little about the details of what was happening in Armenia, and especially about the actions of Parthamasiris and Osroes I in the lead-up to the war, to judge how provocative this had really been from a Roman standpoint. Equally, there is no way of knowing whether Trajan was carried away with dreams of Alexander the Great from the start, or whether the events happened in stages, his plans expanding from an assertion of power to the decision to make Armenia a province, then widening operations into Adiabene and Mesopotamia, and eventually pushing on to Babylonia and the sea. Trajan certainly had a taste for warfare and victory. No other event in his reign was celebrated as much as the Dacian victory, and at heart, military success validated the rule of a man adopted by an appointee of the Senate, but with no blood link to the Julio-Claudian family, or even connection to the old aristocracy. The fact that Trajan did not mark out a clear successor may also be revealing, given that by the time he went east he was much the same age as Nerva had been on succession. Trajan never had any children, and it seems unlikely that he still dreamed of fathering a son, even ignoring the gossip that held that he was far more interested in boys than women. True or not, he was discreet, so that Rome's elite were content to pass this, like his fondness for heavy drinking, off as an unimportant vice. On the other hand, it may be wrong to assume that he was expected to mark out an heir, and perhaps he was willing to entrust the task to the Senate. Thus, while it is possible to see Trajan as an aging man unwilling to confront his mortality and eager to recapture his best years by winning a new victory, this is not the only way to reconstruct the evidence. Scholars are apt to see pursuit of glory as incompatible with rational decision-making. Yet for Rome's elite, seeking glory was entirely as honourable and reasonable as other concerns, not least because the greatest glory came from the greatest service to the state. Julius Caesar depicted his campaigns in Gaul as entirely for the good of the res publica, and explained how he became sucked into operations over an ever-widening area to protect Rome's interests. The message was that he and his soldiers won glory serving the good of Rome. That was the ideal, whether or not everyone agreed that Caesar's actions lived up to such a standard. Trajan most likely did seek glory when he went to the east, but that does not mean that it was his only or even first concern, or that his plans did not develop as the situation changed. For all Trajan's emphasis on his Dacian victory, in 102 Dacia was left as an independent kingdom, and only became a province after the Second War several years later. Trajan need not have planned to create new provinces in the east before he went to Armenia. Whatever his ambitions, the emperor did not anticipate the scale of rebellions in the conquered territory, nor the collapse of his own health. There was one strange sequel to this conflict. The Senate had voted Trajan a triumph over Parthia, and Hadrian had the ceremony performed with great pomp through the heart of Rome. No dead man had ever triumphed before, and a chariot carrying an effigy of the now deified Trajan joined the procession to the acclamation of the crowds. Hadrian never celebrated a triumph, although he was awarded the right by the Senate on a single occasion. He spent the greater part of his reign touring the provinces, especially the frontier provinces with their large garrisons. Keenly interested in equipment and drill, he inspected troops, observed manoeuvres, and ordered the construction of frontier installations, most famously Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain. There were wars during his reign in several areas. Arrian was legate of Cappadocia when, for the first time, the Alans raided the province, and he won praise through driving them out. The most serious conflict was provoked by Hadrian's decision to turn Jerusalem into a Roman colonia and construct a temple to Jupiter on the foundations of the Jewish temple destroyed by Titus in 70. Inspired by one Simeon bar Kokhba, nicknamed the Son of the Star, Bar Kokhba in Aramaic, the rebels made great progress, and for a few years, as under Nero, there was an independent Jewish state in Judea. Roman losses were heavy, perhaps including the massacre of an entire legion, and it took years of brutal, attritional fighting as one fortified village and town after another had to be besieged in order to suppress the rebellion. This was the victory for which Hadrian was voted a triumph, but it was celebrated far less in propaganda than might have been expected. Hadrian comes across as a good ruler, although he never managed to make the senatorial class like him, something not helped by his fondness for parading his own intelligence, as well as his very public affair with the youth Antinous, and extravagant mourning when this lover died. Perhaps because of the doubts about his own succession, Hadrian was careful to mark out an heir. When his first choice died, he not only adopted another senator, Antoninus Pius, but made him in turn adopt two young aristocrats, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, thus securing the succession for 2 generations. These are the names familiar to us. The younger men in particular had a succession of names during their lives, but this is not important for our topic. Hadrian's plans worked this time, for when he died in 137, Antoninus Pius succeeded. One tradition claimed that the name Pius was given to him because he insisted that his father be honoured with deification in the teeth of resistance from a Senate now free to express its dislike of Hadrian. Antoninus Pius had little or no military experience, and even less taste for travel and warfare. The frontier was advanced in northern Britain with the construction of the Antonine Wall, but he never visited this province or any other, and instead trusted his provincial legates to deal with any problems. There were moments of friction with Parthia under Hadrian, and again under Antoninus Pius, which were settled with threats and diplomacy, but near the end of the latter's reign, the rule of Armenia once again became a problem. By this time the King of Kings was Vologases IV, son of one of the unsuccessful challengers of Vologases III. How he came to power, circa 147, is unknown, but he appears to have overcome any rivals fairly quickly, and then began to reassert central control over the regional kingdoms. Characene was invaded and its king driven out in 151, a victory proclaimed in an inscription carved into a bronze statue of Heracles taken back as a trophy to Seleucia. A decade later, Vologases IV was willing to use force to place his own choice on the throne of Armenia, regardless of Roman feelings on the matter. Antoninus Pius died in 161, and this challenge came as his heirs had only just taken over. Hadrian appears to have planned for both men to rule, and Marcus Aurelius, who was older than his adopted brother, insisted on respecting this and ruling as co-equal with Lucius Verus. This was an innovation, for previous attempts at having more than one heir had led to the rapid liquidation of the younger partner amid accusations of conspiracy. Yet it worked, and for all their contrasting temperaments, probably exaggerated in our sources, the two men worked well together and showed every sign of mutual trust. In 161, the Parthians initiated the war by overrunning Armenia. Many scholars consider this as the only occasion when they began a conflict with Rome, although this does mean viewing the invasion in 40 BC as a continuation of the war begun by Crassus, which is not really tenable. What it certainly meant is that the Romans were not prepared for major conflict, which in turn meant that it took time to react and to mass an army of suitable size. This was even true of the garrisons of Cappadocia and Syria. The legate of Cappadocia reacted to the invasion of Armenia aggressively, as was the Roman way, demanding immediate withdrawal. He advanced into Armenia with at most a battle group based around a single legion, but possibly a much smaller force, since the Greek word used to describe it in our source is ambiguous. Whatever his actual strength, the legate and his men were swiftly surrounded by a superior enemy and took shelter within the walls of a city, but like Paetus, were not supplied or mentally prepared to stand siege. The legate died, probably by his own hand, and his soldiers were massacred. Vologases IV followed this by launching an attack on Syria, the first in 2 centuries. Although this force was eventually driven back or chose to retreat, this was an even greater slight to Roman honour and Rome's sense of power than the fighting in Armenia, and it had to be answered. In 162, Lucius Verus was sent east to supervise the Roman response amid a mobilization of troops on a similar scale to Trajan's campaign. Sadly, surviving sources for what followed are even worse than for the earlier conflict. Many accounts were written at the time, prompting the satirist Lucian of Samosata to write a work mocking their exaggeration and sloppiness. It is a sign of just how meagre the evidence is that scholars try to glean facts from this work intended to entertain and amuse rather than record. In broad terms, the course of the war appears similar. Verus spent most of his time near Antioch, and one tradition mocked him for feasting and dallying with his mistress while he sent others off to wage war. This was not entirely just, since an emperor's job was to listen to petitions and receive envoys, just as Trajan had done, but it is probably fair to say that he lacked Trajan's enthusiasm for army life. As before, rather than one great army, the Romans operated as several field forces, whose commanders appear by name in our sources, and who seem to have operated with considerable independence. Victories were won in Armenia and Mesopotamia, and as Roman strength grew, there was no repeat of the Parthian attack into Syria. Cities surrendered or were taken by siege, among them Nisibis, Edessa, and Dura Europos, and eventually the Romans pushed on to take Ctesiphon and Seleucia in 165. Then they withdrew, probably after negotiation. Some territory was taken under direct rule, for instance Dura Europos and Nisibis, but there were no new provinces, nor talk of giving a king to the Parthians. Roman dominance and power had been reasserted unequivocally, but this had not done fatal damage to Vologases IV's prestige, for he continued to rule for decades. Lucius Verus returned to Rome to celebrate a triumph, which he shared with Marcus Aurelius. A worse legacy of the conflict was the spread of an epidemic throughout the empire in what is known today as the Antonine Plague. Detachments of soldiers returning to their garrisons in other provinces were blamed, and may well have spread the disease, which also was carried along the trade routes and by other travellers. Long-distance travel and commerce between thriving communities carried this risk alongside the benefits. Rumour spread that the pestilence was first unleashed during the sack of Seleucia when soldiers ransacked the temple of Apollo, but there is some evidence for earlier outbreaks in India and beyond. The disease itself cannot be identified. Smallpox is often suggested, even though no ancient source mentions facial scarring, and smallpox is unlikely to have simultaneously affected livestock, as is claimed in our sources. Measles is another possibility, although since either disease or any other might well have mutated over the centuries, this is really little more than guesswork. Without statistics, we cannot estimate the loss of life in the years that followed as successive waves passed through the empire, and presumably also swept through Parthian territory. An estimate of deaths totaling a quarter of the population of the empire is more than plausible, and sources note that the disease was naturally more devastating in crowded cities and army bases than in rural areas with small, scattered populations. The long-term impact of the Antonine Plague and subsequent epidemics over the next century was surely serious, even if it cannot be traced in any detail. At the time it was an appalling cataclysm which struck some and not others in a way difficult to understand. The physician Galen, who provides the best information about the disease, lost his entire household of slaves. On another occasion, he persuaded the two emperors to leave an army camp where the epidemic was raging. On their journey away from this, Lucius Verus fell ill and died, though not of the plague. He was in his 39th year, son of the man Hadrian had first chosen as heir, who had died at a similarly young age. Marcus Aurelius, never considered a vigorous or athletic man, survived and ruled for another 11 years, the latter part spent overseeing brutal campaigns against Germanic tribes from beyond the Danube. He was succeeded by his son Commodus, only 18 but already co-ruler. He boasted that he was the first emperor born to the purple, and his record was not good, like that of most men who came to the throne when they were young. 12 years later, he was strangled in his bath during a palace conspiracy. The Senate's choice was murdered by a mob of Praetorian guardsmen just 3 months later, having failed to pay them all of the bounty he had promised when first acclaimed. Civil war followed, raging as intensely as it had done after the death of Nero. One senator outbid a competitor in Rome and bought the loyalty of the Praetorian Guard, but enjoyed little support in the wider empire, especially among the legions. The 3 main contenders were the commanders of the major military provinces, Pannonia, Syria, and Britain. In 193, the legate of Pannonia, Lucius Septimius Severus, occupied Rome and disposed of the pretender there. Making a settlement to share power with the governor of Britain, he headed east and defeated the legate of Syria. This man had sought military support from kingdoms beyond the empire, notably Ossohoene and Adiabene and perhaps Parthia. Although he gained some allied soldiers in this way, most of the monarchs instead took the opportunity to attack Roman territory, while the self-declared emperor's attentions were elsewhere. In 195, Severus fought a campaign against them to reassert Rome's dominance, but then had to return to Europe after a breach with his ally, the governor of Britain. Victorious once again, Severus returned to the east in 197, for in the meantime the King of Kings, Vologases V, had sensed the chance to exploit Roman divisions. The Parthians overran much of allied Mesopotamia, although Nisibis held out under siege and may have launched a big raid into the Roman province of Syria. Severus's subsequent campaign followed a familiar pattern. He had a big army, combining his own troops with men who had recently opposed them, giving him a chance to reward both groups and cement their loyalty to him. Later in his reign he campaigned in northern Britain, and it was no coincidence that his major foreign wars were waged in areas that had been loyal to his rivals. In each case there were provincial armies to win over, while the distractions of civil war had weakened the frontiers and provided good reason for fighting to restore Roman dominance. As usual, this great force spent little time concentrated in one army and operated as several field forces under subordinate commanders. The strength and obvious determination of the now reunited Roman Empire prompted the kings of Armenia and Ossohoene to send gifts and assurances of loyalty. Momentum was with the Romans as they advanced, and Severus followed much the same route as Trajan down the Euphrates. Babylon and the largely ruined Seleucia were taken, and Ctesiphon was sacked once again after a major battle in which Vologases V was defeated. Then, like Verus's army, the Romans marched away before their supplies ran out altogether, and before resentment could grow into rebellion, although this time plague did not travel with them. Like Trajan, Severus besieged Hatra, and when his first poorly prepared attempt failed, he returned the following year only to fail again. Hatra remained independent, if wary of Rome. Like Trajan, and unlike Verus, Severus added 2 new provinces, Mesopotamia and Ossohoene, to the empire, although significantly he left Armenia as an allied kingdom and did not attempt to turn it into a province, so this was not a simple revival of earlier ambitions. Dio tells us that Severus called his new provinces a bulwark to shield Syria from attack. Dio dismissed the boast, claiming that in fact the garrisons were expensive to maintain for little return in revenue, while forcing the Romans to get involved with disputes and conflict in the communities bordering on them, and provoking Parthia. At the very least, this illustrates the range of opinion that could be held on frontier matters by Rome's elite. It is harder to say which of them was right, for despite Dio's scepticism, the frontier line established by Severus remained broadly in place for centuries. 2 legions, newly raised by Severus, formed the garrison of this bulwark, adding to the forces stationed in the east. This chapter has covered more than a century of events. Partly this is because of the similarities between these 3 great wars between Romans and Parthians, and even more because of the paucity of sources, which leaves so much unclear. Some broad conclusions can be drawn. For whatever reason, Trajan decided to settle his differences with Parthia by the direct use of massive military force, and this example was copied on several occasions by other emperors willing to campaign in person. As a result, Roman armies reached far further than they had ever done under the Republic, and repeatedly captured the great cities of Ctesiphon and Seleucia. These conflicts witnessed Roman defeats, some of them serious, but significantly more Roman victories. None of the Parthian kings in these years were able to stop the Romans from advancing deep into their empire, although there was never any question of their going even further into its eastern heartland. Whether the Romans could have suppressed the rebellions and kept control of the conquered territory in the long term, if Trajan's health had not failed, cannot ever be known. None of these wars were waged to destroy or conquer the Parthian Empire altogether, and the territorial claims made were limited, even if significant acts of expansion. The 2nd century suggested that, for the moment, the balance of power had shifted in Rome's direction, or at the very least that Rome's emperors were more willing to exert their strength. Yet Arsacid Parthia remained powerful, despite periods of infighting. For all that the great wars stand out, there were decades of peace between each outbreak of conflict, and the picture was primarily one of coexistence. While the Romans spoke of limitless empire and power and saw conquest as a good thing, these were not overwhelming concerns to most emperors. As always, they and their Parthian counterparts had other priorities, including rebellions and problems on other frontiers, let alone the devastating plagues that began in this era. The 3rd century AD would prove a time of immense, violent change for both Rome and Parthia. Dio wrote of the Roman world moving from an age of gold to one of iron and rust. Meagre though our sources are, there is little sense that what happened was inevitable, still less that it could have been predicted by anyone. Human beings, and empires, tend to live in the here and now. They assume that things are as they should be, and perhaps always will be, in spite of the lessons of history. Chapter 10. Dynasties, 199 to 240. The stability of the Principate succumbed only twice to serious disruption in the 1st and 2nd centuries. If the prolonged peace between Romans and Parthians was broken more often in the 2nd century, this still stopped far short of creating permanent hostility. The Romans took and then lost new territory under Trajan, gained a little under Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, and captured substantially more under Septimius Severus. Even so, the gains were no more than a small fraction of the Parthian Empire. More frequent conflict surely made each side warier and more suspicious of the other, without turning into unrelenting or even frequent hostility. There was still much more to be gained by restraint than all-out conflict. However, over the next few decades, other problems convulsed both empires, creating an environment where a major war against the other often seemed attractive, even unavoidable to successive emperors and kings of kings. On the 4th of February, 211, Septimius Severus succumbed to illness and died at Eboracum, modern York, after 3 years of tough campaigning in what is now Scotland. He had 2 sons, Caracalla and Geta, and wanted them both to succeed him and rule as equals, just as Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus had done. Caracalla was almost 23, his brother a little over a year younger, and both, along with their mother Julia Domna, had accompanied Severus to Britain and been given duties to give them some experience. Severus's final advice to them was supposedly the rather grim, love one another, indulge the soldiers, and despise everyone else. Love was in short supply, and within a year Caracalla had arranged the murder of his brother, who was stabbed to death by centurions of the Praetorian Guard, his blood supposedly spattering the horrified Julia Domna. Caracalla claimed that Geta had been plotting against him, and announced a bonus for the troops as a reward for their loyalty. The Praetorians readily acquiesced. The legionaries of 2 Parthica, raised by Severus and stationed at Alba Longa, close to Rome, took a little more persuading before they accepted what had happened. The arrest and execution of senators alleged to have conspired with Geta was sufficient to ensure the Senate's acceptance of the situation without the need for bribery. The dead Caesar was condemned posthumously, and all over the empire Geta's statues were removed and his name chiselled off inscriptions. Caracalla flouted many conventions and rarely bothered to treat the Senate with respect. The nickname Caracalla came from his fondness for a colourful hooded cloak, seen as Gallic or Germanic in style. More bizarrely, he tried to rape a Vestal virgin, one of the aristocratic women who sacrificed their youth to serving the goddess, and then had her and 3 of her fellow priestesses executed for breaking their vow of chastity. All of them were entombed alive, even though the one attacked by Caracalla staunchly defended herself, and said that she remained a virgin despite the emperor's best efforts. Caracalla's health may have been poor, apart from this alleged impotence, which perhaps contributed to his hot temper. Dio, who had judged Marcus Aurelius's son Commodus to be stupid rather than fundamentally evil, was less kind to Caracalla and portrays him as bright and capable, but also lazy, irascible, and dangerously, often murderously, unpredictable. As a senator who lived through and survived these years, while seeing plenty of colleagues fall, Dio was apt to judge everything that the young emperor did in the most negative of lights. In 212, Caracalla extended Roman citizenship to all those within the empire who were already citizens of a recognized city or other community. This meant that the majority of people in the provinces were now legally Romans, a status that brought considerable privileges, albeit somewhat reduced from earlier periods. Dio claimed that the emperor only did this to make more people liable for certain taxes, most notably those on inheritance. Even making allowance for hostile sources, there is much that remains puzzling about Caracalla's behaviour. In 215, he visited Egypt, and at Alexandria ordered his soldiers to massacre a crowd in an incident none of our sources seem able to explain. There was also tension over Armenia, although again the details are obscure. Caracalla invited the king of Armenia to visit him and then ordered his arrest. Soon afterwards he did the same to the king of Edessa, who ruled just a fraction of the old kingdom now that Osahoene had become a province. Caracalla had come to the eastern provinces with substantial reinforcements to add to the armies of the region, as well as 2 massive, prefabricated siege engines, suggesting that he planned to do far more. Dio claims that the Roman emperor asked to marry a daughter of the Arsacid king of kings, and used the refusal of his request as a pretext for war. The generally less well-informed and less reliable Herodian, in contrast, wrote that the offer was accepted, but that when the Parthian royal party came to celebrate the betrothal, Caracalla had most of them murdered during the feast, and only a few, including the King of Kings, managed to escape. If this was surely no more than gossip, even the suggestion of Rome's emperor marrying a foreign princess must have been shocking, invoking Antonine Cleopatra, who at least was an ally and may or may not ever have been his wife. Caracalla also demanded the return of a philosopher and former favourite who had fallen from grace, and a man named Tiridates, perhaps a prince from one of the kingdoms, who had taken shelter with the King of Kings, which also seems a flimsy pretext for war. In the summer of 216, Caracalla advanced into Media. There is no suggestion of a major battle, and either the Parthians were preoccupied with their own disputes, or preferred to watch and wait until they were better prepared to deal with the invaders. Caracalla revered Alexander the Great, and had even raised his own Macedonian-style phalanx, so was no doubt pleased to tread in the famous conqueror's footsteps when he took Arbela. He also sent men to the tombs of the Arsacid royal family, which were broken open and the bones scattered in symbolic humiliation. An attack into Babylonia may also have happened, although if it occurred, it does not seem to have amounted to much. With the year spent, Caracalla retired to winter in Mesopotamia before renewing the war in the spring. On the 8th of April 217, the emperor was near Carrhae, now well within Roman territory, and journeyed to visit a shrine to a deity associated with the moon. Dismounting and disappearing behind some bushes to relieve himself, the 29-year-old was stabbed by a soldier in his household and died moments later. The assassin was swiftly killed by loyal bodyguards, but he had only ever been a tool in a conspiracy planned by Macrinus, the senior of the two Praetorian prefects. Having discovered that a letter condemning him was on its way to the emperor, Macrinus had decided to act rather than wait for execution. After waiting a few days to make sure that he was not suspected of involvement in the murder, the Praetorian prefect declared himself emperor, promising a bounty to the nearest troops. This worked, and the army in the area pledged its loyalty. A letter went to Rome, where the Senate felt obliged to recognize him, since he had an army and they did not, and there was no other claimant. Macrinus was not a member of the senatorial order, but an equestrian, and worse than that, from a traditional point of view, a Mauritanian from North Africa, who had one ear pierced for the earring fashionable in that region. Praetorian prefects had always been equestrians, precisely because it was felt unwise to permit any senator to command the soldiers closest to the emperor, lest he seek to replace him. At first, the prefect's duties were restricted to controlling the guard, but over time these expanded, as emperors chose to rely on them, using them as administrators and legal advisers. Macrinus was first and foremost a lawyer, and he had little direct military experience. In the meantime, Artabanus IV of Parthia had mustered a large army to confront the anticipated offensive from Caracalla. Sensing a chance to avenge the humiliation of the last year and strengthen his own position, he advanced, and a battle was fought over several days near Nisibis. Losses do not appear to have been very high, so perhaps the combat was tentative, as each side sought an advantage before really committing, hoping all along to negotiate from a position of strength. Herodian claims that the fighting was a draw, while Dio depicts it as a defeat for the Romans, which seems more likely since Macrinus paid the Parthians 200 million sesterces and agreed to return captives and plunder as the price of peace. Macrinus proclaimed the settlement as a victory, but soon faced a different sort of challenge. Julia Domna was now dead, but her sister, Julia Maesa, and the older of her nieces, Julia Swamias, announced that the latter's 14-year-old son was actually the bastard child of Caracalla, rather than her late husband's offspring. They were all at Emesa in Syria, where the lad, despite being the son of a man adlected to the Senate by Severus, was serving as priest to the god Elagabalus, perhaps through family tradition or simply because this was prestigious for a local aristocrat. The nearest legion was convinced of his claim, especially after being lavished with gifts and promises, and declared him as emperor. Others copied, for Caracalla was remembered with more fondness in the army than elsewhere, while Macrinus was largely unknown and does not appear to have been able to inspire much enthusiasm for his leadership. In 218, a battle was fought between relatively small armies supporting the rivals. Macrinus lost, fled, and was subsequently killed. Once again, the Senate accepted the judgment of the armies, condemning the defeated and praising the victor, even though this meant acknowledging as princeps an utterly inexperienced child alleged to be the illegitimate son of an emperor. The boy, known to us as Elagabalus after the name of his favoured deity, proved more of a surprise when he arrived in Rome, for he showed no respect for tradition, and even less interest in the duties of his new role. Strangest of all was his fondness for dancing in public, a legacy of the rituals for his, to traditional Roman eyes, outlandish god, and his marriage to a succession of brides in a very short time. Two were Vestal virgins, and another the priestess of a North African goddess, so that their union was in a sense a physical manifestation of a marriage between the two deities. Appointments were made for apparently whimsical, even scandalous reasons, with rumour saying that the new emperor favoured the candidate with the largest penis. So much of the material in our sources is bizarre that it is hard to know how much of it is true. But it is clear that men like Dio were appalled. In the meantime, real power lay elsewhere, notably with Julia Mesa and her eldest daughter, who vied with each other for control, as well as with anyone able to influence the young ruler. The result was a sense of weakness at the centre of the empire. Armies in several provinces mutinied, and a succession of men were declared emperor only to be swiftly murdered. Julia Mesa had another daughter, who in turn had a son, and in 222 they together arranged the murder of Julius Swamius and Elagabalus. In his place they raised the 13-year-old Severus Alexander and made sure that he was closely supervised, traditional in his manners and behaviour, and most of all, courteous in his dealings with the Senate. While this left a better impression on the elite, so that in our sources Alexander is treated far more favourably, in deliberate contrast to his cousin Elagabalus, it proved hard for the new emperor to seem anything more than a puppet. Elements in the army remained unruly, the Praetorians most of all, and Severus Alexander struggled to control them. The highly distinguished jurist Ulpian, famed for his work codifying Roman law, proved unpopular with the guard when appointed as Praetorian prefect, and Alexander could not prevent his murder. The sense of Rome's weakness spread to the wider world, and in 227 the King of Kings, Ardashir I, was confident enough to attack the eastern provinces. Mesopotamia was overrun, both Nisibis and Carrhae falling, and there may well have been big raids into Syria and Cappadocia. By 231, Severus Alexander had gone to Antioch and gathered a large army, as some of the lost ground was recovered. The next year, the Romans took the offensive, employing 3 field armies, one of them led by the emperor, but later there were stories that he had proved overcautious and had not supported the other columns adequately. One column may have suffered a reverse. At best, this was a limited success, although enough for victory to be declared and the emperor to celebrate a triumph in Rome in 233. Alexander was soon called away to deal with trouble in the Rhineland, and the discontent rumbling in some sections of the military eventually culminated in his murder in 235. The conspiracy was led by Julius Verus Maximinus, and once again a man from outside the Senate, without the slightest real or imagined blood link to an imperial family, was proclaimed as emperor. By the time of his elevation he was an equestrian, having won this rank and a series of promotions in the army since Septimius Severus spotted his strength, courage, and ability. Rumours circulated that he had been born as a peasant in Pannonia, but there is a good chance that this was a considerable exaggeration. Whatever the truth, what was clear was that he had risen far higher than would ever have been possible in the 1st or 2nd centuries, had become emperor through murder, and would only remain emperor as long as sufficient soldiers backed him. Ardashir I was another man who had come to power through civil war, killing Artabanus IV in 224 to take his throne. In earlier works he is referred to as Artabanus V, but reassessment of the Arsacid dynasty has led to the belief that an earlier Artabanus did not rule. This was the culmination of decades of civil strife, all of it far harder to trace than the contemporary power struggles within the Roman Empire. So much is shrouded in mystery, even though the rise of Ardashir I is seen as ending the Parthian Empire and replacing it with Sasanian Persia, which is universally depicted as a far more centralized and powerful state. For historians of Rome, the rise of Persia helps to explain the chaos of the 3rd century, where emperors rose and fell rapidly, and defeats were frequent on all frontiers. For specialists in the history of Iran, the Sasanians represent the return of a consciously Iranian dynasty, as opposed to the Arsacid Parthian outsiders. Roman sources claim that Ardashir I even asserted his right to retake all of the old Achaemenid Empire overthrown by Alexander the Great, something not mentioned since the early 1st century negotiations with Tiberius. For both, the transition is seen as sudden and dramatic, fundamentally altering the balance of power. The truth is a good deal more nuanced and raises more questions than can readily be answered. Ardashir I did not belong to any of the royal Arsacid houses who had ruled the Parthian Empire since its creation 4.5 centuries earlier. One of the reasons so little is known of the Arsacids is that the Sasanian kings did their best to suppress the memory of their predecessors. The tradition about the Sasanians is fuller, even if it mainly only survives in medieval form, sometimes misunderstood, often embellished or deliberately distorted, as later kings rewrote the past to suit their own agendas. As a result, the earlier periods are especially problematic, including such vital questions as who Ardashir I was, and why he and his successors took the name Sesan, for it is not at all clear whether Sesan was a specific ancestor, some broader identity, or even a god. Ardashir I's power base was in Persis, the modern Fars province of Iran, the heartland of the old Achaemenid Persian Empire, where the still spectacular ruins of the vast palace complex at Persepolis was just one reminder of former greatness. Alexander had burned the palaces in 330 BC, some said on a drunken whim, over 500 years before Ardashir was born. Since then, the Seleucids had ruled, and after them the Arsacids, both dynasties founded by outsiders with their own language and beliefs. Yet in each case, day-to-day governance remained in the hands of local leaders, kings of small kingdoms. In some periods, one king was overall ruler of Persis, overlord of the petty dynasts of each district, just as the Seleucid or Arsacid king was his overlord and that of all the other regional kings and satraps. In Persis, as elsewhere, the old language of the area, in this case Persian, survived, as did traditions, styles, and beliefs. None of these were static, and each developed naturally and under the influence of the current overlords. Coins minted in Persis show kings wearing traditional Persian headdress, but also styling themselves as divine, after the manner of the Seleucids and some Arsacids. Rebellions against Arsacid rule had occurred in Persis, although less often than in other areas. There is no good evidence of resentment, let alone active resistance to rule by outsiders, lasting over the centuries, and it is very hard to say how much was truly known about the days of Cyrus and Darius, and the glories of the Achaemenid Empire. Some scholars are inclined to see Ardashir I's claims of regaining the old territories as inventions by Roman observers trying to understand the world through the prism of the history familiar to them from Herodotus and other accounts of the distant past. The Greco-Roman sources also tell some odd tales of Ardashir I's origins, claiming that a man named Papak, an obscure leather worker or cobbler with a gift for prophecy, foretold that the child of a soldier billeted in his house would grow up to win fame and power. Since he had no daughters, Papak arranged for his wife to sleep with the visitor, and in due course she gave birth to Ardashir, or Artaxerxes as these sources tend to style him. Later, as the boy grew and showed promise, Papak and the soldier, sometimes called Sasanus, argued over who would raise him, but agreed that he would be known as the son of Papak. Claims that future greatness was foretold are very common in ancient literature, although this is a more scurrilous story than most, even though one author asserted that it was based upon the official record in the Persian archives. The names, though garbled, are recognizable as the real names Pabag and Sesan. Sources going back to the Sasanian tradition vary in their presentation, with the simplest making Ardashir the son of Pabag, who was the son of Sesan. Another makes Ardashir's mother the daughter of Sesan, but there is no consistency. Ardashir I describes himself on an inscription as son of King Pabag, but is vaguer regarding his actual relationship to Sesan and does not call him king. Instead, he describes himself as from the house or family of Sesan. One tradition has Sesan as a priest, keeper of a Zoroastrian fire temple in Istaka in Persis, but another has Pabag as the priest. He was probably not a local man. The name Sesan does not appear in Persis until after Ardashir I's rise, but does occur further to the east. Recently a good case has been made that he came from the lands ruled by the Indo-Parthian dynasties, whose rulers were Arsacids, although from a separate line to the families who had ruled Parthia itself. The division may go back to the earliest generations who had carved out the Parthian Empire. Whether he was one of these eastern Arsacids is impossible to say, although since he never paraded any connection with kings other than Pabag, the chances are that he was not, or was from a minor branch at best. Never once does he mention another king from the relatively recent past as ancestor, and it seems unlikely that he would not have made such a claim if it were even vaguely plausible. Ardashir I clearly had a talent for leadership and war, and may have risen on his own ability, luck, and determination. Plenty of other leaders in the ancient world started this way, and while most ultimately failed, some did not. Most likely he came from the minor nobility rather than any royal house. Pabag became king of Istaka along with his son Shapur, minting coins depicting them both. Their rise was almost certainly through raising troops and overthrowing the existing incumbent. Perhaps there was a religious element if Pabag was indeed a priest. Such local contests for power mirrored the wider struggles for the Arsacid throne, and were nothing new, for instance the extreme case of Asinaeus and Anileus, the bandits in Babylonia who had managed to win formal recognition. In most cases, a king of kings was willing to accept changes of regime at lower levels as long as the new leader offered their loyalty. No doubt the opportunity for such revolutions was more common at times of central weakness. In the later 2nd and early 3rd century, it was rare indeed for there not to be at least 2 men claiming to be king of kings. Artabanus IV's main rival was Vologases VI, and the struggle between the two may well explain Artabanus IV's slow response to Caracalla's attack. Ardashir I appears having made himself the local ruler in another district of Persis by overthrowing the existing dynast. While he later styles himself son of the divine Pabag, there is a good chance that this was by adoption rather than birth. Around the same time, Pabag built on his initial success by attacking other neighbouring dynasts, steadily increasing his own territory. Ardashir did the same, and there is no assurance that the relationship between the two men was always good. Instead, they may have become rivals and even fought against each other. Shapur was clearly marked out as the favoured heir, but both he and Pabag may well have been defeated by Ardashir, perhaps even killed by him. In one tradition, Shapur died when a wall fell on him, apparently as an accident. Perhaps Pabag was left with no alternative to accepting Ardashir in his place, or was simply displaced by the younger man. In time, perhaps in the 2nd decade of the 3rd century, Ardashir I came to control most of Persis. Once he had achieved overlordship of Persis, Ardashir I decided to aim for higher things and bring a wider area under his control. Perhaps Artabanus IV refused to recognize him as a major regional ruler, or perhaps Ardashir I sensed an opportunity. Vologases VI disappears from the record in the early 220s, whether having simply died or been defeated by Artabanus IV or Ardashir I himself. Afterwards, in 224, Ardashir I defeated the King of Kings in several battles, or a single great battle. One rock sculpture produced soon afterwards depicts Ardashir I running his rival through with a lance, both of them on horseback and equipped as cataphracts. Another shows the corpse of Artabanus IV being trampled beneath the hooves of Ardashir I's horse. 2 years after this victory, Ardashir took Ctesiphon, where he, and later most of the other Sasanian monarchs, was crowned King of Kings. Notably, this was a city created by the Arsacid Parthians, not somewhere associated with the Achaemenids. This conflict was a civil war, the latest in a long succession as the Arsacid throne changed hands through violence. There is no good evidence to suggest that it was primarily a rebellion of indigenous Persians against Parthian oppressors, or even that this dynamic played any significant role, but then almost nothing is known about individual communities' sense of their own identity. It is clear that there was considerable variation in beliefs and customs from region to region. The Zoroastrianism of the Achaemenid Persians could not function as it had done after their empire fell to Alexander the Great, so it had to change. Fire temples remained important cult sites throughout the era of the Seleucids and the Arsacids. How many of these cult sites conformed strictly to earlier traditions, or what would subsequently emerge as Orthodox Zoroastrianism under the Sasanians, is impossible to say. There is a good chance that ideas of orthodox, state-sponsored and controlled religion under the Sasanians, in fact, need to be revised, for there was probably quite a bit of variety. All this makes it impossible to say whether, after 4.5 centuries, the Arsacid monarchs were considered outsiders and not of the true religion by significant groups within the empire, especially in Persis. What is certain is that other than in the earliest days, only a minority of the men who fought for Ardashir I could be categorized as Persians, distinct from Parthians. As his fortunes rose, Ardashir I gained allies among the great Parthian noble houses, including the Suren, Karen and Andegan, all with their heartlands in the east of the empire. More joined him as his success made his final victory ever more likely. These men brought their households and other warriors to fight on his behalf, just as earlier generations had done for other claimants to the throne, and just as other clans and local groups chose to fight for Artabanus IV. Making himself King of Kings did not guarantee that Ardashir I's rule would endure, let alone that his heirs would succeed him. Plenty of members of the established royal house remained at large, not least the King of Armenia and his family. Challenges remained, and it took more fighting to drive open opponents to seek sanctuary in Armenia. One of the great ironies of the rise of the House of Sasan was that it forced Armenia to align more with Rome. Another was that Hatra was willing to accept a Roman garrison after Ardashir I tried to capture the city and failed, just like Trajan and Severus. In the 4th century AD, the Roman historian and former army officer Ammianus Marcellinus asserted that an Arsacid was always preferred as ruler of Persia. This has usually been dismissed as an absurd anachronism by a historian who used Persian and Parthian as synonyms, and a reflection of the tendency of Greco-Roman authors to shape their narratives to fit with familiar assumptions based on the classical past. Yet it may contain more than a germ of truth, and the House of Sasan may have been in origin Arsacid, if from an obscure, previously unimportant line separated from the main houses of Parthia proper for centuries.